together. And tonight
This is game over, you can feel the ground rumble. When I hit the ground running, you should move a lane over. Rain holder, we don't run on the same motor. I'm a chain smoker, you a lighter to a flamethrower. I come from an insane culture, living like a trained soldier, just to make it a day older. No closure, remain closer to the days when I could feel the hunger pains I knew I would take. I was made for this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I will never lose, I'm the greatest. Just face it, I was made for this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I ain't going out. I was made for this, and I will never lose. I was made for this. I feel colossal, choir sing the gospel. I can make the sky move, breathing through my nostrils.
change. Thinking about the days we were younger, innocent in our ways. We were dumb, girl. But nothing really mattered. I could always count on you. Your touch will leave me breathless, so let me give it back to you. 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 Don't have to wait. You know my name. Sunshine and rain. Some things don't change. Thinking about the days we were young, girl. Innocent in our ways. We were dumb, girl. We were dumb, girl. But nothing really mattered. I could always count on you. Your touch will leave me breathless, so let me give it. I could always count on you. Your touch will leave me breathless, so let me give it back to you. need someone to take me home. So turn the light on. So turn the light on for me. Oh, turn the light on. So turn the light on for me. So turn the light on. So turn the light on for me. Oh, turn the light on.
No point in fighting, it's hard pretending. Wake up, it's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Sad words are spoken. Move on. It's broken. Give up. It's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Don't you come and beg no more. Oh no, 'cause I will never let you in. my hand. You used to tell me that you'd take me to Wonderland. We had it all, you know, we put on quite a show. You were my one and only, never let me go. Then you broke my heart and I fell apart. I couldn't understand what you did to me, but I'm stronger than you think. I'll make a brand new start. So don't come looking for a way into my heart. Don't come looking for me when the party's over. Don't come crying to me when the party's over. You thought you had it all, but up against the wall I walk right through another open door. I'm gonna hold my tongue, it can't be undone. I'm taking all that I can get from you. I'm not thinking about you, nothing about you. Nothing you can say will change my mind. I won't be back for more, well that's for sure. I'll be flying now underneath the sun. So don't come looking for me when the party's over. Don't come crying to me when the party's over. Don't come crying to me. So don't come looking for me when the party's over. Don't come crying to me when the party's over. So don't come looking for me when the party's over. Don't come crying to me when the party's over.
Like a siren without a warning. You never know what hits you if you wake up in the morning like a temptress in a red dress. Seduction is destruction, so you better get a move. Danger, danger, look where you're going. The heart is open, your blood is overflowing, baby. Danger, danger, look where you're headed. Got your pedal to the metal and life is not a ready, baby. Yeah. I'm gonna use you and abuse you. Tie a track on your back, you run you down. Look behind a fallen angel, like a siren. I'm a beacon in the tunnel, light me up like crazy lightning. Danger, danger, look where you're going. Your heart is open and your blood is overflowing, baby. Danger, danger, look where you're headed. Got your pedal to the metal and life is not a letter. Danger, danger, nothing could be stranger than the feeling that you get when the dark side is calling after you. Danger, 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 danger. Look where you're headed, got your pedal to the metal and life is not a letter. Danger, danger, nothing could be stranger than the feeling that you get when the dark side is calling after you. We're not the only ones. 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 We're not the only ones.
Days gone, I won't waste another one. darkness, it won't set me back again. Oh, I'm not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape. Take me back to you. Just shake the ground. Oh, this lightness, it will fill the air around. Oh, I'm not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape. Back to you.
races. Thinking to myself, could you take this? She said I want a challenge, so I'm willing to face it. Girl, you got that symmetry. You touch me carefully. Got hit so instantly. You make me high. Want you got me. Just take it from me. It's real. You make me sad. You got that something in your eyes, something in your eyes. You got that something in your eyes, something in your eyes. Give it to you right, there's no complaining. Have you climbing up these walls like you need saving? No, I don't care about your past and if it's tainted. She said I want a challenge, so I'm willing to face it. Girl, you got that symmetry. You touch me carefully. Got hit so instantly. You make me high. Want you got me. Just take it from me. It's real. You make me sad. You got that something in your eyes, something in your eyes. You got that something in your eyes, something in your eyes. You like it like that. Pleasure is pain, yeah, you're wanting to tap. Tell by your eyes, girl, there's no need to ask. You're so connected, don't wanna detach. You get me high, I don't wanna come down, and I mean it. Girl, you're the realest, want me to win it tonight is our secret, hoping you keep it. You got that something in your eyes, something in your eyes. You got that something in your eyes, something in your eyes.
Body bad, that's baby mama. Pretty girls come and play in my arena. I'm so cocky with these bands, mucha bonita. She's so cocky with her hands, oh mamacita. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. Spinning bands, what a time of life. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get so let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, so let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Pull up to the spot and get them hype. My girl extra crazy, just how I like. She a ride or die, she here for life. If you cannot respect the code, then pay the price. Don't do drugs, it's a natural high. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. My team be the dream. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get so let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 So so let them look, cause we don't mind. Diamonds up, so let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. Just let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. Just let them look, cause we don't mind.
Took the keys to your Mercedes and went for a drive. Never Dance Again was playing, I'm going 85. I taste the liquor on my breath now, I'm out of my mind. But you're the one who's burning bridges, so let's go for a dive. Got the gasoline, gonna make a scene. Standing on the edge of a cliff, I bet no one ever sees. You're dipping out on me, I got the receipts. I was hanging on the edge of the words you said, but I found your secret. Liar, liar, car on fire. You tried to hide her. Now it's your turn for you to burn. Look what you made me. 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 I lit a cigarette and burned a heart shape on my tongue. Starting to lose all the feeling for you going numb. Don't tell that shaky alibi, you're way out of your mind. And I don't need your 2 cents, not a nickel, no a dime. Pour the gasoline on your off-white beam. I'm placing all my bets on the cards you've dealt me. My hands gon' beat you. You're dipping out on me. I got the receipts and all the things I let you get away with. You gon' find your keeper. Liar, liar, car on fire. You tried to hide her. Now it's your turn for you to burn. Look what you made me. Look what you made me. Look what you made me. Look what you made
Yeah, picture yourself with your arm raised. Yo, the place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. Yo, the place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the world and I can't come down. No, no, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, no, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds.
I look back when we just met, when we were young and restless, always looking both of us for something pure and breathless. It seems so long ago, as I sit here just looking back. We moved on from something strong to where we are, it's just another day. You're so far away, you're so far away. Guess I'm here to stay. In the blink of an eye, it feels like goodbye. You're the only one I'm feeling, the only one I believe in. But you're so far away, so I pray one day. In these worlds there's revelation. We are two, not really one. We live our lives in isolation of the friendship that has become. There's a wall that comes between us, 1,000 miles to overcome. A shadow falls in the evening, in the moon and in the sun. You're so far away, you're so far away. Guess I'm here to stay. In the blink of an eye, it feels like goodbye. It feels like goodbye. You're the only one I'm feeling, the only one I believe in. But you're so far away, so I pray one day. You're so far away, you're so far away, you're so far away. You're so far away, you're so far away. Guess I'm here to stay. In the blink of an eye, the blink of an eye, it feels like goodbye. You're the only one I'm feeling, the only one I believe in. But you're so far away, so I pray one day.
to me, I need a friend. Silences and rides at night. Follow me so you and I could have fun. Come to me, I need a hand. Silences and rides at night. Follow me so you and I could be one.
If somebody calls me, I won't answer the phone. Feeling so lonely, won't you leave me alone? You think that you know me, but you don't know me at all. Got stuck with the secret to make your wish come true. What you desire strikes you out of the blue. You think that you want me, but you don't want me, do you? You say that you need me, but you will leave me, won't you? Whoa, I'll be perfect for a day or two. Scratch the surface, dig it, why won't you? Why can't you? Whoa, I'll be lonesome for a day or two. Reach the bottom, dig it, why won't you? Why can't you? If somebody calls me, I won't answer the phone. Feeling so lonely, won't you leave me alone? You think that you know me, but you don't know me at all. You don't know me at all. You don't know me at all. You don't know me at all.
Yo, where my party people at? Aha. We pump the party up. We pump the party up. Pump the party. Kick it. We pump the party up. 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 Pump the party. Get down.
can't be stopped. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we've been in before. You know what I did? I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You see the score, I'm going in. I can't be stopped. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we've been in before. You know what I did? I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You see the score, I'm going in. I can't be stopped. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we've been in before. You know what I did? I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You see the score, I'm going in.
I'm going 50 for 50. Me and the team is superb. I got it out of the dirt. I put it out of the ground. Everything on my own, Too cold to the bone, Top dog, I'm alone. Whole back check to the throne. Yeah, hey, look at the shine on the ring. Look at the ring, I'm a king. Look at the king in his court, it's a breaking report. I got time to make amends. Hey, time to get the win. Hey, flexing on you boys, working out again. 10 out of 10, dub yet again.
I can't be stopped. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we've been in before. You know what I did? I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You see the score, I'm going in. I can't be stopped. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we've been in before. You know what I did? I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You see the score, I'm going in. I'm going in, yeah. I gotta win, yeah. Heard you be talking a lot, I'm here, so say it again. That sound crazy. I agree with that notion. Come through like strain. Look on my motion. I came from the gutter. Why you playing around? You don't know. Everybody thirsty, I know. Eating granny while around with a Draco. Haters look at me like, oh no. My teeth look like I'm a snow cone. My big truck messing up the ozone. If you ride my way, better hold on. I can't be stopped. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we've been in before. You know what I did? I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You see the score, I'm going in. I can't be stopped. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we've been in before. You know what I did? I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You see the score, I'm going in.
Ooh, girl, you look so good. I've been thinking about you lately. I'm thinking that we should. I won't say nothing, baby. Nah, where you been, girl? I say you looking hotter. You know I could always do you better. Switching positions whenever fed up. Let me show you. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we can meet up after you finish working. You got the 5-star service. You got the 5-star service. I can be the samurai, you can be my master. Put me in your senses like I'm your Abe Shacker. I can feel your vibes throwing around me like a rafter. Coming so strong, you love it when I go faster. I'm loving your interior, no I wouldn't change it. Body is superior, other ones are basic. Thought you was inferior, you're wrong, you're amazing. Hey, nah, where you been, girl? I say you looking hotter. You know I could always do you better. Switching positions whenever fed up. Let me show you. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we can meet up after you finish working. You got that 5-star service. You got that 5-star service. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we can meet up after you finish working. You got that 5-star service. You got that 5-star service.
to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn dissonant and sour, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. The time has come to stand and fight for what you believe, for what you believe. The dark will fall and we will rise. Like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night you were made for. Burn like a fire. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes.
小体上线，但是小东美这里在找机会跳，这是一个视野盲区来了，直接进场套的非常的完美，在这个道都给完了之后，红血好像跟不太上，这个闪现下龙跟万箭齐发，直接一波不解的输出，带动上面的熊手。旁边左山投掉了，这边卡纳威一个预判的 Q 没有出到，左山站出来上头了呀！左山这一炮打着一锤，看到蓝色方被逼的来了这一剑，怎么说哇？直接命中到了，没有进化了。这边有Q到，不要来吗？直接2闪点回来，3闪1雷。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL. We're in the 2020 summer split, and we're in the end of week number 7, day number 7. It's coming at you every single day, and we're running out of weeks here in the LPL. I'm Munchables. This is the Daggertron. He's a robot sent from the future to talk about League of Legends.
Sure, yeah, that's my new go-to character now from now on. But yeah, look, I am very much excited to be talking about League of Legends here today.
That's because that's what you were programmed for, my friend. We had some League of Legends yesterday, and we can take a peek at the results that we got to see before our very own eyes. BLG with a relatively expected win to start things off against DMO. Then the second series was a little bit iffy here, because we saw some beautiful play from RNG, and we also saw some not so beautiful play from RNG.
That was an interesting series to behold. And I think the two of us were at home watching that just going, what in the name of God is going on in this series? But look, IG were able to pick up the win, and an important win for them as well, because it now puts them into that #1 spot.
It certainly does. You can see IG right up at the top. One caveat to that is the fact that IG have already played 12 series, whereas top esports underneath them have only played 9. So still margin for error there, and certainly in series difference, it's actually top esports that's still on top.
Exactly. So if top esports, who will be playing today, are able to pick up a victory, they will, of course, return to that #1 spot. But we will have to see if they will be capable of doing that.
Yeah, and honestly, the most exciting thing in these standings to me is there's still 6 teams tied right, or 5 teams, sorry, tied right now when you come to the 8 and 9 wins. So it's all up for grabs at the top of the table. These are our matches today. Vici up against top esports to start us off. Then later on today, we have an absolute massive series here. JDG against FPX, the modern grudge match of the LPL.
100%. I mean, look, if we look at the spring playoffs, it was JDG able to knock FPX out of the semi-finals. Then we look at MSC, and FPX were able to bite back. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing what those two teams can do later on.
And you know, when you mention JDG kind of ruining it for other teams, we have to immediately move on to talking about Vici, because Vici had a little bit of a roll going for themselves. They were on a bit of a combo, and then JDG coming from the side with the combo breaker and ruined the win streak.
I know, and Vici have been doing so well for themselves. There's been all these best of 3s that have gone the full distance, and they're able to pick it up. But unfortunately, JDG just came out and said, not today. We're the ones, despite how good Vici looked, who are going to pick up the victory.
And Vici have been kind of on and off, right? They're going to 3 games every single series, as you can see there. But it's important to mention that they have been developing as time goes on, and it's all revolving around Zika in the mid lane.
100%. Zika has been the man Coma wants to build Vici around, and finally he's looking like the mid laner that Vici are capable of doing that with. His performance against Yagao in game #1, where he's able to hold that Twisted Fatal lane, was beautiful, and then he had some insane performances on the set as well to set up Leon for a bunch of these kills.
And Leon has been one of the people to push forward, but he's recently been subbed out. We're going to have Ike starting today. And one of the big questions for me is how Ike and Zika can work together to try and find that same success.
And that would be the big question. But for Vici, Zika has been performing out of his mind. And since they've come back, they have had this insane resurgence. And I'm looking forward to seeing what Zika can again do here today. Because when we talk about tests, you are going up against Knight. This is the biggest test yet for this mid lane.
Yeah, ultimately, this is the guy that you've got to beat in the mid lane. Knight is not going to make it easy for Zika. He's going to have his work cut out, but luckily for Zika, he's a flexible guy. You can see clips of him there playing the set, but he's played things like the Zoe. He's gone all different styles for Vici Gaming, so who knows what will come out in that mid lane today. But when we look at the other side of the board, we had Top Esports. They were on an 8-series win streak. They were undefeated here in the LPL until they met our Lord and Savior PP God. V5 ruined everything, and the world's best has now been bested, Doctor.
And it was in a fantastic fashion as well. V5 looking absolutely incredible, and exploiting what has been kind of rumored as the weakness, and a lot of people saw it, is that bottom lane for Top Esports. Playing through focusing Yuyanjia, focusing Jackie Love, and setting up PP God and Sam D for success.
It's really was so much down to the bottom lane. When we look at some of the clips from that series, I mean, the first clip I selected here is literally PP God and Sam D finding 2v2 kills down in the bottom side. We only got one clip of it, but there was many of these kills throughout the series.
There was plenty, and it really felt like because of all this messing about essentially that was happening in the early stages, where there was so much pressure towards Yuyanji and Jackie Love, Carson didn't really have a lane that he was able to play through. Weiwei was able to have a fantastic game and setting up Sam D and PP God, and from there V5 were able to dismantle Top Esports from start to finish. It didn't even look close in some of these games.
It was a really, really difficult series for Top Esports, and this is obviously game 3 where we saw that this kind of fight, this is the type of fight where Top Esports usually are at their strongest, these mechanical outplays, but V5 came out on top.
And we have to put this into context, because V5 obviously were the up-and-comers. These were the guys, though, that are the first people to make Top Esports bleed. I don't think Top Esports are going to be too happy about that. So coming into today, Vici are going to be feeling the wrath of Top Esports. They're going to be looking to put themselves right back on top of the pack.
Let's bear in mind, Top Esports still won game 2 of that series. Game number 3 was still exceptionally close. This is still an insanely strong team. And now the question is, can Vici exploit the same weaknesses that we saw V5 exploit? And a lot of that is going to come from the mid lane for Vici. And with the jungle coming into there too, we have an insane mid-jungle 2v2 coming up for us. 2v2 me, bro, I believe is the phrase that Carso and Knight are going to be throwing at.
Exactly, because Carso and Knight have been the two on top esports that have developed the most in their synergy. When we look back at spring, it was pretty much non-existent, but coming into summer, these two have stepped up massively, with Carso looking to play through Knight and have this beast of a mid laner take over the game. But when we look at the far side, Zika has been dominant in his performances over the last couple of series and has been so good in setting up junglers for success, either in getting these gank setups where you can have Lian and Ike's profit off of just killing the enemy mid laner, or helping in those invades or counter invade situations. So this is the matchup that I'm keeping my eyes on here today.
And it's so great to see that we can now talk about Carso Knight in a 2v2 perspective. Because when we think back to when this new version of Top Esports was put together, we were like, hey, Carso Knight, this will be the best 2v2 ever. And then they basically avoided each other at all costs. Now we really do see them 2v2ing, and we do see them working together.
So for anyone who doesn't remember, we did run a segment in spring, which was like, hey, let's look back at all the times Carso did gank mid. Yeah. I think of the 6 times, 5 of them ended up in kills for the enemy laner. So this was not a synergy that we were talking about. Now, though, is a completely different story. Top esports look absolutely insane, especially when it comes to that top half of the map. And that's where Carso likes to have a lot of his influence in the early stages of the game. Through Knight, through 369, and definitely when we look over at Vici, who are a very similar story, playing through Cube and through Zika in that mid lane. Yep. This is going to be a top half of the map that's going to be brutal for either team to try and get a handle on.
And that's the key issue that I see here for Vici. Is we're talking about how V5 were able to exploit the weakness in Top Esports in punishing Yuyanja and JackieLove in the laning phase in the bottom lane. The problem with that is Vici's weakest lane is by far their own bottom lane. We're not going to see them getting 2v2 kills. I mean, maybe. I hope we get to see that, but based on the previous match records, I'm not expecting any kind of 2v2 action down there.
No, I'm really not either. And to be honest, the bot lane for Vici has been, as you said, the sore point for me, especially when we look at that series against JDG. It was Hung who's getting caught out in a lot of situations. iBoy did have these moments, but certainly a lot of the prowess and the ability to play out through that series was Zika and Cube. Cube looking great at the Kennen. We had Zika, as we talked about, in the Galio and the set looking amazing. So when I look at iBoy and I look at Hung, I just don't see the capability to try and punish that bottom lane in the same way that Sam D and PP God did.
Now, I want to quickly take a look at the match histories for these two teams before we jump into the series. Now, for anyone that can't read Chinese, which I assume is a lot of you since you're watching the English broadcast,
me too.
The greener it is, the better the win was. The redder it is, the worse the loss was. So strong green is good for these teams. And you can see that the most recent series for Top Esports, that was the only series this entire split that they've lost.
Exactly, and that is why it was such a crucial series for V5 to actually stop what has been an absolute tear for Top Esports. But as we said, Top Esports were at the top for a reason. These guys looked absolutely incredible, taking down JDG, LGD, EDG, FPX. It was only V5 who were able to stop them, and Vici have got their work cut out here today to try and stop them once again, especially when, although we did see a great game 1 and a strong early game in game number 2 for Vici against JDG, they weren't able to take the victory, and now they got to ramp it up even further against Top here today.
And when you look at their match history there for Vici as well, it's important to bear in mind that this is a team that is 5-4 in the standings right now. They're in 8th place, and they are looking probably the best they have looked since 2016. The last time this team made playoffs was 2016. All they have to do is get themselves into the top 8, and they will have broken their own records in years. So this is a triumphant squad here. And when you look at the losses that they've received, RNG, WE, V5, and JDG, these are big teams that you can take losses against. So it's like, ultimately, I'm still, if you're a Vici fan at home, like, you got to be happy with the results that you get so far. And the fact that it feels like this team is getting better with every series we see.
And especially, just to put the caveat again on it, this was the on-form RNG. This was the really good RNG from the start of the split. So it was teams that were looking very strong, but also Vici were still finding their footing at that point. We were still waiting to see what they're capable of, messing around with Forge, trying to figure out between Ike's and Leon. There was a lot of moving around in that roster, but with Zika coming in, this seems to have of give the solid foundation to Vici to find these victories, a place where they can play through to influence either side lane, and in particular, as we talked about, play up onto this top side of the map through Cube, through Zika, and then oftentimes, well, at least definitely with Leanne and Ike's, they're able to use Zika's pressure in the mid lane to get a bunch of these dragons, set up for some nice objectives, and that's the way Vici have been carrying on in their victories. Even though we go towards those 3 games, it's still convincing in most of their series.
Yeah, the wins that they do get look really good for them. It's just they can't always necessarily execute the strategy perfectly every single time. But one of the really interesting things about Zika in the mid lane is the fact that, I mean, Historics mentioned this, I think it was the day before yesterday on the cast, like we saw Coma kind of stood behind him every single time. It feels like he is Coma's kind of golden boy in the mid lane, and it feels like this is a team that is going to play around the mid lane, similarly to how T1 always did with Coma at the helm. But we're going to have Vici stepping onto the stage once more here as we get into our series. We've got Cube in the top lane, Ike's in the jungle, Zika, iBoy, and Hunt rounding out the roster, and then obviously Coach Cole.
And just to echo your point on Zika, don't forget, this is the guy that the Vici coaching staff had their eye on, brought him over from Korea to be on this roster. They had super high hopes for this guy, and we're starting to see, in summer at least, why they had such high hopes.
But on the other side of the board, we don't have to persuade you why this is one of the best teams in the world right now. 369, Karsa, Knight, Jackie Love, and Yuyanja. 4 of those players, the very top of their role. And then Yuyanja has looked a lot better more recently, certainly comparatively to Spring. He has leveled up in a massive way. So Top Esports, despite the recent loss, still very much one of the favorites for the entire split of the LPL.
100%. I mean, at the moment, I still say they are the favorites. Even though they did lose to V5, I still think that these guys are more than capable of carrying on and bringing themselves back. One loss does not define this team. I'd argue that the raw talent in almost every single role is what defines this team, makes them so strong, and their ability to synergize together with Jackie Love coming in as the shot caller has just made them such a potent squad to play against.
It really has. And I want to talk about the top lane for a second here before we jump into the game. We've got Cube against 369. 369 especially, more recently. I mean, there's the meme about what he rolls. He's rolling 9 every single game at the moment. He looks absolutely insane at the top side. But Cube as well, way back in Demacia Cup, he was hyped coming into the split because it was like, hey, this guy's getting solo kills. He had a mean gangplank up in the top lane as well. We got to see some of that during Spring, not very often though. But now as we've got into summer, the longer this split goes on, it feels like we're really seeing Cube come into his own and having some real power in the top lane.
And I'm delighted that they're moving away from more of this tank play, because I was really annoyed when we saw Cube kind of just relegated to Ornn duty in the spring.
Yeah.
I felt like he's so much more to offer this team, and now we're starting to see it with the Kennen against JDG, the Renekton, the Wukongs, these more bruiser carry-orientated champions, where we're actually getting to see what Cube is capable of. I mean, when Wukong came into the meta, Cube was like one of the first people to pick it up, and he looked standing on it. So I love when this guy is able to have these pop-off performances. But as you say, you're against 369. You're going to be rolling the dice in this game, but it's going to be a battle for definitely superiority in that top lane.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the Wukong pick. That is the most picked champion for 369 as well, so it could be a very high priority in this draft. But we're jumping into things. Don't forget, we're on 10-14, so things have been changed up a little bit. Things like the Varus, no longer a mandatory ban.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of changes that are coming. Well, I won't say a lot, but there's definitely some changes that are coming through. That on-hit Varus is still there, but definitely the lethality Varus is out of the question. Now we will be looking, though, at what Vici want to go towards first. We've seen a lot of different picks come through here where you can go towards the likes of the Kalista AD carry. We've seen some junglers being high priority like the Graves, or even some teams still up towards that Folly Bear pick.
This is fantastic for Vici Gaming. iBoy, phenomenal on the Kalista. This is one of the picks that I like to see iBoy on because it's all about the positioning. When it comes to fights, his positioning is fantastic. It's outside of the team fights that there are issues with iBoy. So you know what? Let's play for the mid game. Let's play for team fight positioning. I love it.
And it means as well that Vici are, as you said, going towards a more aggressive style here, where they want to be the ones making plays. They want to be the ones going aggressive. So I want to see what they opt in here for Ike's and also for Zeke in that mid lane, because we highlighted how important it was for those two to get rolling to set up Vici for these engagements. Well, they need to get something aggressive and early to have these fights against top esports.
We're going to have that Volibear locked in. Could be for Karsa or 369, although we've not seen either of them play it so far this split, so who knows where the Volibear is going to go at this point. But we've got a double Freljord lock in here with the Ashe coming through for Jackie Love as well, which is a bit of a surprising one. Obviously, the Ezreal banned away, but it's not a pick that we've seen much of from Jackie Love.
No, but it definitely is one that's rising in prominence now, especially in the LPL. Teams love this Ashe pick. Super strong off that one item, and you also get the engagement that it offers to set up for a lot of bruisers that we've seen come through from the top and the jungle.
We're seeing Taric Kalista, which is a little bit of a callback to last split. It kind of fell out of favor, the set becoming the priority support to go alongside this Kalista, but don't be mistaken, Taric Kalista is still terrifying down on the bottom side.
Yeah, Taric Kalista is still very, very strong, and Vici right now set themselves up for a beautiful team fight, but Top Esports has said, right, we're seeing how aggressive this team fighting squad is on Vici's side. We're going to play towards side lanes. We're going to get this Twisted Fate, play off on the side, make sure that then we can use our lane pressure to try and make picks with the Ashe and with the Twisted Fate.
So Silas banned away here by Top Esports so that Zika can't just steal the Destiny and get off on the side lanes as well, make some plays around the map. And I'm curious what else is going to be banned, because it feels like we need some global pressure from Zika.
Well, the thing is, they've already gotten rid of a lot of that global pressure. He looked really good in the Galio against Yago. Well, that's gone. The Silas is the one where you can obviously steal away the Twisted Fate ult and then join in. The other option that we did see Zika go towards in that JDG series was the set against this Twisted Fate pick, but it was much more difficult for him to control that mid lane in that scenario. And I don't know if they quite want to go towards that pick here once again.
So Tahm Kench an option here. It's something we've seen alongside Ashe. I really doubt we'll see Senna support coming on through. But we'll have to see where Yanja is going to go in terms of support to go into that 2v2. And it is going to be the Bard here. So Ashe Bard against Taric Kalista. Still, you got a lot of aggression coming out from Vici in that bottom lane duo.
Yeah, massively so. Well, Vici are going to struggle to a certain extent in this matchup because you do have a little bit of range when it comes to the Ashe. The Bard as well can be a bit of an annoyance for the Taric, so it's kind of an even enough matchup without jungler intervention from the likes of Ikes, but we'll have to see how this one does play out. While we look over at Vici though, potentially here going towards the Ornn for Q. I'm not the biggest fan. What I was actually going to say is I probably would have liked something like the Wukong, something along these lines, or even a Renekton in that top lane, and then go for something like the LeBlanc in the mid lane where you're doubling down on these super early aggressive champions and looking to snowball there.
Oh,
but okay, we're getting
Ziggs.
the Ziggs for Zika.
Well, technically still global pressure because he can throw the ult, but not quite in the same way. We'll have to see how that one's going to go with the Ziggs in the mid lane. We've got Cube on the Ornn. He's good at the Ornn, just not the carry that we wanted to see. On the other side, though, Top Esports now, they're going to go with Gangplank here for 369, and it's Karsa taking the Volibear in the jungle.
So Vici right now, as we talked about, have this really strong setup where you've got this front-to-back team fighting style that's going to be invulnerable with Taric, great engage when it comes to the Kalista and the Ornn, plus this long-range damage and wave clear from the Ziggs. They're looking great. But Top Esports said, look guys, we don't want to opt in towards fights. We're going to play a side lane with Gangplank. We're going to have the same when it comes to this Twisted Fate, and we can use the Cannon Barrage and the Destiny to make picks, especially alongside this Bard and Ashe combo. Like, Top Esports are playing so far away from Vici, it's going to be really hard for them to try and set up for these team fights.
They're playing really far away until they're not. And as soon as there's that opportunity, Ashe Arrow comes out, Twisted Fate jumps in and gets a gold card. Like, there's a lot of potential to make picks from the side of Top Esports. Vici Gaming, though, bringing a Ziggs to the table. And what that shouts to me is not stalling like it used to back in Season 3, Season 4. What it screams to me is they want to break towers ASAP. They've got the Kalista to snowball out of the lane. They've got the Ziggs to destroy towers fast. They want to get this game done as fast as possible.
And it's not even just about, like, he still has great scaling. He still works really well in those scenarios. But the thing is, Twisted Fate wants to get the hell out of the lane. He wants to go and influence these side lanes. Well, Ziggs has great wave clear, and if you do leave, because he's got that satchel, he can very quickly take down these mid lane towers. And when Twisted Fate has got already his mid lane terror gone. He's forced underneath his second turret. It becomes a lot more difficult for him to have these big Destiny plays. So I'll be curious to see how this mid lane matchup goes, but Zika clearly has this prepared for this matchup.
Yeah, this feels like a pre-planned pick from Zika with the Ziggs in the mid lane. Maybe this is a Coma special as we head into game number 1 here on Summoner's Rift. It's Vici against Top Esports, and we said this is the test for Zika. Zika has been the star boy here for Vici Gaming so far this split. This is the best performance we've seen out of Vici in a long old while now, and I'm hoping that this could potentially be a playoff team, and this series could well be a deciding factor in that.
We'll have to see. Vici, I mean, for the longest time, we have not been excited about Vici Gaming here in the LPL. And to finally be able to see this team coming together really does fill a lot of the fans at home with hope. But they are against Top Esports, who, I mean, they've been dominant so far in summer. So I want to see now if Vici, and in particular Ix and Zika, can once again step up here for Vici, as it looks like Top Esports are going to go for an early invade. Never mind.
Toyed with the idea, but if you cast your minds back, they did that against V5, and it didn't go so hot. So maybe learning from past mistakes, or perhaps just trying to sweep out a little bit of vision here. iBoy and Hung move in. They spot the ward, but they also spot Yuyanja, who isn't going to quite land his Cosmic Binding, and that means that both sides are just going to back away from this trade.
So my eyes are looking towards junglers and the way that these waves are going to interact, because what we're looking at is Ix, who's going to be clearing bot to our top 2 bottom, so he's looking to play around Hung and iBoy, who, taking a nice bit of damage from Top Esports bot lane. But on the opposite side, 369 actually caught the wave as it was coming in to himself, so he's got a slow push against himself that Karsa will be looking to exploit as he clears on the opposite way to Ix, moving from that bottom side up towards that top side.
So we do have the Unsealed Spellbook in that mid lane. Nothing too crazy coming out from Knight there. And I am really curious. I want to go back to what you mentioned about this Ziggs pick in the mid lane and the way that these two champions interact. Because obviously, Twisted Fate, he wants to get the early recall off, get some items, get level 6, and get out and into the bottom lane, into the top lane, make some plays happen and get the ball rolling. Whereas, as you rightly say, Zika on Ziggs, he is the perfect champion to try and punish that style of play. Karsa's coming into the mid lane, but he's going to find absolutely nothing.
Now, he's not going to be able to find anything. A nice ward placed by Vici's side. As you can see, just their jungle entrance means that they can spot out. So expecting some funky business towards this mid lane. But, I mean, you can already see, look, Karsa, he wants to be aggressive in these early stages. You've got great setup when you look towards Knight. In that mid lane, expect Karsa to be playing pretty heavily towards this top side of the map.
Yeah, we certainly can expect him to be going up there, but whether or not he can find anything could be a different question, because 369 on the Gangplank, obviously not the most aggressive pick in the early game. He is against an Ornn, so most picks can have a little bit more aggression. And obviously, it's great to have a scaling pick in the top side when you're against the Ornn, because you do just get to parlay for free.
Cube took a bit of an aggressive trade there to try and stop this wave pushing in underneath the tower, but now he's left relatively low health under this. This isn't good.
Yeah, well, he's crafted himself a cloth armor or something. Searing charge back under the tower. This is nice from Cube. The turret shot not quite enough. 369, he's going back under, gets the parlay, but he takes a tower shot for it. Volcanic Rupture's there, but Searing charge still on cooldown.
Nobody goes down, but that was a bit of a dicey call there. Night Now will just move up here to help Karsa, just to make sure they can get a scuttle for himself, because Ix has already full cleared his bottom side. He's going to be coming back towards this top point, having got a scuttle of his own on the bottom side, and you just got to be a little bit careful here as Karsa, as Ix enters into this top side.
Yeah, don't want to get caught out with no HP, but obviously we are going to see everyone reset here. Karsa's going to be able to just clear his red and then potentially head back to base, or just continue clearing, because he is Volibear. Like, he can stick in the jungle for a longer while.
Yeah, he does have the shield, which does a lot of work for him. Obviously, the smites and everything else to heal himself up. So he'll be fine to just try and keep going. But it does mean at the moment that Ix has that advantage when it comes to his first back, getting his first item, and a bit more advantage on how he can play out through these topside lanes or even through mid lane before Karsa gets that back off.
So we've got Dragon spawning in 20 seconds, Dag, there. And we've got a Callista on the map, but it doesn't necessarily feel like iBoy and Hung haven't been able to be as aggressive as maybe you'd expect with a Taric Callista locked in.
Yeah, I mean, look, we talked about it. Hey, as much as you like to be aggressive with this Taric Kalista, it can actually be a bit of an issue when you've got this long range of the Ashe, which the poke from the volley and the slows can obviously be a nuisance for both the Kalista and the Taric, plus the slows that can come through from Cosmic Bindings makes it a bit difficult to try and play out this lane as aggressive as you'd like. And it has netted a nice CS lead for JackeyLove on the bottom side.
In the meantime, Zeke just going to be clearing the minions here. You can see he's out of mana, so I think he's going to have to go for a quicker reset before getting back into the lane. He's running teleport, so he can get back in without losing too much CS here.
So Knight actually has just teleported himself back in, and this is something you'll see a lot of Twisted Fates go for around this 5:30 mark, is they'll try and get back into lane full mana so that then they can make a teleport play at level 6 with all the health and all the mana available to them.
Well, you've just mentioned he's hit level 6 and Knight. You can see him already moving out of the mid lane here, but there were pings that came out immediately from Zika. They know that Knight wants to do exactly this, and Cube is aware, but might get caught out anyway. Searing Charge, but he gets out of vision. And he's going to survive the play. Nice presence of mind here from Vici.
Fantastic from Vici, because that first gank from Twisted Fate is super important. If you don't get it off, because of how long of a cooldown you have and how much pressure you need having that ultimate up available, if you can't get that first one rolling, well, that advantage is gone and you're pretty much useless until it's back up.
Zika is now going to move towards the dragon that Carcer has already begun for himself. Maybe can look for something. No, he's just going to go back to the mid lane. Never mind. I thought he was at least going to throw a bomb over and just hope for the miracle steal. It's not going to happen, though, as there was no contest on the dragon. So Top Esports making plays on both sides of the map.
Yeah, and I was about to say, that's excellent from Top Esports, realizing, look, we don't need Carcer involved in this top lane play. If we don't go too deep, we can either draw Ike's up there, or we end up, and we get the dragon, or Ike's is not topside, and we can actually get that kill onto Cube, or at least force him back. So Cube taking a lot of pressure here in this early game, and you can see it reflecting that CS. He's not having a fun time against Gangplank.
Yeah, which is to be expected, at least to some extent. And when we take a look at the CS leads, there was a bit of a lead that JackeyLove had built up on this Ashe against Kalista, but what with him heading back to base, that's evened out somewhat in that bottom lane. But now you'll see iBoy trying to get a recall off, but he's going to be denied. He's not been able to buy for a little while, and JackeyLove wants to find himself a solo kill down in the bottom side of the map. That's the 2v2 kill, but on the other side than we expected.
That was so bad from iBoy, getting caught out, not realizing there's a ward in the bush, and great on you, Yanji, to get that stun, set up for the slows that we talked about from JackeyLove, and net themselves a kill, plus a massive advantage, because now they can shove in this bottom lane, they can recall and have pressure towards Rift Herald off of this perfect timing for the kill.
And you know, we said right at the start, look, the weakness for Top Esports is the bottom lane during the laning phase. That's where you can really punish this team. That's what V5 did to punish this team. But the weakness for Vici has also been the bottom lane. And so far, it's looking like Top Esports is a lot less of a weakness.
Definitely. And now, like, think about the massive advantage you've just picked up. So you've hit level 6 first as JackeyLove. So you can either shove in this wave and work towards a little bit more of your expensive items like that Blade of the Rune King, and then move over towards Rift Herald, or you can just stay in this bottom lane. You still have an advantage when it comes to levels, and you're pretty much even on that itemization as well. So they're looking to just continue bullying either through Rift Herald or through this bottom lane.
So Carcer's not been spotted by the Sword yet. This is nice from top for you, Yanja, just to clear that one up, and then use the sweeper to get into this bottom side of the map. Knight is about to get Destiny off of cooldown, and they really want to make a play onto iBoy and Hung. No flash available on this Kalista, and JackeyLove knows it. He's just going to be looking for the slow, looking for a way to get on in, but he's attacked by the Fate's Call. The stun comes through, collateral damage, but JackeyLove still surviving for now. Finally falls, and it's 1-for-1 right now, but iBoy cannot survive any longer. Taken down, and it's a double kill for Knight.
Double kill goes over for Knight. One is gotten back, though, so they do manage to turn around a little bit for Vici off of Zika's ultimate coming down from mid lane, but still, Top Esports get the advantage that they want in this bottom lane, but they do have to get back towards mid because Zika wants to make his own turret plates fall.
He has been struggling to get any kind of pressure, though. This Ziggs is taking a little while to come online, so this will be the first plate. If the minions actually finish it, they're not going to get it. Zika didn't get the plate. That is, you know, not great for Zika, because one more auto would have done the job, but there you go. That's life in it.
Just have to be very careful, though, because you did have Yuanji there who can obviously get in to close the gap very quickly. Even setting up Knight, who still has flash, to close that gap. So I would rather he respected the potential gank, but still, as we're talking about, look, we wanted to see how quickly Zika could shove in this lane whenever Knight did make these roams, and so far he hasn't quite been able to get as much pressure as he'd like, and even with that one ultimate coming down, it still netted a double kill for Top Esports. So we now got to see, okay, how can Vici try and turn this around? Because don't forget, Vici are the early game team here. They don't have the likes of the Gangplank where if Knight and 369 can play off in these side lanes, Vici can struggle to try and answer for this.
Got a bit of a contest here. Karsa manages to get his Mega Chicken for himself. As we do have recalls across the... I thought that was a teleport being shot up by 369 for a second, but it's just going to be Ike's now starting this Herald off, but he's just noticed that he was spotted. 369 cancels the recall, and Karsa is here. We're not going to see this one given up without a fight here, as Top Esports definitely wanting to contest. You can see Yanja moving up towards the play as well.
So Top Esports can just gift this and go straight over towards the Dragon, use the bottom lane advantage that they have, and it looks like that is going to be the play. A little bit late on the backs for the Dragon from Karsa, but they'll still be happy to start putting more Dragons into their back pocket. And I just actually want to clarify something I said there. The Vici comp, it's not like it doesn't scale as well. It's just that when you look towards the side lane pressure and the tempo advantage that Top Esports want to start setting up this 1-3-1 split, they want to be at least having some sort of control, and 369 will take over in the side lane later on. So Vici need to be in the lead to force Top Esports to fight them, rather than having Top Esports in these side lanes.
I'm with you. So when it comes to this style of play they want to get off in the late game, it's not just straight scaling necessarily, it's much more about the way that the game has to be played later on. There is always the Taric in there, which can always, you know, change the dynamic a little bit. But you mentioned Top Esports moving towards the Dragon before, and Karsa's going to do exactly that. This will be the second Dragon of the game, which does mean we're going to have some pretty important defensive Dragons coming next. Either the Ocean or the Mountain Soul here. As Jackie Love is heavily winning these trades down in the bottom side now. Stun's going to do nothing. Face call, knock up onto Jackie Love here. Hung is just going to try and finish the kill by himself, but he doesn't have the damage. Cannon Barrage is there. Destiny coming in as well as Knight looks for more underneath the tower, but the tower's gone because Volibear's arrived and Knight's left alone.
And there's nothing that Vici can do. This is the map pressure that we are talking about. With Cannon Barrage, with Destiny, you can have so many members join into these plays from Top Esports that Vici can't deal. Yeah, you got a semi-global with Zika, but that doesn't count anywhere near as much as the Cannon Barrage and the Destiny.
And look at the lack of turret plates that Zika's been able to get. We were talking about the Ziggs pick as like a potential answer, right? Where maybe you could just shove the wave and take plates off of the tower. There's barely any difference in CS, but then look at the rest of the scoreline. 2-0-1 for Knight.
Look at how Knight has been setting this up. So where Zika is in lane at the moment means that there's no pressure onto the mid lane turret, and even when they do go for this bottom lane play, yes, you do get Knight of roams down, but Zika's also moving to try and get in range for an ultimate of his own, which means that he's not actually pushing the wave to try and get the turret plates. He's looking to join in, but look how late the bombs are.
Well, we do get to see a Herald in the mid lane, so at least that is going to force some plates, and bear in mind that that Satchel Charge can execute towers, so Zika can guarantee the rest of the plates. That's the strength right there that we see from the Ziggs.
And Ziggs is still ramping up. I mean, he is someone who comes online definitely on the 3 items, and we will be... Oh, aye boy, hang on. No, he'll be okay. But we will be waiting until he comes online a little bit more, and then he can have these massive pressures when it comes to obviously clearing out the waves. You talked about the stall potential that Ziggs has, and especially when you've got Top Esports who are looking to play this 1-3-1 stall, having this Mega Inferno Bomb to control those side lanes is going to be great for Vici, especially as they're trying to set up for team fights.
And I'm curious how on earth Vici do set up for team fights in this game. Not in a negative way, how on earth, but just like, it's a long while since I've seen Ziggs team fights. It's a long while since I've seen Ziggs at all, honestly. So I'm curious what the game plan is going to be, because, you know, we mentioned the fact that he can speed the pace of the game up with executing towers and whatnot, the siege potential. But he also can really slow games down. If you could deny Barons, it becomes very difficult for Top Esports to actually siege.
Yeah, well, look, Top Esports, the way they want to play, as we talked about, is having Knight off in the side lane. He can get some decent chip damage if he's against Cube, and 369 as well can get some decent damage when he's given the opportunity. But it is going to be a case of Zika looking to just wave clear consistently, and more so, can Top Esports have Knight face off against Cube, where Cube can't clear the wave fast enough before Knight can get 1 or 2 Lichbane procs off and just chip slowly but surely away at these turrets. Whereas if Vici are the ones that are in control, becomes a lot easier for them to force objective fights. Like, we've got this dragon in 2 minutes time. Well, Vici, off of the current itemization, will be able to finish iBoy's Blade of the Rune King, and then they're pretty much good to go for that fight, whereas top esports, I imagine, will still be looking to play out these side lanes, probably crack open that top lane turret, and gift over this dragon.
Yeah, speaking of side lanes, you can see Knight already doing exactly that. He is so far ahead in gold right now. Obviously, part of that down to being Twisted Fate anyway, but then he's got some kills on top of it. iBoy's been caught out, which I've said a lot over the last year here. He's going to be stunned up by absolutely everything and just obliterated. The bomb does a good amount of damage, but it's too little too late.
Yeah, iBoy getting caught out there. Now, there isn't any objectives at the moment for them to try and push too heavily, although we can look towards that top lane turret we were talking about for top esports to open up, but he will be back in the map for the Mountain Dragon, and honestly, it's quite a bit invested from top esports. I mean, you got every single ultimate out for top esports for one pick, so they won't be able to fight for this next dragon if they're going to go towards it.
The next dragon up in a minute's time, so everyone will be on the map, but the TP is going to be down here. Let's take another look at this pick. And this is just great from Yuyanja.
Yeah, but this is just a little taste of how top esports are going to play this composition. They have so much pick potential that the second you step out of line, you're going to get blown up. And as you can see, with Enchanted Crystal Arrows, Tempered Fates, TPs, and everything going your way, there's not a hope you're escaping.
And do you know what? We came into this series saying, hey, the weakness for top esports is this bottom lane. It's Yuyanja, it's Jackie Love in the laning phase. But hey, so far, it's been looking fantastic on the bottom side. Jackie Love getting a kill 2v2 during the laning phase. Yuyanja's been hitting bindings for days. The Tempered Fates are great. This is looking fantastic.
And that's not even mentioning the massive advantage Knight has. He's already finished the Lich Bane. He can go and do whatever he wants in these side lanes, and there's nothing that Vici can do about it.
We could have a fight on our hands here. Cube is Ornn, bear in mind, so there's always the Ornn Horn to turn this one around. Hunk just gets removed from the play, though, and so will Cube. This is already won by top esports. Ike's chased out of his own jungle. The fight is over before it ever begun.
I don't know why...
Flash for a gold card. Ike's can't even get away from this one. The slows from Ash as well. Another one for Knight. He's got 5 kills, Dagda.
That is insane for Knight, but Vici, that was your fight to turn this game around. We said already, Vici will have the ultimate advantage.
Oh, no. Not like this. Not like this, iBoy.
It's
one more
3
gold card will
up
do
as
the
well.
job. There's a cannon barrage just as insult to injury here. I mean, I don't know what to say about that one. 1 and 5 right now.
Cube needed to just pull the trigger the second they went into that fight. Because 369 didn't have the cannon barrage available. There was no ult for Karsa, no Destiny for Knight. So you have all 5 ultimates up and available for Vici. And Hung ends up getting picked off straight away without anything being used. Like, that is a massive mistake from Vici. They could have won this. Like, if you watch here, Hung just have Cube use his ultimate, Hung pop that Cosmic Radiance, you make that play, and you can win out this fight. You've got a great engage. There's no real front line here for top esports. Yes, you've got Karsa, but that's not really enough. And Vici should be able to mow down top esports despite the advantages. But instead, they end up getting picked off. Again, it's Hung, who we've been criticizing quite a bit for getting caught out as of late. And now you're giving all these advantages over to top esports.
Yeah, this is starting to look real rough for Vici, I'm not going to lie. 7,500 gold lead at 18 minutes into the game. This is meant to be the Vici that is on the up and up. This is meant to be the upswing. This is meant to be the changed squad, the new team that's maybe going to even make playoffs. But it's not looking like it right now.
Yeah, but we also said this is an angry top esports. This is a top esports that just dropped a game, and
that's true.
That is exactly what we're looking at here.
It's an angry Jackie Love and Yuyanja, because they are doing to iBoy what V5 did to Jackie Love in the last series. They are cyberbullying that bot lane.
Yeah, this is painful to watch as a Vici fan, but if you're a top esports fan, you're on top of the world right now. Knight looks great, the bottom lane looks fantastic. 369, he's been free farming, so he's going for this full crit gangplank, but top side.
There's a bomb coming down onto Knight. He's not that tanky, and he's going to be taking down Hung, grabbing the kill for himself there as Jackie Love slides through the wall here. It's going to be the one pick, but a nice little shutdown goes the way of Tarek.
Nice job by Vici to make that pick, but unfortunately for them, there's no dragons. They're not going to be able to turn towards Baron, and they're a long way from actually moving up towards this top lane turret. So may not be able to capitalize on anything, but at least it's slowing down the pressure from Top Esports and getting some much needed gold into their back pocket.
I just wish that gold had gone on to anyone but Tarek, right?
Yeah.
That was a big shutdown. I didn't quite see how much, but if Zika could get that, if iBoy could get that, that's a much, much more valuable kill because, as you rightly say, there's no objectives for them to get. So, in terms of map, it doesn't do a whole lot.
And it also means now for the likes of Cube, like, he's not going to have his teleport up and available for the next fight that's coming up, so he's going to need to be joined with the team, whereas Destiny will be back for Knight. You're going to have 369 who has his teleport available. So Top Esports can play this map wide, wait for this dragon to spawn, have all these CP plays that can move in, pick off people, or just have a numbers advantage towards this Mountain Soul, and it's pretty much theirs.
I want to take a look at the items for a second here, Dagda, because we're really starting to hit some power on the side of Top Esports. Gangplank with the Triforce and the Essence Reaver. You can see he's just got a Jorum's Fist as well on top of everything else. The Rod of Ages is stacked for Knight with a Lich Bane, and then he's gone on a bit of a shopping spree, couldn't decide what to get, so he's got himself a Zeal and a needlessly large Rod, whichever works. And then Jackie Love's hit 2 items as well. So all of the carries on Top Esports that aren't that strong necessarily in the early game have got to the point where they are that strong and they can just demolish people.
And it's going to be so difficult to deal a side wave with either 369 or Knight. So Knight can go towards this Rabadon build, and it does so much damage to structures. It is actually insane because of just how strong that Lich Bane is, but we gotta look at Cube first. Yeah,
Cube is a tanky old boy on the Ornn, so I think he's going to be okay, but Yu Yanja having a field day, just throwing some meeps at him. Which, I have to say, Meeps should have rights. That's all I have to say about that. But, you know, Bard, he doesn't care about other people. Anyway, Jackie Love in the mid lane.
For a caregiver, he's so selfish.
Yeah. Jackie Love having to flash away from this one. Knocked up by the Fate's Call here. The bomb comes in as well. And Jackie Love has been caught here. The collateral damage, and iBoy gets the kill. Now, Yu Yanja arriving on the backside of the fight as they're trying to turn this one around. Knight with 1. As Ike's having to be chased away here by 369. Gold card onto Hung, and there's a double for Knight. And somehow, everything still goes the way of Top.
They didn't have that TP we talked about for Cube, so they're the ones that are able to collapse faster. Vici are on the back foot, and even though they managed to force a play from iBoy and Hung, they actually are the 2 that go down.
And you know, ultimately, it was...
Yanja.
Yanja's low here. Ike's doesn't have his ultimate available right now. He's going to be exhausted as well as Knight's looking for the gold card once again. No rapid fire cannon, so he can't quite find the pick there. Dragon's up in 10 seconds, Dagda.
And everyone here from Vici will have respawned, can move over, so Top Esports can't just force this objective. They don't have the ability to go and teamfight against them, although as I say that, not having the Call of the Forge God available could be pretty large.
TP from Knight as well in the bottom lane, so everybody is going to get here from Top Esports to make sure that they can, at very least, start this Dragon off. This will be Mountain Soul if Top can get it.
You've got a lot of poke here from Zika, though, and you need Top Esports to burst this.
Tempered Fate goes wide on this one, but it's going to be the Dragon just being taken down before the fight even starts with a soul there. Jackie Love so confident to step forward. In goes the bear, and down goes Vici. It's over before it ever begun, and Zika goes to the Cannon Barrage. There's one last kill for Knight. And that might just be game if they can grab the Baron.
It's a clean ace from Top Esports with that Mountain Soul, with the Baron. Knight is just going to tear through these structures by himself. Lich Bane Twisted Fate is having a field day right now.
This is all but over already, and we're only 23 minutes into this one. Knight is just going to annihilate the tower with the pick a card, with the wild cards as well. And you can see him just take that one down. In the meantime, the rest of the squad on the Baron already. Death time is still ticking.
Yeah, and I mean, Knight's just going to be able to piece on out of there. He's totally fine after he gets this inhibitor. So, Top Esports, well, they just cracked open this game. And the one opportunity that we talked about for Vici, where maybe they can find the team fight, maybe they can find something, is just completely gone when Top Esports have such a large gold lead. You can't fight them at all as Vici.
And you can see how intense that was by the sheer intensity of the yogurt advert that just flashed across the bottom of the screen.
I do like intense yogurt, but you're going to see here from Vici, look, like, the front line is all over the place. Cube isn't able to protect the back line, and to be honest, the back line is just all grouped up perfectly for Karsa alongside that front line. So when he hops in, you don't have the damage left available. Knight is running through everyone with the Ghost, and Zika is forced to hop out of there.
Yeah, Mikhail's used there by Hunk to save the day, but I don't know how long it's going to save the day
God.
for. Another great Temper Fate. Yuyanja is on point. Zika desperately trying to get out. The bomb just not doing enough at this point. That's both carries gone. Now Hung going to get chased down as well. Top Esports are back on top once more. They are firing on all cylinders. A triple kill for Knight. He is 12, 1, and 7. That is insane. And he's not done just yet, as he wants yet another one onto Cube here. He's desperately trying to not let him onto the fountain. The healing is there. I don't know if it's quite enough, but we'll survive at the end of the day. But Top Esports, my lord, this is a dominant game 1 against VG Gaming.
I thought I might have been able to see my first TF pentakill, but not today. Top Esports will still take down Vici.
My goodness. 911, I'd like to report a murder because that was just brutal. Honestly, and let's just take a step back here for a second. And remember, it was Vici that were drafted the composition that theoretically should have the early advantages. They were the ones that should have been pushing the pace of the game to start things off. That is not the way that went.
No, and well, it was trying to play through this Kalista, right? That was what we thought we were going to see from Ike's, try and get into this bottom lane, try and set up alongside the Tarek. But honestly, Yuyanja and JackieLove were so dominant in that bottom lane that you were already behind his iBoy from literally level 1, which meant that they couldn't try and play through that.
Yeah.
Zika as well. I get the thought process through this, Ziggs, which is, okay, either we can join in this roaming TF play where I can have my bomb come down and, you know, nice AoE damage. We can try and turn some of these plays, but honestly, it just didn't quite work the way that I think they were intending to. And whether that's just night difference or whether that's the pick, I'm not certain, but it wasn't working, and they'll have to go back to the drawing board.
I'll tell you what it was. It was Yuyanja difference. Like, Yuyanja looked amazing in this game on the bar, hitting the Tempered Fates almost every single time. The Cosmic Binding's great as well. But him and JackieLove in the laning phase clearly looked back at the series against V5 and said, we got to figure this out. We got to get on top of the laning phase. And they absolutely have in that one.
And that was the big thing here, was that Top Esports got on top in those early stages of the game, which meant when we hit the mid-game, they were the ones in control. They were the ones that could force these side lane plays. You never really saw Vici actually group up and being able to take these fights. And by the time they did, they were only 8k in the ditch. Like, they were long gone. There was nothing left in the tank.
Yeah.
And Top Esports could just run away with it at that stage.
I mean, we saw the fight where it was, Carcer just jumps right into the middle of all 5 of them. It's like, look, even if it was just him and the 5 of you, I'm not sure you got the damage to take that bear down at that point. So, like, it felt like it was already over before the fights really began. And that was the beauty of this pick composition. I mean, look how much pick is on the bottom of your screen right there. Twisted Fate, Ashe, Bard, all 3 of them with insanely long-range pick potential. And iBoy was the one that was getting caught out every single time. I think he ended the game on 9, maybe even 10 deaths.
Yeah, a lot of deaths. And a lot of those came from those early stages where we talked about him getting caught out of River, and then it was Hung who was getting caught out. Like, when you've got a composition that is this heavily on just running you down or picking you off, well, you've got to make sure you're walking safely through these points where you're always going hand in hand with the rest of your team. But iBoy and Hung, unfortunately, just weren't quite on that page.
So Knight topping out the damage, which is not really why you pick the Twisted Fate, but when it's Knight, he's going to do that anyway, isn't he? Because he always finishes the game with an insane record, with an insane amount of kills, and an insane gold lead as well. 15,000 gold ahead at the 25-minute mark when we ended the game. That is just mind-blowing. Like, because obviously, this is a top team against a middle team, right? You expect Top Esports coming into this to be a heavy favorite. But there's a difference between being a heavy favorite and winning the game and just absolutely annihilating your opponent.
It didn't even look fair. It was like, you make one misstep as Vici and they're just running away with it. Like, there wasn't even an opportunity for them to try and fight.
It didn't even feel like Vici were making missteps. It was just like, all right, time to dive. We're going in. It's time to just force the play. I don't care if the minion waves are there. Let's just get some kills.
Yeah, and well, look, I mean, we talk about the way that Top Esports wanted to play it was shoving in these side lanes, and every single time they did, they were just collapsing so quickly that Vici had only realized, hey, look, we've got to go and deal with these waves. And at that stage, as you try to retreat to give yourselves time to spread out on the map, that's when they were Top Esports were catching at Vici. So well played by Knight, but as you talked about, Yuanja and these Tempered Fates were on point. The same when it came to the arrows from Jackie Love. Like, this was a team effort, and this is the beauty of watching top esports. They are so coordinated in their play.
Every single member looks far and away better than their opponent in game number 1, and I'm sure Koma's going to be grabbing the belt as we head towards game number 2. We'll see what Vici have got up their sleeves, because this Ziggs pick did not work in game number 1, and I'm hoping they've got some other strategies available. We're going to jump into a quick break. We'll find out in a few minutes' time.
国家出了 CD 鞋，现在 EZ 已经有正面战场的一个战斗力了，一箭没有射到，一起能拉开距离，不过后面还有小虎闪现，
小虎，泡沫这边有危险，直接被秒掉了。
那这边宝蓝怎么说？
宝蓝也很尴尬，
反身 W 顶一下
W， 泽山这边进场打了一下小明，小明有水银的，泽山不想关，但第二时间再关的话，小虎这里感觉也被带火了。
哇，这一波嘎啦走 A 走起来了呀，
打了一个0换3，这波而且血战先泽山这个位置，
泽山这个3-0，感觉输入高地要没了。
卡牌可以开大，这波有机会吗？
哎，正面先射了个菲罗斯，想杀吗？好像并没有。
没关系，
卡牌在后面定了一个发条，
朱佩没闪的，这个魔，泡沫这边反而要打小虎，小虎这边血量有点低，
哎呦没拉到，在这边小虎怎么说？
但小虎这边反倒被留住了，哎呦！
发条打着还好没拉到人，如果拉到了，感觉就是一个溃败。
嘎啦没在怕的，嘎啦好顶，
闪现上去，这个时候要逼着一个人，逼着 IG 4个人走。
哇！哎，真的，嘎啦没在怕的，
嘎啦没在怕的。这一波回来的威武团战 BLG 在正面战场是有一些优势的。
BLG 可以先打对方的前排了。
是的，
田梗这个位置，
哎，直接转进这波好果断呀，但是没有人跟得上。怎么说要小心？猴子被看住了，
猴子被找到了。天梗顶在前面死不掉。
哎，但是寓意这边怎么办？寓意这里有闪现能拉开吗？
对方的优异了，女坦可能要被秒。
女坦交出了闪现，还没有死，但是大的位置很好。
辛拉给大了。这边推了一下，推到对方的后排2个人，
啊，卡斯塔要被秒了，但这边猴子转的还不错，
直接被秒了，伤害不够，伤害不够，这边有红刀，
哎呀，没有杀掉厄斐琉斯，收割的舞台来了
，2个 ADC 全被秒，现在达到一个3杀，
还要继续的追击，
结束了，
闪现，
直接可以一波
4杀，
一波 GG，
哎，这边再骗，来不及了，
这
个时候猴子在旁边
，run 龙很关键这一波。
龙反身一箭没有射到，宁王没有抢，
宁王进去了，在这里面拉了对方2个人，
龙虎进去关谁？特殊大招，被水晶起招拉到提高，拉到4个人，
这波感觉要爆炸了，但是这个猴子的转也很关键。
EZ 输出的位置怎么样
？EZ 这边输还可以，泽山顶到了最后，右里也要被带走。
给我砸！一起民族！
我要抓小虎吗？小虎这边对肉的，
小虎这波怎么说？
你的伤害太高了，去红拳打起来，闪现拉4个，还没人能跟上啊！又推了一下，哦呦，这软身上拍过来好多人，这边直接被秒掉，已经被杀了。但是后续的沙皇
不打紧，
沙皇啊，沙皇还是被换掉，但是这边3个人应该是可以结束这场团战，2换3双 C 换掉，但是杀了5个人。
Body bad, that's baby mama. Pretty girls come and play in my arena. I'm so cocky with these bands, mucha Janita. She's so cocky with her hands, oh mamacita. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. Spinning bands, what a time of life. Wake up every morning and I'm counting on my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, diamonds up. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk. cause we don't mind.
Pull up to the spot and get 'em hype. My girl extra crazy, just how I like. She a ride or die, she here for life. If you cannot respect the code, then pay the price. Don't do drugs, it's a natural high. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spending bands, we don't see no price. My team be the dream.
Wake up every morning and I'm counting on my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. So let them look, cause we don't mind. 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 So let them look, cause we don't mind.
Diamonds up,
So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. Just let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. Just let them look, cause we don't mind.
Welcome back, everybody, as we head towards game number 2 already with a 25-minute win in game number 1. Top Esports have found themselves an advantage here over Vici Gaming in a little bit quicker than I think anyone was expecting. I'm Munch, this is Dagda, and wow, what a way to start things off here.
Yeah, Top Esports are definitely a little bit angry coming into today's games. So I think they're taking out a little bit of that burnt up or pent up anger onto Vici. Definitely that game.
I'm worried for my own safety. Never mind Vici at this point, but my goodness. Do you know who stepped up, though? And I've been wanting to say this for a long while. Yuyanja did. He's going to grab MVP for game number 1, and rightly so on the barn. 20 KDA on the back of this game. I couldn't think of the word there, but magnificent performance.
Yeah, he looked absolutely stellar. The pick potential that he offered with the Tempered Fate, catching out iBoy so damn often. Like, he looked absolutely incredible. And even this first pick to start things off, where iBoy doesn't realize there's a ward in the bush, Yuyanja makes the play, and it's good to see him really stepping up as a support, because honestly, we had a lot of criticisms from spring, a lot of those tailored over in towards summer as well, but now finally we're starting to see what he is capable of.
Yeah, able to peel so effectively for JackeyLove during these early attempts from Vici, and this was the thing, right? They needed to make these attempts using the Kalista, and it was the Kalista that ended up having all the attempts made onto him instead.
Yeah, and I'd love to see it, because we talked about, hey, look, when you're going for this aggressive bot lane, the Kalista Taric, you want to have Ike's playing towards it, you want to have some aggressive plays that can set you up, but Yuyanja shut them down from literally level 1. We didn't even see it in these highlight reels, but it's him and JackeyLove taking over to start things off, and once they got control of that bottom lane, they did not let go.
Yeah, beautiful stuff out of both Yuyanja and JackeyLove as well, being able to get back on the horse after getting pretty much bodied against V5 on the bottom side of the map. That was definitely the weakness we were saying coming into this series. I don't know. My big thing was like, hey, maybe this is a weakness that other teams can try and punish. Maybe this is something that's repeatable. Yeah, I'm not so sure. After a performance like that, I'm not so sure, because these guys seem to have really knuckled down this week.
Yeah, and that's what we wanted to see, was Top Esports bouncing back from that defeat against V5, and you can see that they have done exactly that and just kind of walked all over Vici game number 1. However, we'll have to see some changes coming in for game number 2 as we get on to our picking back.
Exactly, and importantly, it's going to be Top Esports moving to the blue side now, so Vici can change things up in the draft, maybe a little less of the zigs, a little bit more of something good in the mid lane, and also we're going to see Hung subbed out here. We're going to see Maestro stepping back into the roster once more. It's a while since we saw Maestro on the stage.
It's been a long time. Hung has been the main performer here for Vici, but starting to swap him out. He has had some shaky performances in their last couple of series. He was the one we are highlighting in that JDG series as well, getting caught out in odd situations a lot of the times. In that last game as well, the performance was a little bit lackluster. So now we'll have to see if Maestro can look to swap things up. And Maestro is definitely more of the voice shot caller in a lot of these situations, a stronger voice in that bottom lane, and we'll have to see now if that synergy between iBoy and Maestro has come online, because when we looked at the last time Maestro was playing consistently, which was in spring, there was a lot of issues when it came to the laning phase between iBoy and Maestro. They never really looked like they were on the same page, and with how good Yuyanji and Jackie Love look, they need to be 110%, not even the same page. You need to be in the same paragraph, the same sentence if you want to go up against these two.
To be on the same word, honestly.
Yeah.
We'll have to see if that's going to be possible, honestly. Top Esports starting things off, banning away Zika. We talked about Zika being the real standout on the side of Vici, with the LeBlanc banned away, Syndra being banned as well by Vici, obviously. We're going to see what Zika can do here, because LeBlanc comfortably is most played.
Yeah, LeBlanc is going to be taken off the board. We saw that Galio was banned away as well, so may not be going towards a similar style here, but the last game, but there's a Twisted Fate gone, Volibear banned away, and then when we look over, okay, Karsa not wanting to give Ike's his true and trusted Nidalee.
Oh, Karsa's giggling as well, because we see Nidalee banned on the red side a lot of the time. Definitely first pickable. It's a jungler that can completely take over the game.
And I want to see now what Vici decide to go for here, because, look, if you're going to give Karsa this pick, the best way to try and play against Nidalee is to have strong lanes for yourself, particularly in top and in mid, so that then you can try and stop Nidalee from going for these invades, but I have to see if Vici will be able to control this narrative.
Now, Dagda, in the last Champion Select, I saw this, I was like, hey, iBoy's really good at Kalista, and then I watched him die 10 times in a row, and
have you changed your mind? Are you still
basically was brought to tears. I'm hoping that was just a matter of matchup. It was a matter of extra circumstances or something. This time it's going to be a set coming through for Maestro alongside the Kalista in the bottom lane. Or at least I assume it's in the bottom lane. Could be a flex still.
Yeah, there's still a lot of flexibility here. We can see it. More than likely not go towards Ike's, but definitely towards Zika in that mid lane. He has been very proficient on this pick and like to go for this overly aggressive early game comp where you can go for super heavy dives, but you're starting to see maybe that's not what they want to go towards, as Top Esports have already got a very nice setup for anything that wants to go super dive heavy. You're able to play at range with the Nidalee, with this Varus as well, which will be the on-hit one. Don't forget we are in 10-14. Nerfs have come through. But the Varus works super well against dive because, hey, if you're all going to jump on top of us, I've got Chains of Corruption. They're going to spread to several members, and it's going to look so damn good for top Esports.
And obviously this Varus as well, very similar stylistically to the Ashe. Like, you very much want to use that ult in a utility fashion to be the engage or be the kind of peel for yourself during these fights and be able to just pop off while everyone's rooted up. It's going to be the Renekton locked in here for 369, and immediately the answer comes through from Cube in the form of a cannon.
And this was the pick that we saw Cube pop off against Zoom on JDG. He looked so damn good into this exact matchup, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do against 369, the best top laner that we have in the LPL.
Yeah, and a lot of it was down to when we got to the team fights. He looked amazing, getting Slice and Maelstrom across the entire team, setting the rest of his squad up to find opportunities in these fights. Now, as we move to the second ban phase, both teams focusing on the mid lane. Orianna taken off the board, but Zika's Galio removed as well.
Yeah, and this is what they comboed that cannon pick with against JDG, was Zika having these magnificent ultimates on top of the Maelstrom. But we won't be seeing that this time around, so still potential for that set to go in towards Zika. We could see the support counter pick come in for Vici, but I want to see them at least hang on to that set and keep that flexibility in the draft here.
Tom Kench being banned away as well. This is or at least was back in spring, a very common pairing to go with the Varus, especially when it was on hit, giving him a lot of protection in the laning phase. So a nice little ban there from Vici, and now over towards Top Esports.
You can still go towards something like the Thresh here if you want to try and keep Varus safe. You still got the reposition tool and the likes of the Lantern and stuff. So it's not like they are away from options in that bottom lane here for Top Esports. But I think as well, I'd actually like to see them go towards something like the Braum. I think having that disengage, or at least to a certain extent, that ability to kite back when you're looking at the set jumping in, Kennen trying to find these flanks, and Kalista, who's very short range and can be very massively disrupted by that Glacial Fissure, I think it could be a great pick for Top Esports.
See what Top Esports are going to go for in that second round of the draft, but here we're looking towards the jungle. Graves making it a long way through this draft, considering how high ban rate he's been across the course of summer here in 10.14. He's kind of reduced in priority a little bit. Ike's going to be grabbing that, which means this set is almost definitely going down to that bottom lane. But it could still be Zika in the mid lane taking it.
Yeah, that's why I like what Vici have done here with going towards the Graves, or at least their jungler. They can still keep themselves with this set flexibility, so you don't actually know for certain where that set is going to go towards. And now they have the opportunity to either counterpick the mid lane or counterpick that support, so it looks great for them. The matchup when you look to that jungle, though, is very much we are both going to be clearing like crazy. You've got super fast farmers on both sides, although you will have to see how these lane matchups can influence that, because if you've got, obviously, well, that top lane matchup going the way of the...
Hang on a second, because you mentioned in that top lane matchup, we could have a Renekton mid here. We might just have 369 on the Jace. It could still be Knight on the Jace either. It's a long while, though, since we saw Jace mid. I'm expecting the Jace to go top.
It does mean, though, when we look at top esports here, that like that Renekton is kind of a no factor for the rest of your composition, because you got a lot of like poke coming through with Nidalee, with Jace, with Varus, and even though he did get the nerfs towards his Q, he can still provide a decent amount. And then this Renekton is kind of like in no man's land of, well, I kind of just become a beefcake in the later point of the game, but I'm not going to be able to do a massive amount unless we have the likes of this Sett, this Kennen, and everything else jumping in on top of us. But it looks like Zika on this last rotation has realized, look, I want to get some poke back for ourselves as well, and with this Zoe, we can try and answer for some of the poke that's coming in from top esports side.
With the amount of poke that is here for top esports, it's possible that this is still Lethality Varus, despite the nerfs. I mean, we'll have to wait and see once we get into game and we can see the runes if the Comet is there. But I don't know, with the composition that's been drafted, it's not exactly standard front to back. We'll have to wait and see as we get into this one. Zika goes with the Zoe, which is something he's played a few times before in the past, something he's looked particularly good on as well. So I'm excited to see Zika with a comfort pick here, something that he can really impact the game on as well, because the Ziggs felt a little bit too passive. He's going to have a little bit more agency in the mid lane.
Yeah, and he can set up reasonably well for some of these plays towards the mid lane as well, alongside Ike's, because one of the things is that, of course, you do have the CC on the Zoe, so you can try and land that trouble bubble and set up them for the Graves coming in on top of everything else. So we'll have to see if they can try and make a play at least around this mid lane, but do have to be careful still of Karst on the opposite side with the Nidalee, who can try and interact, but the counter gank potential coming through from top esports is a lot higher, so they'll be waiting to try and answer for any of these plays that Ike's is making towards that mid lane.
So we've got this somewhat poke composition coming out from top esports up against this somewhat team fight slash poke slash pick composition coming out from VG. Honestly, these compositions are not very black and white in my eyes, not very clear cut, but you know what, Dagda? I'm willing to come along for the ride anyway and discover what's ahead of us.
Well, look, you've hit the nail on the head there. Top esports are definitely...
I named about 7 styles of
Yeah,
comp.
I know. Top esports is definitely this poke style. They are looking to do a lot of damage with Nidalee, a lot of damage with the Jace. Same.
It is lethality.
It is the lethality Varus as well. So we're definitely going to be looking at a lot more.
Vici can't believe it either. Like,
Yeah.
you guys are aware what... Like, pause for a second here, guys. Time out. You guys know it's 10-14, right? You know he's been nerfed.
Yeah, so for anyone who wasn't aware, Varus did get nerfed to his Q. The piercing arrows maximum bonus damage ratio went from 150% total attack damage, where it now scales as you go up, so 125 all the way up to 145%. So he got quite like a 5% nerf is quite a substantial amount when it came towards his poke, and as well then his hail of arrows got a slight nerf as well. So that's where we're kind of like, okay, Varus, we're not going to see this poke style. We might see a bit of on hit, but look, his wave clear is still great. The poke is still there. So at least when you are doubling down very heavily on this poke-orientated composition, he still makes the most sense as an AD card.
Yeah, and I think the most important thing about those nerfs is the fact that at max rank, the nerf is not that significant, but by the time you're at max rank, Varus is already kind of starting to fall off at that point. It's the early ranks on the Q and the E that the damage has really been taken out of, and that is when Varus is really trying to build a lead. It's that first item, it's the maybe second item as well, where you're trying to snowball off this lethality Varus. So I'm really curious. Let's just bear in mind, though, quite how broken lethality Varus was. Like, 2 Qs basically wins the game if you've got a couple of kills in the early game. So I'm willing to believe that it's still really strong, and if there's a team that it can pull it off, it's probably top esports, right?
Well, the thing is, they are looking, as we said, very heavily into towards this poke. So as top esports, they're trying to avoid the engage from Vici. And what Vici are looking to do is have this massive engage, more than likely through flanks, because otherwise I don't really see a way for Vici to just try and run on top of top esports. But get him a Cube, get him with Maestro, slam dunk into this Maelstrom and look absolutely amazing. You got iBoy then, who can be the short range AD carry, who needs to try and follow up on this big engage. But if top esports are able to keep Vici at range, Vici are really going to struggle, because even though they do have Zika, who fits into this mid-game orientated team comp that Vici are going for, hasn't got the poke to answer back for the 3 different poke champions that top esports have gone for.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult composition to engage onto from top esports. And as you rightly say, it's about trying to catch someone out, right? It's about trying to find an opportunity to get into that fight. And a lot of pressure is actually going to be on 369 in this game, because once again, we're going to see this kind of LPL Renekton priority that we don't often see in other regions. We've just got a bit of a battle between the top laners here. 369 actually going fairly even.
And I want to remind people that's what 369's specialty is on this Renekton. If you cast your minds back, Khan tried to take the Queen in against his Renekton.
Hang on, we ain't got time because JackeyLove's in trouble already. The Rend not got enough stacks, and iBoy's not going to be able to finish the kill. I feel like he could have flashed for that one. I feel like they could have gone for that, but not going to pull the trigger in the end.
No, but they can still make these plays happen. I mean, you can look at Maestro having that Hex Flash available, so he can still make these big plays, but already this bottom lane from top esports is struggling against Maestro.
This is good to see a little bit more aggression here. Stun comes out onto Yanja, but they don't quite have the damage, and now Carster's here. Suddenly it's 2v3, and suddenly first blood goes to Lethality Varus. That ain't good for Vici. Now we've got the jungler arriving. Carster has to flash away. There's a lot of Rens stacked up, and there's the E from iBoy to finish it off. Yanja with a very nice play there. Ike's underneath the tower. JackeyLove barely surviving this one. Ike's is desperate to get in there. Pierce doesn't quite land, but JackeyLove still goes down. Yanja the only one to survive.
But Vici have managed to shove in this wave, so as JackeyLove, you're losing so much CS, although you'll get the TP to come back in. But Vici have managed to pick up 2 kills for themselves, one onto iBoy and one onto Ike's. And when you're looking at, okay, Vici want to get iBoy in control of this lane, having a kill answered back for the kill that went to JackeyLove is fantastic, but Ike's getting a kill of his own means that he can quickly clear through his jungle now, have a massive advantage when it comes through his first back and his first itemization in this matchup against Karsa.
This is really difficult in the bottom lane though now, because we were talking about the lane state there. JackeyLove gets to freeze that for basically as long as he wants. He's already got 2 long swords. This is going to become very difficult for iBoy and Maestro to even try and farm in that bottom lane.
They won't be too much of an issue. You can still push that wave relatively effectively set, because you do have the Haymaker there, so you can shove these waves in. You've got the Pierce as well that can, if you've set up the wave correctly, shove through some of them. So I think they'll still be able to break it eventually, and especially as you know that Karsa will be entering towards this top side, they can actually play pretty aggressively on the bottom end of things as well. But it looks like anyway that freeze isn't quite working out for JackeyLove, so it's actually going to be pushing slightly out against iBoy and Maestro.
We saw a very nice little trade there from Cube a moment ago, who's able to get the stun with his E as 369 goes in. But important to mention, 369 is up in farm right now. 369 is winning this matchup. That's not meant to be how it goes.
Well, the wave is still pushing in on that top end for Cube, so he'll answer for that as that wave collapses. But this is great from Ike's in the mid lane. Zika had the push in mid against Knight. Ike's does get the Raptors and now goes for the gank.
Nice little bait from Zika there with the barrier. But Knight is going to be safe enough, so doesn't have to worry too much about this one.
This is what I wanted to see from Ike's, though, was punishing Karsa for being behind in this jungle clear. You can see level 4 to level 5. He picks up the Raptors because he knows he can fight against Karsa right now, but here's a play on the bottom side.
Going to find himself a death sentence here. The spear does so much there. It's not going to be enough to find a kill, but hey, Maestro knows he can't mess about anymore.
Yeah, near max range is definitely going to hurt on these Nidalee javelin tosses, but it does mean that, look, Karsa has once again shown in this bottom lane he hasn't got anything for himself off of this play, so instead you're looking at Ike's, who is quickly clearing out through his own jungle, and can actually look to potentially make a play on this top side as Cube has held this wave just in front of his tower.
And you're going to be able to see JackeyLove just layering the poke down onto iBoy as he tries to farm it. Maestro not going to find his way in there. Facebreaker just kind of a little bit shy at JackeyLove. And with the long swords in his pocket, JackieLove is going to be able to just hammer away and give these guys hell in the bottom lane.
Yeah, he just wants to try and abuse that range advantage. You can see it already. That it is opening up a little bit of a CS lead. Still, even with this minion wave, iBoy will still have a slight advantage, but when they bounce this wave, I want to see what Ike's is able to do, because he's definitely looking for this dragon on the bottom side ASAP.
I'm really excited to see what Knight is going to do this game as well, because it's a long while since we saw any mid lane Jace. It's kind of an old school pick, and it's something that when the right player has their hands on it, they can do some serious work. Karsa, though,
and Knight are making their way up towards this top side. Cube's in a lot of trouble.
Oh, the spear hits. Of course it does. It's Karsa throwing it, and now straight underneath the tower, slicing Maelstrom immediately, but that ain't going to do nothing.
And Knight finds the perfect timing to make this roam up topside with Karsa. And Karsa knew the second he saw those Krugs were clear, is like, all right, Ike's isn't here. We're going to go make this play. And 369 already setting himself up beautifully. Merc Thread's now completed as well. Means that, look, he can take these stuns. He can tank up the tower because he's able to get out lickety-split.
Lickety-split indeed, and Karsa going to be able to grab himself a red buff on top of everything. 369 is now proxy farming. In the meantime, Vici want to make a play elsewhere on the map. Yuyanja, he knows he's the target, but with Aftershock, he's not going to take all too much damage. 369 using the Dominus, wanting to go back in on Cube here and somehow winning these trades, because Karsa is back once again. No way do they repeat dive him here.
Zika has teleport, though. He's about to back, pick up a bunch of mana, but it might be too late.
Karsa cannot miss these spears. One more jump and he's going to take yet another kill. 369 gets out. Zika wants to chase this one down. Trouble Bubble is everything here, but Zika is not going to follow it. And Top Esports, they are bullying Cube in the top side.
Zika waited too long. He wanted to back to get some mana to make this play, but it ends up going through before he can get there. Maestro.
More action in the bottom lane as well. They're going straight down onto Yuyanja, stacked up, taken down. iBoy with the kill, but it's answered. JackieLove, he's got a serrated Dirk, and he knows how to use it.
Yeah, and he damn well hurts as well. So Top Esports able to turn that back around. Support for support, but still the aggression in this bottom lane is what I love to see. Ooh, Jackie.
Yeah, iBoy can go very aggressive if he finds the right opportunity, if he's got Halo Blades up. Bear in mind his Cutlass is on cooldown, which is a minor issue for him, but if he gets the all-in potential, which he might just get now, forces the flash out of JackieLove.
Good to see iBoy, though, having the aggressive foot forward in this lane. Want to see the Kalista punishing. We want to see him getting back. And when there's no supports involved, that's when iBoy can make these plays against JackieLove. However, Maestro has made his way back in towards this bottom side river. He wants to go towards Knight in this mid lane.
Well, let's bear in mind, he's got that Hex Flash. He's got himself a Nimbus Cloak as well. So he can make that play suddenly appear out of nowhere. They'd love to set Zika up with a kill or two in the mid lane, but it's been a little bit difficult for them to find that. It's Top Esports now. They're looking to start the Herald.
Yeah, that was where the play was trying to a little bit work out, was Maestro moving in towards this mid, see if he can get something as he transitions up towards this Rift Herald. But to be honest, Top Esports, they're in control right now. Cube has to deal with this wave on the top side of the map. Knight as well has got the mid lane shoved in, so Top are just going to go and take this Rift Herald while Vici are dealing with their lanes.
And I love how we come into this series saying how, for both sides, the bottom lane has been the weakness in this series, or on these teams historically. When it comes to the laning phase, at very least, iBoy wants to make a play, though. JackieLove knocked up, but he's going to be fine for now. Ike's comes in, though, and that's the damage they needed. Yuyanja falls too. And Vici with a beautifully executed dive.
Fantastic dive, and they should be able to get some of these turret plates, but might see Karsa moving up onto this top side to see if he can answer for a few of his own, but putting all that gold into the Renekton may not be the best call, but they need to try and make an answer at some stage here.
Yeah, and I want to clarify something we've been saying, that, you know, Top Esports, the weakness has been this bottom lane. Obviously, JackieLove is an exceptional player. It's just been laning phase where Top Esports have been able to be punished. And we can see a dive coming out there, which is working very nicely for Vici, but it's answered with a Herald in the top lane now for Top Esports. So when you look at the gold, it is still very much in favor of Top Esports. They're the ones in charge of this game right now.
And it's pretty much in that mid lane where a lot of that gold is coming from, because you look at the advantage that Knight has managed to build for himself when it comes to him being able to control Zeke in this lane, even as you can see moving in to steal away some of these Raptors. So trying to fight back against Ike's making these plays on the bottom side, and Knight on this Jace will be able to poke so obscenely hard against the likes of Vici because they don't really have a true tank on Vici's side. They don't really have any ways of healing back up apart from, you know, the passive on Maestro. So whatever hits is going to stick. And Vici are going to struggle if they can't find these perfect flanks to get on towards top and close that distance.
One thing I will say for Vici, though, is this time around, once again, they've got the Kalista, but this time Kalista has a lead. Iboy has yet to die in this game. Iboy's already got Blade of the Rune King. So yes, JackeyLove is going to be strong. Yes, that's a lot of damage coming out from the poke. But when Vici do find these all-in opportunities, Iboy's going to go huge. It's going to be Cube that's in trouble for now, though. Dominus popped by 369, but Cube, he suspected something was going on.
Yeah, I had a feeling that there was something happening. Gets that ward down just in time to spot out the play. And we'll see still Karsa, though, playing pretty heavily towards his top side, helping out 369. And it's surprising to see how much is invested into 369 because he's the one that we talked about. He's not actually going to be able to do a huge amount in these fights. It is going to be Top Esports trying to play back, play afar, and 369 only comes into play when Vici have got on towards Top Esports. But that's the last thing that Top Esports want. So at least Karsa is having some pressure in this top side that he can get some gold funneled into himself, but he needs to now start getting Knight and JackeyLove ahead as well.
Yeah, I do feel like the goal maybe, though, for Top Esports is just never fight, right? Never go for the 5v5 because you've got all this poke. You have the ability to side lane here, whereas Vici, if they can groove, they are so much stronger in that straight-up 5v5. So maybe Top Esports just recognizing that and saying, hey, let's just make Renekton incredibly strong as a solo laner instead.
Fantastic play from Top Esports there, even to just secure that dragon so fast that Vici couldn't deal with it. Vici a little bit slow in the resets. As you can see, they didn't actually really want to commit too heavily with Cube, now only backing to get that Hextech Proto Belt. So they wanted to at least wait until this next dragon where Vici are going to fight, because you got the Blade of the Rune King, you're going to have that Luden's Echo available for Zika, and also at least the Zhonya's Airglass to help out against some of the AD poke that's coming through from Knight and JackeyLove. But Zika,
look at the long-range damage that can come out from Top Esports. Trouble Bubble will deter a lot of this play, and thank God for that blast gun, because Zika wouldn't have survived another spear there. But this is the potential plays. Oh no, Karsa's got a ward in the brush here. He's going to go for Zika. Spear goes in, and in goes with the execute. Just annihilates him in his own jungle.
It's sad to see, but Karsa has been controlling this top half of the map. You need to expect that they have vision control. Now Knight,
Maestro, he's going to go for the showstopper underneath the tower. Knight's the one in trouble. And maybe that was a little overzealous from Knight, because you're not really the champion that's meant to die.
Welcome back to Vici, though, Maestro. That was damn clean onto Knight. Even with the knockback, able to get that face breaker to pull him in, flash over, get the plays. That was beautiful.
Iboy, this is not where you want to be right now. Stacking up the Rens, won't be able to get the thing, but now Yanja comes in with a hook straight on towards Ike's. Forget Iboy, they'll just take the jungler instead. Fate's Call isn't going to find any knockups, and Maestro suddenly in the wrong spot. Karsa's going to find the pounce, annihilates Iboy, and suddenly Zika, he's arrived, but he's way too late to the play. JackeyLove, whoa! Wrong way, mate! That's not the blast gun you want.
Oh god, it's all gone wrong for Vici. They were like, okay, we can make the pick, we can make the play, and it all just went disastrously. They weren't, like, Cube was miles away from the play. Zika was still trying to catch up to the play, and you end up with Top Esports collapsing so quickly that now they get the kills. Knight is going to get some nice pressure onto this mid lane turret as well, and that gold lead now is opening up massively for Top Esports.
It's feeling pretty good for Top Esports right now, not just in this game, in the whole series. 4,000 gold lead for them now. Drake going to be spawning in 2.5 minutes, but that Herald is going to be the next objective.
Well, we talked about Ike's having the advantage when it came to jungle off these early plays. Well, off of this play, Karsa's got so much back. He's now sitting on 4 kills because he gets this kill here, and then they're able to pick up so much more as well as this goes on. Karsa gets onto Iboy, with Maestro goes down. Like, I don't know what Vici were thinking.
Once again, Yanja, clear MVP of that fight. Perfect hook, perfect flay coming in, but also gets the Lantern out to dodge away from the Fate's Call. Knight now in a 1v2 though. Knocks away Maestro, will be pulled back in, but he had the cleanse, and there's yet another Lantern. Yanja coming in clutch once again.
But it's his pick. This is Yuyanja's Thresh. This is what he loved playing on Top Esports. And when we started to see him have these confident performances, once again, coming in clutch. Now though, Vici are starting up this Rift Herald, but Top Esports, they're happy for you to be in the pit. Top Esports want to come second so that then they can start to get this poke down, but a little bit wary as 369 is putting pressure on this bottom side. They don't want to actually TP in for this play. They're happy to just have these waves shove out.
Good effort there from Casa, but I think Top Esports basically saying, look, we're going to get a tower anyway, which is all you're going to get out of the Herald. And on top of that, if there's one way we can lose this game, it is a straight-up 5v5. So let's just play this one a little bit slow, try and find opportunities to get these picks and get this poke.
Also, this composition, the Top Esports is...
Ix wants to recall, death sentence. Oh, I'll get a little too excited there.
So this comp, the Top Esports are relying...
No.
Oh, my boy!
Boy, this is not the place to be. Flashes away, gets himself to safety here. But the poke just going to continue here. It's a tower. That's 2 towers now traded for the Herald.
I want to give it a second before I make my statement to make sure we're officially done here. But yeah, the composition from Top Esports. What is with this?
Hang on, that's going to be a trouble bubble,
okay.
but Knight just blocks it. Continue, Doctor. Give me a statement.
Top Esports want to use a tempo advantage to force these opportunities where I'm giving up on this. Okay.
He's gone. He's gone. Keep going.
So then
just
they can
ignore it and I'll shout over you if it really kicks off.
So basically Top Esports want to try and have a tempo advantage so they can use this poke composition to catch out when it comes towards numbers, but also if they can maybe move towards these objectives faster. So having these side lanes down works really well for them, so then they can push out these side lanes, force Vici to deal with these while they're able to set up with vision and everything else, like we're seeing right now, around these objectives, because the worst thing Top Esports can do is get caught out.
No, Ix is caught on a blast code, chased across the map. Does get away with his collateral damage. That spear would have finished him if it had hit. And now, Top Esports, they can just sit at this dragon and just throw poke after poke after poke at Vici. There's no way to get in here and contest.
No, especially when they're on red side here. Trying to funnel into this dragon area is pretty much suicide, but 369 will be able to escape away. No, it's just a cycle through. He does have the unsealed spellbook, so Cube's trying to cycle through his spells there, but still, you can see, look, okay, they get the pressure down on bottom side. iBoy also has to deal with the wave that's pushing in top side. That's the tempo advantage we were talking about that Top Esports are looking to exploit so they can get to these objectives, get the vision control down, start getting their poke and making sure that there's no pesky flank wards for Cube or for either Maestro even to try and get into a better position in behind enemy lines and get onto Top Esports.
So much pressure going to be on Maestro to try and find these engages, find these opportunities. We already saw him get one opportunity onto Knight in the mid lane when Knight overstepped to try and make a play onto the enemy support. But Maestro showing that he can step up, that he can make an impact here. And let's bear in mind, iBoy and Maestro have a lot of the win conditions on their shoulder here because that Fate's Call can be so crucial in closing the gap for set.
So let's take stock of where we are right now. Because we talked about, look, when we get towards these next couple of dragons, we really want to see Vici hammer down that they are trying to fight. But because they've been forced back and they haven't quite been able to get their lane assignments quite right, you can actually see a pretty massive CS advantage open up in the mid lane. So Zika is not at the point where he would like to be when it comes towards damage. You can see not able to even fight against Knight, who's clearing out this top side wave. So even when we look towards the team fighting prowess that we're talking about for Vici, because there's just a 6,000 gold lead on Top Esports, that team fight isn't looking quite as strong as we would like, especially against the poke that Top Esports have.
Yeah, that's the thing, is everything has to land onto pretty much everyone for you to win that fight, and there's a lot of damage coming out from Top Esports. Not to mention the fact that Varus Ultimate really ruins what Vici want to do. They want to run in and get on top of everyone. JackieLove can just stop that entire play in its tracks.
And even if you manage to find a route in, well, look at the automation. Yuyanji's gone for the Shrelia's Reverie. He's able to help everyone piece out of here, so then Vici can actually close the gap. And although Maestro's going for the Dead Man's Plate, which means that he can speed up and try and close that gap, it's still super difficult to do, as you said. JackieLove Chains of Corruption, the Shrelias, even the speed up from the acceleration gate from Knight, the speed and fast potential, I suppose, of Top Esports is really hard for Vici to deal with.
The speed potential.
Yeah, the sonicness of this team.
Yeah, that's their sonic levels are significantly higher.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at Vici, it's a bit more of an Eggman kind of composition.
Yeah.
Whereas we're definitely on a sonic side from Top Esports. When you think of IG, much more of a Knuckles kind of team. But we've kind of slowed down a little bit here, Dagda, which is not what you want to do if you're playing Sonic, that's for sure. But the gold lead very heavily in favor of top esports. The Colonel is liking what he sees here, because we're basically 7,000 in favor of top. They haven't lost a single tower yet this game. The only objective that they've lost is that one Herald that did basically nothing and an Infernal Drake. So they're feeling pretty good about the way this game is going. And they could just keep this up all day now. The siege potential out of a poke composition is just disgusting.
And you're seeing it right now. I mean, it's not only the siege potential, it's how much control top esports have of the jungle. It's really difficult for
That's the jungler.
For Zika to spot out, or Vici to spot out even where top esports are moving to, and they're just running them across the map.
iBoy looking like he wants to make a play, but I don't know if you want to start that fight. Zika is just getting bullied out. And what do you even do? What can Vici do here? This looks impossible.
And that's why we're seeing Maestro, though, on this big flank. He's trying to get in onto the back line alongside Cube, but there's the ward there for them to get in. They just need to have that moment to pull the trigger.
Maestro looking for exactly that moment right now, trying to get onto Yanja. In fact, someone else that he pulls in. Jackula flashes over the wall to safety, but there's the flashes to follow as well. Cube trying to get the stuns onto Karsa here, but Yanja has arrived to save the day. Knockups here, Karsa goes down. This is the fight that Vici needed. They're turning things around, but 369 Dominus in the middle of everybody. Kuldameek isn't going to be used in time, and iBoy gets yet another one. That's 3 kills for nothing for Vici.
And top esports didn't have any control of that top side. Vici find the gap in vision, and they exploit it beautifully. Maestro with the flash in sets up the play, and they can turn towards Baron.
This could be the opportunity for Vici, but Knight has the power to ruin this. He's on Jace, so the poke damage is absolutely insane. Cube wants to close the gap. Won't find the opportunity. No! Knight finds one off the back of the play, and he's not even done just yet. Flashes in on towards Cube here. Thunder and Blow as Ike's moves into the play as well. Knight doesn't have the damage. The stun there from the Kennen. He bit off a little more than he could chew.
It doesn't matter. He's done his job. All they wanted to do was stop the Baron from Vici, because what we talked about was top esports relying on tempo to set up for these plays. Baron just gives full control to Vici, so stopping that was beautiful from Knight. However, the beauty from Maestro right here to set up this play, kill Jackie Love. Cube gets straight onto Karsa. And we talked about 369 being enabled when Vici all jump in. Problem is, he was out in bottom lane. He's not here for when this fight kicks off, and it's a fantastic play from Vici to shut down the play from top esports.
Beautifully done here by Vici. And I mean, you're right. Knight did stop the Baron, but I feel like he had stopped the Baron when he got the kill on Zika. I don't think that he needed to flash then and try 100 to 0 Q before Ike's could respond. I think that was a little overkill.
You have a point. But this is Knight. He likes to be a bit flashy.
This is about the one opportunity I'm going to get to criticize Knight for the rest of the year. So I'm going to take it while I can, because the guy makes so few mistakes.
Oh, you're so negative. Come on.
What can I say? I didn't have any Weetabix this morning, so I'm in a bad mood. Hang on, we've got Maestro. He's got yet another flank here. Chain of Corruption goes wide. It's going to be the showstopper. It's only onto Yanja this time, though. And Jackie over the wall here. Cube's behind, slicing Maelstrom onto the whole team. Vici might just be doing it if they can follow this one up. Maestro goes back into the play as well. Double kill for iBoy as he finds yet another one. Knight chased out of the play here. iBoy just needs the rend, but he can't get it. There's a shot coming out from Knight. 369 in the back of the play, trying to turn things around here. Knight needs a shock blast onto Zika. Oh, the flash from the Spell Thief. Somehow they get away with it.
God, I love watching LPL fights. The mechanics on display here, but Knight doesn't know where Ike's is.
He ain't done just yet, but Ike's has a lot of damage here. End of the line against the wall, and Ike's finishes off the ace.
And this is why Vici have been on the tips of our tongues since they played against JDG. They have found these opportunities to fight back against the top teams in the LPL. And once again, it's Maestro and Cube with these fantastic flanks against top esports. We can see it here, Jackie Love. A very early Chains of Corruption means that Maestro's free to go for this play. Great pick onto Karsa. Yuanja goes golden, but it doesn't matter. It's all a bait, it's all a ruse as Cube gets into the back line and rips through top esports.
Honestly, how the hell was Maestro not on this roster already? He's looking incredible this game on this set. 369 gets a medal for the attempt here at the end, but ultimately, so beautifully done here by Vici.
And this is the experience that Maestro brings to this roster. He's been with Vici for so long, and although Hung has looked great as the rookie for this split, Maestro here is showing that experience.
He's not done just yet, but Jackie Love has a dark passage, so they will get away with things. Maestro really wanted to commit to that. He was sticking around there, but has to back away in the end. So now, Baron's on the map. Dragon's not up for another 2.5 minutes here. And Vici, what can they do to try and replicate this success?
At the moment, it's very much about trying to get these waves in order, trying to make sure that as top esports, that they are the ones coming in blind. So you can have these moments where Maestro can find these flanks. Cube as well, who has the ghost and nearly has the flash up, can look to try and get in on top of top esports. But at the moment, you can see 369 pushing in this bottom wave, forcing Cube onto this bottom side.
Uh-oh. Maestro, you may have looked good this game, but you don't win that fight by yourself. But that's okay, because you got your whole team here, apparently. Karsa is going to be on 1 HP. Somehow gets away on a dark passage. Yanja once again.
That was by the skin of his teeth. I wasn't even sure if the burn from that challenging smite was going to be enough to just kill him, but the shield and just about eking away from the burst damage from Ike's. Now though, top esports want to try and crack open this turret. Vici are scattered to the wings, so they're not ready to try and go against it.
Karsa's back on full health because he's niddly and he's got an Athene's Unholy Grail, so the healing is insane. He's kept himself alive here. iBoy threatening the all-in, threatening the play. It's going to force top esports back. Baron's still available.
Look, top esports will get the tower. Kind of a gimme. It was so low. But look at Cube. He's trying to get this wave in the bottom side pushed out. The wave in the top side will be dealt with by Zika now. And top esports can't turn towards this Baron quite yet. So Vici at least will hold on to the main structures in their base.
So let's just quickly revisit iBoy for a second here, because as you can see on your screen, he's got a pretty hefty gold lead for himself, but he's also at probably the strongest he's going to be all game now on the Kalista. But look at that scoreline. This is why I was hyped for the iBoy Kalista when we saw it in Champ Select in Game 1.
Well, we're going to have to look at, again, this team fight about to kick off, because we got 50 seconds until that dragon is about to start. You have both sides resetting now and moving in towards this river area. This is where, with no real vision for top esports, you can have Maestro and Cube sneak in past the vision control of top and make the plays for Vici. Top, though, taking this nice and slow, not giving the opportunity for Vici to get in, but Maestro will be spotted.
Secret Agent Maestro on another mission here. The Blasco not going to be used. 369, he's not quick enough. The Dead Man's Plate doing so much work here for Maestro.
Boots of Swiftness as well coming in clutch there. If that was Moby Boots, that would have been a dead Maestro, but still managing to escape. Now though, Zika still looking to try and put some poke onto top, but as top now, this is where they're okay. They know they've got vision control behind them. 369 is keeping Maestro out, and they are free to open up with all this poke. Vici need to try and crack this. They need to find and engage.
369's on the flank, though. This is the perfect fight for him, but actually, maybe not, because Dragon's already gone down, and the rest of top is not interested in helping right now. Dropped into his GA here, and a trouble bubble is going to be there to ruin his way out. Can Zika follow it up? The damage is blocked by Knight. Very nicely done there. But ultimately, Vici, they grabbed themselves the Drake.
They got what they came for. They're going to back away. Ike's taking it a little bit low, same with Maestro, but top esports, they're looking a little bit like maybe they want to keep this play going. You talk about the healing that comes through from Karsa, and you can see the pings are there on towards Baron.
The big issue, though, is they've got a Lethality Varus.
Yeah.
Lethality Varus does not do Baron particularly quickly, or particularly at all, to be quite honest. Like, you want the on-hit Varus if you want to be able to rush Baron, so not really a play that top can just force right now.
I love watching Maestro on this set, though. He is doing his damnedest to sneak in wherever the hell he can and catch out top esports. And again, getting this vision down so he can spot more than likely where top esports have placed their own vision control and give himself the opportunity to make these plays. And as well, Cube, he does have to heal at the moment. His teleport is up underneath that heal. So these deep flank wards are going to be so big for as top move in to try and get vision control around this Baron.
Yeah, you can see he's actually just used the heal as well to get himself that teleport available for the play. If Maestro can get a flank, if Cube can get a flank, Vici can find a fight to win this game out. And let's bear in mind, you know, we talk about iBoy falling off a little bit on the Kalista later on into the game, but Lethality Varus falls off a cliff later on in the game. Same story with Jace that is building pure lethality right now.
And I want to take a moment to look at that itemization, because iBoy with the death stance, well, that poke isn't going to do quite as much, and he has an opportunity to heal as he goes as well, which is fantastic for him. You're looking at Zika, who was really struggling in these early stages, has finally completed his 2 items, but still a little bit weak because he had to go for the Zhonya's Hourglass second, so not quite as much ability power there, or even Magic Pen if you went for something like the Leandries or the Oblivion Orb as well. Although I'd love to see the Morellonomicon in this game with the amount of healing that Nidalee offers, and the Renekton as well. So Vici at least now are in a position where they're actually looking a lot stronger, and now taking that top turret gives them a better opportunity to get some of this deep vision that Maestro's been looking to get.
I mean, when we revisit the gold lead, Top Esports was so far ahead earlier on in the game. Now it's down to 3,000 or 4,000. So Vici doing a really good job to close that gap and minimize the advantages the Top Esports found for themselves. It was feeling impossible for Vici just a few moments ago.
Cube needs to be careful though.
Cube going to be aggressed upon here by 369. Still has his flash available. He's going to have to use it. Slicing Maelstrom forced out as well. Cube went way too deep onto this one. That's the trouble bubble, but it's too late. JackeyLove with the kill. 369 slices out of the play as well.
So well played by 369 to read Cube. He goes straight over the wall, matching the flash from Cube, and that was a great pick from Top Esports that shuts down all the plays from Vici.
And that is frustrating for Vici fans, because that was just a little bit too far out from Cube. He just wanted to get a little bit more, just wanted to try and get as much as he can. He's going to be punished for it here. Redemption across the team from Vici here. So we've got a teleport coming through from 369, trying to find himself a flank. iBoy exhausted. 369 doesn't commit to the flank just yet, as Maestro's got onto Knight, but there's a Dark Passage to save the day from Yuyanja. Suddenly Vici, they're not quite on the right side of this fight anymore. iBoy dancing forward. Zika with the damage onto JackeyLove, takes him out of the fight immediately. 369 barely dodges the face breaker. And the chase is on. Maestro wants to make this happen as he gets on towards Knight. Thunder and Blow ruins everything, though. And Knight doesn't have flash. He's going to go down. Zika with yet another kill. There's a trouble bubble as Zika wants this game. He wants this victory. Double comes through and onto the Baron.
That was amazing. Oh, wait, Maestro.
Maestro is not done just yet. Neither is 369, pulling them in. Caster's on the sidelines as well, but Maestro, he's on set, so he's practically invincible. iBoy stacking up the end, and he's going to be able to cut down the croc. Caster desperate to get away, but he misses the spear.
Oh, no.
Doesn't need it. Doesn't need it. Kitty can scratch. Zika wants to finish the job, though. Trouble bubble is not quite going to be able to land. Zika still gets it somehow.
And now we got the Baron for Vici as well. Vici take down top on what was their play to go towards the big purple worm. And I have got to give all the credit in the world to Maestro. From start to finish, that play was all on him. He looked incredible.
And you know what? Zika as well, stepping up. We came into this series hyping up Zika as the guy to watch.
But watch this. Maestro flashes in front of the hook, so takes it in front of iBoy. The Fate's Call resets this fight. And that one play from Maestro gives iBoy the opportunity to still be involved in this play. If Top Esports had managed that, it would have been game over. But with that one setup, then you get Zika who's able to follow through. Then you can have Maestro with this big showstopper. But we're going again with the steal!
Oh, stolen away by Ike's. Denies the soul, and Ike's wants more on the back of this one as well. Knight's alone in the pit. He's taken down. Vici is snowballing this. They've got themselves tempo advantages, and they know how to abuse them. iBoy stepping so aggressively forward. He wants more kills.
Yeah, Yuyanja does land the hook, but there's no follow-up from 369. He can just group with the rest of Vici, who've got the inside track on mid, but they're looking to make the plays on bot.
Maestro looking for Caster here. He's pretty lonely, though. The rest of the team not here, but Ike's arrives. Dark Passage is going to be stood on and warded out. Caster can't get away from this one. Redemption going to come through. But Caster's still low on this one. Collateral damage to finish the kill. Another one for Vici here. 22-15 on the scoreboard.
Look at the mid lane, though. There's already waves here. There's Baron buff on Vici. They can crack open this mid lane turret. The two big poke tools for Top Esports, Karsa and Knight, are not online right now. But Vici, not wanting to push too far forward, have got the dragon. They got some kills. They're going to back away for a moment. Only a minute and a half left on Baron, though. They're not quite going to be able to crack open any of these structures.
My goodness. Ike's. We haven't really talked about Ike's so far in this game, but he has stepped up as well on this grave. 6-1-7. Finding that steal as well. Denying the soul from Top Esports. When you got things like the Jason, the Renekton, and the Nidalee, Cloud Soul is damn good.
And look at how quickly Vici have now come online. We were saying, hey, look, Zeke is struggling to get past 2 items. He's just finished his Void Staff. Rabadon's going toward, well, on the way at least with that needlessly large rod picked up. You look towards Cube as well. He's looking stellar, just the Morellonomicon now going towards a Void Staff of his own. And then you're almost at full items as iBoy. He is massive right now. So overall, Vici are really set to go when it comes towards team fights, and Top Esports, who have lost these last couple of scraps, are now struggling to keep Vici in check.
This is the performance I wanted to see out of Vici, but one thing I will say is this is kind of what we've come to expect from Vici as well, that we have some games that don't look so hot, other games where they look really, really great.
You mean we're expecting a 3-game series from Vici, like they're past several
Like
series.
every single series that they have. Yeah, you're absolutely right here. Hang on, Jackulov going to be able to clear the vision. I thought Maestro was going to maybe look for something, but obviously with Cube in the mid lane here, they need to be a little cautious. And let's not forget here, if Top Esports find a singular target out of position and everyone hits them, they're going to die.
They 100% will, but look at where 369 is right now. Top Esports are looking to, again, spread out this map. Make sure you don't have this big engage tool of Cube on Vici's side, as that poke, as the Vici try to work through these structures, is going to really hurt.
Yeah, one bonus about the poke, by the way, is most of it's AoE. So Top Esports can clear these waves very effectively.
And that's the problem that I had with that back that we saw coming through from Vici. The Baron was their best way to crack open these structures, but unfortunately, not quite the case. The Chains of Corruption land.
Oh, Ix is going to be pulled in here. This is bad news, but he gets out with his life here. Top Esports continue to protect their tower. They're going to force Vici away from the plate in the end. The siege isn't going to pay off. Yuyanja wants to find a hook. He's not going to be able to find his target here. iBoy too easily is able to dance around the play.
369 is going to back away from that top side as well, and Cube has his TP up. 1 minute 30 until our next dragon, which is soul point for both sides. And usually Cloud Soul doesn't do a huge amount, but think about what both these teams are trying to do. It is all about movement speed here. Cube trying to close the gap, Maestro trying to close the gap, so a speed boost for Vici is fantastic, and the same on Top Esports, who are trying to run for the hills.
Yeah, this is one of the more valuable Cloud Souls that I've seen, realistically, which, you know, is not saying that much, because Cloud Soul ain't usually that good. But both these teams want it. Both these teams are going to fight tooth and nail for every single objective the rest of this game. Cube just used his Lightning Surge, but might be in trouble here. Flashes out in the end. Will get away with his own life, but Top coming over here. Knight flashes over the wall to try and shut down Cube. There's the kill for 369. The rest of Vici arrive now as they try and answer for the play. Knight is exactly the answer there, as Jackulov has now arrived, but in the meantime, Cars getting bullied out by Ix. Where's iBoy dancing around the back? You've got to keep your eyes on this Kalista. Caster trying to get over the wall here. 369 escapes as well. Zika jumps in, but he doesn't quite have the damage to finish anyone off. The redemption, though, is going to mean that 369 can't quite get away from this one. Trouble Bubble is everything, but 369 away on a lantern once more. The bubble doesn't quite connect. Top Esports, how are they getting away with this one? Zeke is the one that's low. My goodness, a 2-for-1 after all of that.
And Karsa can heal everyone back up on Top Esports side, which means that they can move straight over. iBoy, though, trying to be a one-man army here and defend this Cloud Soul from Top Esports. Can't go in right now, though, because one Chain of Corruptions or hook from Yuyanja could spell disaster.
Ix is here, but he is damn low, and Yuyanja knows it. The hook is gonna connect. That is beautiful. And now Top Esports in prime position to grab this dragon. iBoy here to contest.
It's ball time for Cube, though. He has the Maelstrom. He's got the TP. This is the contest.
Got to get in here. Jackulov is low. Trouble Bubble going to land onto Karsa here, but he's got himself a stopwatch. Cube trying to get into the play. They'll get one onto Karsa. What more can they find as Yuyanja dodges the paddle star? Trouble Bubble goes wide as well. Zika not quite able to finish these kills.
They are all so low as well on Top Esports side, and with Cube TPing in, no Maelstrom, it means that now Top Esports have bought a little bit of time. They've got the Cloud Soul for themselves, and with Baron still up, no jungler for Vici, it's not like they can, well, they can potentially turn Kalista, yeah.
They can still just go for this one. Also, you got Spellbook on Cube and on Zika. Maybe though, there's a smite.
There is a huge amount of poke on Top Esports side. Knight and Jackulov are still here. We talked about how squishy Vici are. This would be a disaster if they get poked out.
Ults are on cooldown right now, though, so it's important for Vici not to overcommit to a fight here, especially without that Maelstrom. We do see everyone reset. Tensions go back to neutral once more, and this is far closer than I ever expected. Earlier on in the game, this was all top esports, but Vici giving them a run for their money.
And either way, we've got to look at Vici and go, Coma has whipped these guys into shape. Imagine Vici from Spring turning into a team that is contesting top esports, the best team in the LPL right now at every step of the way. Vici are wasting one more time. Cube has the Maelstrom. Maestro not in a position to flank. They need to get control of this jungle and this river back so Vici can look for the team fight.
Let's see what Maestro can do here, because he has been the clear MVP so far for me in this game for Vici. The flanks he's been able to find, and he's going on a journey once again here. He knows there's a minion wave there, and he's just waiting for someone to step a little too far to grab it.
There is no ward here to spot out where 369 is, though. Will now be spotted, but you see top esports, they're trying to keep control of River as Vici are just looking to power through mid.
Maestro is making his way around the backside as well. 369, Jackie Love, Yuyanja. Any target would do if they can burst them.
He hasn't been spotted. He's sitting on these pink wards. Vici, they're looking for the play.
He's very far away from the play, though. And top esports are closing the gap. Maestro, I think you might have gone too far. Nimbus Cloak going to be used as well as Demon's play. Whew, he gets away with it. In the meantime, what? Karsa and Knight, they're just going to start this one off by themselves. The sentry. Oh, it spotted them out in the end. And that means that the play has to be stopped. Oh, it was a good attempt.
But look where Maestro is. He's still on the flank position here, so top esports need to back away. They need to make sure that... But this is perfect for Vici, because now Vici, that was what they wanted. They wanted control of this river. They wanted to remove this vision where top esports feel like they're safe. So top esports have got to move back. Even you can see 369, he's dealing with this wave on bot side.
I'm going to have a heart condition by the end of this series,
I know.
This is way too intense. This is game number 2 here, and Vici desperate to get every single win that they can. Right now, they're 8th in the standings. If they can make playoffs, it will be their best performance since 2016. Every single win matters for them, and if they could take down top esports, what a statement to make moving towards the final couple of weeks of the LPL Summer Split.
But it does feel very much like that series against JDG, where Vici are on the cusp of taking down some of the best teams in the LPL. They just need to solidify that victory here today. And this game 2 is that first step on that path. But you can see the poke is still trying to come through. Vici are still struggling with it, but Cube, now having that teleport up and available, can deal with 369 on the bot side, but there's no real flank wards for him right now.
Yeah, no flank wards for Cube, because both top laners are going to be on the bottom side of the map here. Top esports kind of feigning like they want to commit to the Baron here, but they know they can't really go for it if Vici's around.
They can do this all day.
Oh,
that's Chains of Corruption's gone, but I mean, you got 3 Cloud Drakes, they'll be up very quickly. But either way, look, top esports, they can heal themselves up. With Karsa, they can do this all the live long day. What they're trying to do is get Vici into a position where they can land all their poke, where Vici are set up in front of them, they know exactly where they are, and especially with Cube stuck on this bottom side, and top esports knowing there's no words behind them, they're happy to keep making this play.
So, while everyone resets, while we've got a minute and a half until Elder Drake, which will inevitably be a big fight, let's revisit the items quickly, because we're getting to max build. iBoy and Jackie Love both have hit full build at this point, which I honestly don't know which way that goes, because we've got Callisto and we've got Lethality Varus. They both don't really scale that well, but you know what?
Look, it's about composition. It's not, the items are all great. They're going to be fantastic. But this is about playing towards the strengths. And that's the poke onto iBoy. Death Stance, though, doing wonders there to keep him alive. Yeah. And having all this extra lifesteal will mean that iBoy is okay for the moment. But he can't actually turn and help out against top esports.
He's got wolves. He's got wolves to heal off of here. Ike's has been found. Yuyanja trying to keep him in place. But the blast cone there is going to save the day for Vici. And that's a couple of really close calls, but they get away with it each and every time.
Still, though, Vici have nowhere for Cube to try and make these plays. Teleport from 369, though, means that a channel of aggression in that bottom lane from the Renekton has now been ceased.
Hang on.
But the Baron has been started.
Look how fast they are burning through the health bar here. Ike's trying to make his way in. There's a bushwhack in the way. He needs to get vision on the Baron, though, because he might have to steal here. Collateral damage as Maestro went into the pit. 2,000 on the Baron, and everybody peels away from this one. 369 trying to tank as Maestro is alone on the front line, but he survives with the redemption. Baron reset, both teams back away, and the dance continues. Dagda, but Karsa is on a flank. The spear onto Cube does so much work, but they can't quite finish the kill here. Zika chasing down onto Karsa, flashes into the pit once more. Everybody's still surviving. The poke on both sides. How is this going the way it's going? Is now trying to chase down Cube. He's not going to be able to get onto him.
Elder Dragon's now up though, so top esports are moving across. Cube has TP and that ultimate still available, so we can still see Vici fight for this. The flash on Cube can be the big difference here in this fight. He can close this gap on the top esports if he can just find the right angle, and it could be through bot lane.
Oh, the hook from Yuyanja. Down goes Ikes. That's the Elder now in favor of top esports, unless some kind of miracle can come through for Vici. They've got to try and make their way into the pit here. The box from Yuyanja to stop everything, but Maestro can't hit the face breaker. iBoy stepping forward. Zika here as well, as they're desperately trying to force this play. iBoy onto the Dragon and forcing 369 out as well. Triple bubble onto Yuyanja. 369 keeps himself alive with a Sterix. Knight pushed away on this one. 3000 on the Dragon. There's no jungler here for Vici. His Cube gets onto the Dragon. It's Zika that secures it. And iBoy on everyone in the fight here. Zika desperate to burn through them. And with the Elder, he gets the triple. iBoy finishes the rest.
Zika, the man we highlighted in the mid lane, the star for Vici, steals the Dragon. He sets up the team fight, and top esports are gone from the rift. It's only 369 who's alive.
How have they pulled this one out? This is unbelievable from Vici, and are running down the mid lane. 40-second death timers. It's only 369 to do anything about it.
And there's a heal. There's an exhaust on Zika. They can still make these plays with the Elder, and they're going for it now.
They've got the Elder. You're absolutely right. 369 slice and dice away from the play. iBoy straight on towards the inhibitor. Still 25 seconds on these death timers.
Yanja's up in 6 though. This is going to be too much. 369. He's trying to get onto iBoy.
It ain't done just yet, and iBoy's the target. 369 does so much damage, but iBoy counting this one out, and he's going to be fine on this one. Redemption can't quite do enough.
They're trying to get over towards Baron. They want to burst down this Baron so that then they can do it before top esports respawn, but they're so close.
Karsa isn't up right yet. He's up in 5 seconds time with iBoy here. They should be able to just burn this one down before top can respond in any way. Vici with another advantage. They got themselves the Elder. Now they get the Baron.
This is so well played by Vici. By some miracle, they managed to get this Elder Dragon that you're going to see here. Karsa is trying to keep the distance. Maestro with, again, this massive showstopper to keep Karsa away from smite range. Gives the chance for Vici to steal it away, and then they can win out with that Elder Dragon buff. Maestro, you're on the team. You're the starter. I don't care anymore. Holy God, you've come in and looked amazing.
iBoy as well, 2v1s. In the meantime, you've got Zika popping Elder on 369 and 2 others as well at the same time. That was an unbelievable fight from Vici. And you know what? This entire split, we've been talking about the potential on the roster. We've been talking about the star power that can exist here. And every so often, we get a game like this where we really see it come through.
And now Vici are in such a good spot. 2 minutes on this Baron buff. The mid lane is cracked open. They can shove in these waves super aggressively and start to put pressure elsewhere. The problem is, though, there's still 2 outer towers still for top esports because Vici just haven't had the control in this game to actually get these towers down.
Yeah, there's a long way to go, honestly, for both teams, because there's only one inhib that's been taken this entire game. We're bordering on the 50-minute mark at this point, Dagda. Yeah. Oh my days, the damage onto Zika. Has a barrier to stop any kind of dots coming through there, but that was way too close for comfort. The cannon should finish off the tower in the end. And once again, Vici getting really lucky to escape with a life there.
But top esports are doing a fantastic job of shutting down these Baron plays, because once again, about 1:30 left on that Baron buff. Well, Vici have got to back. Now it's more time to get out onto the map, to get these waves in order. It's top esports thwarting Vici's pressure once again.
And you know what, Dagda? As someone who has nothing that they have to do in this game, that I just get to watch this game, I'm more than happy for the siege to be thwarted, because I want this win to come from a big old team fight. I want this win to come off the back of a brawl.
Well, I mean, we've had some crazy extended brawls in this game, with Top Esports trying desperately to play at range, jumping, diving, dodging wherever they can to avoid Vici, but somehow, some way, Vici have managed to claw themselves back into this game. Now we're sitting at the 50-minute mark.
Yep.
Vici, wait a second, hang on, Cube? No, wasn't gonna quite be able to catch him, but still, we're gonna see more of these fights because we haven't really got away for Vici with this Baron buff falling off in just over 15 seconds to actually crack open more of the base of Top Esports. And now, 1:50 until that Elder Dragon as well.
Yeah, you got to expect that the play slows down now for a couple of minutes and we're going to see a bit of a reset. It feels like Vici are the ones in control of the map in general. Oh, Trouble Bubble there onto Karsa, but he's going to be fine. Knight there to protect him as well. But with the Trouble Bubble coming in, does mean that this final tier 2 is cracked now. So, if Vici can win a fight, that's probably enough towers gone where they can just end the game.
And death timers as well. Like, we're very much approaching the stage where you're looking at 70-second death timers, and that is going to just spell disaster. But it's if you can have a convincing win, because neither of these scraps have been convincing on either side, with just a few stragglers surviving for Vici. Now, though, a minute on this Elder. Everyone is resetting. We're at full buys across the board.
I was about to point that out. Everyone in the game, except the supports, has 6 items. And you know what? The supports, they don't get 6 items. They got to have some control wards. There's got to be control wards somewhere on the team.
And look at the change from Jackie Love. He's moving away from lethality and actually going to an on-hit Varus. So he's trying to get to a stage where he wants to be relevant again.
You know it's a long game when you get to transition your build away from what you have your runes for. Like, he doesn't even have, or I imagine he has Alacrity as his secondary, but honestly, this has gone absolutely nuts. Won't have the tempo, but a Rage Blade will certainly help.
Yeah, I mean, but look, Jackie Love's poke compared to Karsa's is pretty negligible. So even if he doesn't have the lethal tempo to help with the auto attacks, he can still make plays. Top Esports, though, on the top end.
Yeah, they're going for a play onto Cube here. This is exactly what they need to do. The tower is not going to be able to survive, nor get a kill as Cube is cut down in his own base. Vici, they've been outmaneuvered on the map here. Elder now spawning. And the question is, what can Vici do about it? Because Ike's is already low as well. In the meantime, Zika has recalled to stop this play ending the game. But now Top Esports have got themselves a huge advantage.
Knight can back. He won't be here just as the Elder spawns, as you can see, but still, they can have the man advantage for Top Esports. We talked about 70-second death timers. It's going to be a long time before Cube is here to help.
And this is such a huge play because Top Esports now... Oh, hang on. Karsa can't go for it. He doesn't know where everyone is. But that's going to be super minions in the top side of the map with Elder on the map. There's still a death timer on Cube for 30 seconds. And Top Esports have started this one off as 369 continues to pressure in the top side. So Zika has to match him. Hook onto Maestro. It's pulled out with a Fate's Call, but Ike's is the one that they really want. They just got to shut down this jungler. They've just got to stop him escaping, and they will. Knight with the kill here as 369 gets onto the Dragon instead to make sure it stays aggroed here. Dominus used.
8 seconds on Cube, though. They're trying to buy time, but Top Esports are bursting down the Dragon.
They're trying to buy time, but I don't think they're going to have any. They've run out of time as the Elder goes the way of Top Esports. If this is a 2-0 Dagda, my heart will be broken for Vici. But Maestro and iBoy try to get away. Cleanse comes out from iBoy to keep himself safe from the chain of corruption.
They can still fight this as Vici. We've seen them win these 4 versus 5s. It's all about if Cube can get on top of the members of Top Esports, but the Super Creeps are pushing in the top lane. Top Esports are pushing in the mid lane, and Elder Dragon is still there for Top Esports.
That's the thing. Even in a 5v5, even with the right ults, you're still going up against a squad that has the Elder Dragon buff. Look how much damage Karsa is doing. They're straight onto the base. Top Esports don't care about your team fight power. They're just going to end the game. Maelstrom across the team right now as the Haymaker comes through as well. They're trying to finish off the health bars. iBoy forced away by 369 as he's trying to turn this one around. Karsa with a double kill. The Nexus falls. And Top Esports somehow pull it out of the bag.
Top Esports with the late game shot calling, outperform Vici, outmaneuver Vici, and will manage to take them down in a 2-0 victory.
What a unbelievable series here. And you know what? I was coming into this series with Top Esports as a heavy favorite. I was expecting a 2-0 from Top Esports. I was not expecting the second game of that 2-0 to be almost an hour long, with Vici taking Top Esports and testing them to their very limits.
That was the most fun League of Legends game I have cast in a very long time.
Which is something we've said a lot of times this split.
Yeah, true. But still, the ability for Vici, after going and falling behind in the early stages of the game, to get the massive flanks, Maestro setting up Vici to bring us all the way in this hour-long game. But so sad for them at the very last moment for Ike's to get caught out. For that super smart call from Knight, even in 369, to move into the top side, the two-man unit. They know they can get the kill on Cube and still have 369 with the teleport to come in and make these plays. It was so clever, and Vici just caught unaware completely.
And I'm sure Vici are going to be gutted off the back of that loss, because it was so damn close. But you know what? From my perspective, this is a huge win for Vici. The fact that they can take Top Esports to the limit like that, the fact that they're going up against the top team in the league after getting demolished in game number 1 and have that kind of performance, honestly, it deserves a round of applause. Like, they can come into their next series, they can come into the remainder of the split feeling confident. Like, if you can perform like that, this is a playoff team's hands down.
Yeah, there is no doubt in my mind. With now, not like, we were looking at these as super inconsistent. Now we've seen them really push JDG to their limit, pushing Top Esports to the limit here as well in game number 2. Vici look absolutely spectacular, and whatever the hell Coma's done behind the scenes, it's goddamn working.
I don't know what he's done, but he's making some magic happen, and yes, they're going to go down in this one, but hey, they're up against Top Esports. You kind of expect that coming into this one, and bravo to Top Esports as well, because the late game shot calling once again comes through. And if there's one thing we have consistently praised this team for since Jackie have joined the squad, it's the late game decision making, the play, the sneaky play as well, with Knight hiding behind the wall to get the dive onto Cube as well. Beautifully executed to secure this win.
Yeah, and that's why you can never count Top Esports out. The ability for them to play around the map, catch you unaware, and make these plays that you just are not expecting is so damn good, and they've done it so many times in catching people out. But look at that gold graph. It just says how back and forth this game was.
And that is the most impressive thing to me about this, is that Top Esports were so far ahead, and Maestro came with these incredible flanks, 2 fights in a row, Cube as well on the cannon, being able to set these fights up for success. And also, iBoy on this Kalista looked amazing. Zika, I mean, I'm just listing the names at this point, but like, honestly, I'm so impressed by Vici, especially Maestro on this set.
And look, I want to take it back over towards our victors, because Yu Yanja, what a performance
this entire
from
series.
him. This, as you said, entire series, the Bard looked great. The Thresh hooks in that late game fight to catch out Cube, to catch out Ikes, to save Top Esports so many times. Yu Yanja looked amazing on this.
And you know what? He's looked amazing on the Thresh in the past. And when I see Yu Yanja on Thresh, I'm like, okay, this is really good news for Top Esports. But his Bard in game number 1, that's the first time we've seen it. It's clear that Top Esports support has leveled up.
Massively so, and especially when we are talking about him struggling in their previous series where V5 were able to take them down by focusing him. Well, he's come out and made a statement here today where I am going to be a massive carry here for the squad, and this play into the hook to send down Vici into the depths of a 0 and 2.
I love how you mentioned Yu Yanja and immediately a highlight reel appears of just Yu Yanja making insane plays around
I
the
knew.
map.
Look, there's no way this guy was not the MVP. He looks so damn clean.
He looks insane on the Thresh. So many times in that game, I had to scream the lantern, the dark passage, because he was always in the perfect spot to get a teammate out, and he was always in the perfect spot to find a hook and find the next level of that engagement and set up for the picks, especially in the early game when it was Top Esports with their foot on the pedal, with the tempo in their favor. A lot of those picks and a lot of the snipes that came through were off the back of Yu Yanja setting the play up.
Yeah, and it was so well done. And we said, look, maybe we want to see him go towards the likes of the Braum, so it's a little bit more of a disengage. But look, Yu Yanja, he knows he can make these plays. we know how strong he can be on this thresh, and it's fantastic to see him show up once again in this game.
So impressed by Yu Yanja, and obviously the whole squad from Top Esports playing pretty great. I don't know if anyone expected anything differently from the other 4 members on this squad. iBoy doing a lot better. Sorry, not iBoy. JackieLove doing a lot better than he did against V5, it has to be said. It's very clear to me that off the back of the V5 series, Top Esports kind of said, okay, we got a big issue in the laning phase down in the bottom side of the map. Let's fix that real quick. And they've very clearly done that, or at least against Vici. We'll see if they can keep that kind of performance up in the bottom lane, because that was the big weakness that we kind of witnessed from Top Esports, was the bottom lane laning phase. How much can you abuse it? The question is it still a weakness anymore?
Yeah, I mean, look, Yanja definitely looks strong. I think JackieLove definitely played his role in this game as well, because as we saw, look, the Varus, it has been nerfed pretty heavily. We saw the results there where when we got to those later fights, the Varus was doing nothing, but his job was to just be this chain of corruption bot where he's trying to CC folks, stop them getting onto Knight and onto Karsa, and making sure that there is an escape path for Top Esports, and he definitely had that. A few went astray, but he still looked great.
Yeah, he certainly did, and Yu Yanja, as you rightly said, is going to be our MVP for game number 2. Looked amazing, honestly. 1, 6, and 16. Bravo. I'm just excited for Yu Yanja to be grabbing these MVPs. Both games here, Yu Yanja is the one to grab the MVP, to step up for Top Esports.
And especially after how much we bashed him after the V5 series, where was getting focused quite a lot, had a heap of pressure from Weiwei, Samti, PP God, and PP God completely outperformed him well. There is no doubt in my mind Yu Yanja was the better. Well, that's kind of hard to say because Munchard looked really good, but Yanja did look absolutely stellar, 10 times better than what we saw against V5.
Yeah, absolutely. Phenomenal stuff coming out from Yu Yanja and for the whole of Top Esports. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen, stick around, because this wasn't even the good series of the schedule today. I can't believe how good of a second game that was coming out from the 2 teams, because now we're going into the modern grudge match of the LPL. It's FPX against JDG. We've seen them battle time and time again, and we're going to see who could come out today. We're going to go into that one in a few minutes' time. I'm going to nip to the loot because that was an hour-long game. We'll be back in a few with this insane matchup.
TEEP 是没有 TP 了。
继续 RW 这边决策很果断，
但是对于方 plus 来说，肯定也不能愿意给啊。TEEP 的位置还好，蓝量比较多，血量不够，蓝量来凑。去摸一个柱子，先卡一下这个位置，6000多的血线。塔姆先要冲前面，他在后面想去保一下林伟翔，但林伟翔的位置并不是很好，塔姆自己还吃钩了。看一下林伟翔自己是捡了一下控制，无名还在不停的破个瞬间，威鲁斯穿心一剑秒杀了卡萨丁。
还算了，抱团对下，
稳一手，特别稳。
这把下路的
但是这个
荣耀
Mac
都来了呀，想硬留，留谁？
留凯
小
南。
翔，第一个闪，现在一个 Q 闪，狙击2个人。
找2个人，虽然说色提是晕了2个，但色提已经先倒了，小强自己也走不掉了。由塞纳拿他人头，旁边还有一手狼形，狼形是有一个大招的，什么时候扑出来？先找奥拉夫，奥拉夫一个诸神黄昏解掉控制。卡牌有 TP， 卡牌的复活时间是10秒钟。
但男枪这边没有惩戒的。
这里一勾勾到了一个女坦，女坦开启一个 W 的护盾，但是比较肉的有一个技能，还有一个小强，一个奥伦的头锤锤起来2个人 ，Miko 要陷入麻烦了，他已经被打残，在屏幕的右侧，在屏幕的左侧，小强应该也要命丧当场，男枪一个平，完全打不动再交一个闪现，看看卡牌总算是 TP 到场，但是帮不了队友太多了，后补车不停的扭头，他吃到了防御塔的伤害，最终奥文再一个普攻救了他的人头。趁着中下2路兵线还没那么危险的情况下，先动，又是想先 rush 如出一辙。盲僧 Q 到了一个小龙，直接进去想抢，直接爆到了盲僧的位置。盲僧摸眼上去，自己的复活甲暂时没有掉，一个真奥恩，一个大招，大起了一个左翼。盲僧再次退回来，再一个回旋踢，回旋踢回来一个对臂，对臂率先被融化掉。奥拉夫也倒，已经进入蓝色一个收复和节奏嘛。林伟翔叫出大招，再交闪现，再交治疗术，已经在我们看不到的地方。林伟翔还在往后拉扯，这里总算考出盲僧的第1条命。
控制自己，掌控敌人，
我这边 Holder 也是偷了奥恩一个大招的，一样也是可以开点手的。哎，
这边加的大招一撞起来2个人，盲僧 Q 到了刘青松，飞机 G 一开始的正面直接打得非常不错，但是刘青松这波进场瞬间被融化了，盲僧收了他的人头，盲僧2段踢，要不要踢过去？他身上是有大招的，踢过去，大招要不要踢？暂时还没踢，再 Q 又 Q 到了可汗，看一下这个回旋踢，踢回来了一个原本有不可阻挡的可汗不可阻挡开完了，自己还是被秒杀，小天的位置也被盲僧所找到，一个正面气爆应该是封住了他的走位，开启了这个诸神黄昏，盲僧再次 Q 过去，再摸队友，自己是来如风，
哇，这么哈肉的 Q 太准了，
疯狂的秀了起来，再次找到林伟强，再次贴脸
5个哈肉，这个 Q 还能中吗？
再中，最后是由 Holder 收到最后的人头。
我会识破这一切。
When you're by my side, I love it. Nothing in this world can hurt me. When you're by my side, I love it. We can leave the world behind us. You make everything about the world so much better. When I hold you in my arms, I wanna be here every day and every night. So much better, so much better.
眼见为实，对手和我们的状态高下立判。
以史为鉴，比赛还没开始，先别断言胜负。
我其实一般啊，你在这儿刮了一下，救出加油！
真的。
常规赛6连胜还不足以为惧，
照顾好自己，我们希望在季后赛后半程还能遇见你们。
全员越塔想来接这波团战，让直接看怎么用是你啊！
不像你们，是对自己的救赎。
尽情出招吧，强者从不需要涅槃。
That's right, everybody. It's time for JDG and FPX to go head-to-head. This is the modern grudge match of the LPL. I'm Munchables. This is Dagda to my left as we kick things off here. And this matchup is going to be a big one, Dagda.
I am so excited. Ooh, my voice has gone from last game. I'm so excited for this series. Incredibly so, because this for so long has actually started to turn into a really big game for both of these teams, whether we're looking at a playoff scenario or if we're looking just in the regular season as well.
It's becoming a matchup that really matters for each of these organizations. And we can take a look at some of the more recent series between these two teams, because as I mentioned before, it is the modern grudge match of the LPL, because we keep on seeing these two teams taking series back and forth from one another.
It's not only the series, it's the importance of the series as well. LPL 2019 Spring Semi semi-final. JDG managed to steal away the victory. Then we get to the 2020 spring semi-final. JDG once again steal away that finals spot from FPX. But FPX did bite back in that MSC, that international tournament. It was FPX who managed to take the victory and crown themselves champions. Now, though, we will have to see who will come out victorious here today.
Yeah, I think JDG having a little too much steak and wine after the spring finals and going to MSC a little bit weaker. But let's remember how the finals went down, because JDG, they're on a whole different level to the rest of the league in spring.
They 100% were. This was the peak performance from JDG. Kanavi looking absolutely monstrous. Lumao as well, and his Bard looking incredible. And Loken as well, putting on a performance that set his path for summer, being the best performer alongside Kanavi on this JDG roster. And FPX just crumbled underneath them.
And then once we got over towards MSC, it was all about FPX that were able to make things happen in that final. It was JDG that won game number 1, but then the skirmishing out of FPX was just something to behold.
It looked absolutely incredible, and we still saw them playing towards this heavy dive side lane style where they were able to work very much with Doomby, with Con as well, in setting up FPX for success, as you said, in skirmishes, in the smaller team fights around the likes of the Dragon Objectives and the Rift Heralds. And that was where FPX shone. But this was also a very battered and bruised JDG that, when we saw in MSC, hadn't quite adapted to the way they wanted to play in summer. But now FPX will have to try and take them down with a revitalized JDG roster.
And that is going to be the big question as we talk about, obviously, these two teams historically and how much this series means. But now we have to talk about what these two teams look like right now in the league. And JDG currently are on a 7-win streak. They look like one of the strongest teams in the league. They had a little bit of a rough start at the start of summer here, but they've definitely got things working once again. FPX, on the other hand, are halfway up the table and struggling to get wins. So both of these teams are teams that have been at the peak of League of Legends play. We saw it from JDG at the spring finals. We saw it from FPX when they won Worlds, remember. But right now, it feels like this is fairly JDG favored.
Yeah, well, look, the way JDG played in spring is very different to the way that they played now. It is very much about Kanavi going towards the Lee Sins, these early game junglers, and setting up Loken in these later game fights to be the big carry for this team. And so far, that success has netted them that 7-game win streak you were talking about, and JDG finally looked like they're able to control the games. This was against Vici, where they had this incredible engage coming through from Zoom that netted them the victory against, the revitalized Vici that we just saw. And this is where now, with Kanavi looking amazing on these early game picks, playing towards his laners, JDG have found teamfight successes.
Yeah, JDG feel like they figured themselves out once again. As you rightly said, Kanavi has changed styles, but his Lee Sin looks like it's up there with the very best of them, because he's not a guy that I would think of for Lee Sin, but he looks incredible.
Kanavi's the best Lee Sin in the world, like, without a shadow of a doubt. His montage plays 6 or 7 times a game is next to nobody in the world. There is no doubt in my mind that you cannot give Kanavi this Lee Sin play. But looking across the opposite side, FPX have actually been struggling quite a bit recently. They're their own worst enemies in a lot of situations where they're trying to run in and find these engagements where either their composition doesn't quite suit them, they haven't had the right back timings, or they're just approaching these fights completely wrong. So from FPX's point of view, this is the series where I want to see them step up to command the world champions that they are and step up here today against JDG.
And the big issues with FPX feels like it's about communication and coordination. Yeah. And someone that's been kind of on the brunt of some of those issues is Khan up towards the top side. He came into the team this year to try and change things up and have the carry potential from the top lane. But the way FPX have been using him recently is not to carry from the top lane. They've been sticking him on the weak side top laners like the Ornn, like the Mordekaiser, the things that you usually see from Zoo.
Yeah. And it does mean that Khan is struggling quite a bit. He's not a weak side top laner, and oftentimes we see him playing his lane like he's still got a lot of jungle pressure, or he's got the advantage in the matchup, and it means that he has been caught out a couple of times. Whereas on Zoom's side, I would have said he was very similar to Khan a couple of weeks ago, where he wasn't quite able to find himself in the meta. He was trying to play these bruisers but getting caught out in team fights. But now that we're seeing the draft tend a little bit more towards him, where JDG are prioritizing the likes of the Volley Bear and these bruisers where Zoom can control that top lane matchup, Zoom has really come back into form from what we expected of him in spring.
It's going to be such an interesting matchup when we have Zoom, who's kind of moved away from the weak side top laners to some extent, whereas on the other side it's Khan moving towards the weak side top laners, which is the opposite of what you'd expect this matchup to be, especially at the end of spring when you think about these two players. It's the opposite at least stylistically. Yeah.
Exactly. And that's why I'm excited to see this matchup here today, because we have seen Khan where he's tried to go for some of these more deadly matchups, and particularly when we look at Zoom, who likes to play the Renekton. We saw Khan go towards the Quinn, but wasn't able to take down 369. Khan just wasn't quite able to find that magic that we expected from him when he joined FPX. Now, though, against Zoom, he needs to step up. You need to control Zoom in the top lane, because otherwise JDG look amazing in team fights, and a lot of it is off the engages that Zoom provides. Even if he's not on the Ornn, it's more about him being these bruiser engages that can set up beautifully for Loken on the back line to go absolutely nuts, and Kanavi to position absolutely perfectly on these likes of Lee Sin or even some of these carry junglers.
And you mentioned Loken there. That's the guy I want to talk about next, because while we've seen Kanavi towards the start of the split was like kind of struggling to find his identity on these modern patches, Loken stepped up big time. His Aphelios looks like one of the very best in the world. His Ezreal, his Ashe all look exceptional. When his team can set him up to succeed, he will carry the game. And you know what? His team sets him up every single time.
And that's what's amazing to me, is that when we look at Loken and how he used to play on top esports, there was a bunch of issues with his laning phase where he wasn't quite getting the position that we wanted in these team fights. But now, him and Lumao are super strong in lane. They are getting these duo lane kills. Then we get to team fights, and Loken looks like a changed man. His ability to position, his mechanical outplays. I mean, even if we look at their last series against Vici, where Zika tries to jump in as a LeBlanc to pick him off, and he manages to get an auto on the Aphelios, flash away, Gravitum completely turns that fight around against Zika. Like, these minute and like super quick decision making in these high pressure situations is something that we hadn't really seen out of him before, but he's thriving in right now.
Yeah, he certainly is. And you know, some of the champions that I listed there, very much these late game AD carries, but his Kalista as well, exceptional. Probably his best AD carry when you think back to spring. But I want to talk about it in terms of the matchup as well, because LWX and Crisp, they've been having some struggles. They've been having some woes on the side of FPX as of recently, so they're going to certainly have their work cut out against JDG, especially when we talk about Loken and Lumao. Bard's in the meta and Lumao's the best in the world, but let's get our players onto the stage as we kick this one off. JDG, first ones to move onto the stage here. Zoom, Kanavi, Yagao, Loken, and Lumao.
Our spring split champions take to the stage to try and take down FPX. And honestly, with the revitalized form that JDG are in, now sitting in that 4th place position as well, that 7-series win streak we talk about, it is going to be a tall task for FPX to take down these guys.
Yeah, speaking of FPX, it is going to be Khan starting today in the top lane, not going to be Gimgoon there. So we'll see if he's going to be able to step up to that carry performance. But as they step out onto the stage, it is going to be Khan, Tian, Doonb, LWX, and Crisp here today.
And a team that isn't quite at the same glory level as their World Championship in 2019, but still looking to turn things around. And this is the series that we want to see them doing. Having these strong priority lanes for both Khan and for Doonb can be the story that they need to take down JDG today.
And I want to add a little bit of context here to the... we can see the support matchup is going to be highlighted from the Chinese side, but I want to take a moment and contextualize why we're saying kind of some negative things about FPX here, because obviously a lot of you guys that will be tuning in today maybe haven't seen FPX in a long while, but their recent series, they lost to Vici Gaming 1-2, and we've just been talking about earlier today how Vici had been really leveling up, and it's like, you know what, sometimes the middle of the table teams beat the top of the table teams. This is the LPL, I'll give you a pass on that one, FPX. Then they lose to top esports. It's like, all right, top esports, they're pretty unbeatable right now, we'll give you a pass on that one, FPX. And then they lost 0-2 to Rogue Warriors. And that was the point at which I was like, hang on a second there, FPX. You got to get something going, because you're now on a 3-loss streak, and you lose. That's Rogue Warriors are 15th in the league. You can't afford to lose to that team.
Yeah, and Rogue Warriors was not looking particularly good until that FPX series, but now we want to see against JDG against that. Like, these are the teams that we are talking about for our Worlds participants. That is the conversation that we are having here today, and we want FPX to step up to that caliber. This is a team we know that they can, and especially when you've taken on new talent like Khan playing in this top lane, we want to see them reach new heights and propel the LPL forward once again in that World Championship.
And so we end up in this matchup that so much of this series is going to be down to the mind games and the coordination for these two teams. It's the thing that we've complimented the most for JDG over the course of the last year, is how smart their players, how great their coordination and shot calling can be. On the other side though, FPX more recently, it's been a bit of an issue where they are their own worst enemies. We'll see if that comes through here, as immediately in the draft, JDG, they know who they want to ban out, the Karma and the Rumble being taken away from Doomby.
And you can see it on the opposite side here from FPX as well. Kanavi, as you said, not going to get his hands on his Nidalee, which is the big ban here away from him. It's about an 80% ban rate on that Nidalee as of right now against Kanavi. So definitely a high priority when it comes to getting it off the board of JDG.
So the Aphelios made it through the bans, and immediately Loken's going to grab that one for himself. We already talked about it's his most played of the split, and he looks stupendous on it. It's going to be answered with an Ashe coming on through here, and we could have a double Freljord lock-in, because this Volibear has been very high priority for the side of JDG. Not as high priority for FPX, but they're happy to take it away from their opponents.
And you still got that flexibility there, so it is a nice red side pick here, but as you said, taken away from Zoom, but when you look at JDG right now, hey, we got the Aphelios, we can go towards something like the Ornn here and go and scale towards that super late game, where FPX's decision making in that mid to late game have been massively questionable as of late, so why not push them to that uncomfortable spot?
Absolutely. So we've got incredibly solid bot duo coming through here for JDG with the Thresh and the Aphelios. I'd argue probably one of the most heavily prioritized bot lane duos available, and then with a Twisted Fate here for Yagao. Suddenly, this looks real good for JDG, but the Sylas here to answer for Doomby.
The instant lock-in from Doomby as well. So, myself and Munch were having a look at
yes.
Doomby's solo queue just before we came onto the cast. Of the last 13 games he has played, 9 of them, I think it was, have been on Sylas. Like, it is a crazy high number. Doomby loves this Sylas pick, and it's beautiful into the Twisted Fate as well, because you can just steal away that Destiny and come join him in whatever party he's going to.
Or you can steal the Destiny and get over there before he can.
True.
Like, if you hit level 6 before he does, you can still steal the ult. You can still get out of there. Let's take a look at the rest of the bans, though, as the Lee Sin taken away from Kanavi, which, as you rightly said before, he's incredible on it. Get it away from him. The Grave's going to be banned as well, as Tom Kench was removed from that bottom lane duo.
They're just trying to remove any sort of safety here for the Ashe in that bottom lane, especially when you've got the Twisted Fate. I mean, Tam Kench is such a pain for you to deal with when you're trying to make these picks, so getting rid of that to make sure things are all nice and dandy. Could even go towards something like the Braum as well in this bottom side if they wanted to, but okay. I mean, if you wanted to signal that we're going for Ornn here for JDG, that's it right there.
Yeah, we've seen this before. They banned the Kayle, and it's like, look, Zoom's playing Ornn. You already knew Zoom was going to play Ornn. Like, is anyone surprised that Zoom's going to play Ornn? Not really. Over to the side of FPX here. So they're hovering on towards supports, trying to set something up for Crispin LWX.
Yeah, the Braum we just talked about, look, it works super well when you're trying to, well, oh, never mind. I was going to say block the Ornn, but they want to go for a little bit more of an engage in that bottom lane. A lot of CC now for the Ashe, for that Nautilus, and you're looking at a very hefty team fight here for FPX, where they are spiking super early, and they're looking to jump in on top of you, long-range engage from Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and dive duo in Tian and Doimby's lock-in so far.
To the surprise of no one, the Ornn is finally locked in for Zoom. And now the big question is what goes into this jungle for Kanavi. His Lee Sin was taken off the board. His Nidalee, his Graves, all banned away. So we could go back to things like the Kindred.
Yeah, I would love to see the Kindred here. I think when you've got the high dive potential that you're seeing on the side here, coming through from the Volibear, from that Sylas, having something that can just reset the fight a little bit, give you a little bit of wiggle room could be great, but hey, he wants to go for a little bit more of the punch now, ask questions later.
Yeah, a little bit more playmaking and a little bit more frontline to protect Loken once again. Let's remember, Loken really is the focus of JDG in this split. On the other side, Khan goes for the gangplank. This is something we've seen 1,000 times over the years.
But this is great for Khan, because not only is it a good matchup in that top lane, you can get to scale, you've got a reasonably easy time there, you also set up your dive guys super well, because all you want to do is have Tien and Doomby jump onto Loken. Aphelios hates Cannon Barrage. He finds it so difficult to maneuver around because obviously he's got no dashes, no escapes. So you are now disabling Aphelios' ability to run away, and you're getting that dive potential set up beautifully here from your jungle and mid lane.
We'll see if they can set up for that dive. There's a lot of pick on both sides as well, with the Twisted Fate coming in for Yakao, but also things like the Ashe and the Silas here for the side of FPX. There's a lot of ways to make these plays happen. And I'm really curious who's going to be the one to put their foot forward in this mid game, because whoever can get a snowball rolling really could run away with this.
And what I like here, just on that snowball point, is that FPX have the potential to go for that, and it's been one of the big gripes I have with FPX drafts at the moment, is that it doesn't feel like they're playing towards their strengths, which is, hey, let's get Doomby onto something that he can make some plays with. Let's have LWX and Crisp on these early game champions, these early game AD carries, so we can look to make plays on this bottom side. I mean, that's what made them famous at Worlds 2019. Now they're going back to their roots with this draft, and you've got Khan, who's just going to be free to farm up on that top side and join in with the Cannon Barrage.
It's time to jump into this series, the final series of the week here in the LPL. It's JDG up against Fun Plus Phoenix. This is the modern day grudge match here in the LPL. JDG more recently have been getting some of the more important wins, but the most recent time these guys faced was at the Mid-Season Cup, and it was FPX that came out on top.
And they always push each other to the limits. We always see them really taking it every single blow back and forth, and here again today we'll get to see these two titans of the LPL face off against each other. And as we said, look, FPX, if you look at the bottom four members, they are looking to get a nice advantage for themselves in and around these dragons, really set themselves up for these aggressive plays. And even if you look at Tien and Doomby, they can really take it to Yagao in this mid lane, who actually has gone for the Ignite. He wants to go aggressive himself.
And he's not gone for the Unsealed Spellbook. He's gone for the Comet in that lane. So Yagao, this is a way more aggressive Twisted Fate build than what we're used to seeing.
Yeah, and it says to me that what they're looking to do is have Kanavi play to this mid lane. They just want to shut down Doomby, and especially when you've got the gold card into the phase rush and you've got a lot of chase down potential on JDG's side, they just want to ruin the day for this Silas.
The question will be if they're able to do exactly that, because Doomby, as you mentioned before, plays a whole bunch of this Silas. This is not a pick that he's going to be new to here in the mid lane. And if any of you guys have watched his stream, he sometimes streams on the Fun Plus channel on YouTube. The man's a menace. He's a monster. He just takes over a game from the mid lane with this Silas.
So we'll have to see how Tien wants to try and, with this information, play around this mid lane. You can see actually JDG already setting themselves up to try and spot out where Tien's going to be, but he snuck in on the back line.
That ward ain't going to help you here because Tien's already in the mid lane. He's a level ahead of Yakao. He's going to be moving in to try and make the play. Doing B. Don't know if he has his E. He does. Forces the flash out of Yakao. And you know what? FPX are happy with that. They've got a flash and they go home.
This is great for Doomby as well because he stops that crash. So look where Doomby's frozen this wave at the moment now. It will slow push back out, but it does mean that Tien can at least clear his jungle and then come and help escort Doomby in shoving this wave in. So as of right now, Kanavi doesn't actually have a way to get in and try and pressure Doomby in that middle.
It's going to be difficult to get in. Obviously with the set as well, quite often it can be hard to find the right opportunities unless someone over pushes and finds a way out. I'm curious about the top lane matchup as well, as we do have a ton of scaling across the board here, both in that Aphelios in the bottom lane, but both Ornn and Gangplank going to scale exceptionally well. But later on into the game, Gangplank definitely going to have the advantage in the side lane.
And you can already see, like, look, he's going to have the advantage in lane as well. He's got so much poke, and we've seen these dives before.
No way are they diving at level 4 under the tower. They go zoom with the flash, but it's not going to be enough. Tien gets out of the tower. That's a first blood for Khan.
And Zoom tried to stop this wave from pushing in because he was a little bit worried about the dive, but he actually took so much damage from Khan. He set up TN to go for this play, and it means that with Kanavi down to this bottom side, already FPX are making plays happen.
And you know what? Zoom still used his flash. Even though he went down, that flash is on cooldown, so there's plenty of opportunity for Tian to make a repeat gank. And next time around, that tower might not be able to exist.
Might also be a few more members coming that way as well. Like, don't forget, Doomby has this teleport. He can also steal away that Destiny from Yagao. There is so many options here from FPX to double down on these aggressive plays topside, but we'll have to see if they are going to be able to make that happen and keep their foot on the accelerator here.
And I'm just excited that we get to see FPX running a composition that wants to just go in for most of the game, because what's the biggest criticism we've had of FPX is that sometimes they're going in a little too aggressively when they shouldn't be. So why not just draft a composition that wants to go in? Then you can't be too aggressive.
Exactly, and that's what we wanted to see from FPX, and we're getting it in this game. This is exactly the style of composition I was looking for FPX to go for, and at the moment, they've been able to execute with Tian going towards this top side, but don't forget, JDG, they're looking to scale. They've got an Ornn, they've got this Aphelios as well. They're looking for these later game fights. They're also waiting for Yagao to hit that level 6 mark, so he's got the Destiny where he can influence plays on the side lanes as well, but at least in the early stages, JDG are taking a little bit of a beat.
You know how everyone always talks about how Ornn at level 3 or so will have pressure in most lane matchups, blah, blah, blah. Not against Gangplank. This is not a fun matchup for Ornn at any stage of the game. Ornn never really gets an opportunity to get into that one unless he's getting ganks. We're going to 1v1 between Tian and Kanavi in the jungle. Tian going to win this one out ever so slightly, but realistically not a whole lot happens.
Yeah, it's more Kanavi trying to give Yagao space to shove in for the Destiny play.
So is Crisp. Destiny comes in and Yagao trying to finish off Tian. The hook is there and they finish the kill. Now JDG have to try and get away from this one, but LWX in from the side as well. JDG have bitten off more than they could chew. Yagao somehow survived, but Kanavi won't be so lucky. Luma over the wall and Loken has to flash, but Crisp follows him, gets the root down with his passive. The rest of the team couldn't get in because of Gravity.
That was super back and forth on either side. And when all said and done, I mean, it's 1 for 1, but you could see the idea there from JDG. It was try and let Yagao push this wave in against Doomby, make sure Tian isn't trying to make any funny business happen, and then we can have Yagao make the play with the Destiny. But with Lumeo roaming up, they managed to get at least a kill back over in their favor, but one's returned onto Kanavi.
And just look at the summoner spells across the board right now. Everything is on cooldown, basically. It's just going to be a flash for Kanavi, a flash for Khan. Other than that, nobody else is going to get out of any tricky situations. So this could mean that everything slows down, or it could be a whole bunch of opportunities for FPX.
I actually didn't see the ultimate that Doomby stole. I don't think it was the Destiny from Yagao. So Doomby will have access to that Destiny way sooner than Yagao is, and can potentially make these sideline plays, but JDG don't want to give it to him.
He might just get gold carded, death sentence, face breaker, and everything else. But Doomby gets onto the backline, somehow onto Yagao, can't finish the kill though. JDG get the pick by the skin of their teeth. Now onto Tian, but Crisp and LWX have moved up once again. And, well, JDG, they do get away with that one in the end.
Welcome to the LPL A-Ram, apparently, in this game, because all our action is happening around this mid lane, but JDG are playing this beautifully. We said, look, Yagao is gone for this Arcane Comedy's gone for this Ignite. He wants to get rolling early. Well, he's picked up 2 kills for himself. He's shoving in this wave, stopping Doimby from being able to make any of these plays we talked about with, like, the Destiny and even with his teleport. Now, FPX, you can see, at least off of all this pressure, will pick up the Dragon, but that's not too big of an issue for JDG right now. They're more concerned about setting up Yagao to get out of this lane, and I mean, that's a damn early Rod of Ages as well for the Twisted Fate.
Yeah, that is about as early as they come. 8 minutes when he finishes his Rod of Ages, so he's going to be coming online a lot sooner than you would necessarily expect from a Twisted Fate. Fantastic news for JDG. And the big question is, oh, hang on, Zoom wants a 1v1 onto Khan in the top side? Or maybe just wants a bit of damage, I guess.
Trying to turn it around. I thought he was going to try and push against the wave instead and try and shove that one out, because Connor's going to be able to shove this one in, but Kanavi is coming up towards his top side. Will be spotted now, though.
Yeah, at least he gets to clear the ward for himself, so nothing too much going to be an issue here for JDG as Yagao moves towards the top side as well, just in case Khan didn't respect the play. But Kanavi is rewarded with a red buff.
So the thing is for Zoom, though, Don't teleport. He also just used his Call of the Forge God as this Rift Herald is about to spawn. So I don't think Kanavi will be able to try and fight for this unless they want to try and make a pick with Yagao towards this top side. But already you can see FPX. They're moving up here. They've already got Crisp who's moving across. Doomby as well can just hoosh over and stop Kanavi from taking this objective.
Everybody on the map is getting their way over towards this. It's just going to be Zoom, who's in the bottom lane, doesn't have TP. So JDG could find themselves in a fight that they can't win, but they might just be able to finish this Herald off before Tian can get in. Eye of the Herald is there. Kanavi grabs it for himself. Will be able to pick up the Eye of the Herald, unlike earlier on in the split. And they will get away with this one. That was a little bit too close, and that was a lot committed for FPX to not get the Herald.
And I thought we'd see FPX pull the trigger a lot sooner. Khan has a cannon barrage, put some pressure onto JDG, so they're forced to back away, buy some time, but they weren't able to. Even when they saw Zoom on this bottom lane, they're still not comfortable enough to try and make this play happen. 4 versus 5 gone astray, and now Zoom has actually managed to crash this wave on the bottom side of the map while all that was going on.
Really nicely done here from JDG to read the map, and if there's one thing that I always say about JDG, it's they are the smartest team in the LPL. They will read the map and they will pull these kind of plays off. So beautifully done, as you'd expect, out of JDG. Tian knows that Kanavi wants this red buff though, and he's going to try and move in for the 1v1. In fact, he's just going to go for the smite instead. Vision was still there.
Was to be able to steal it away. Had the help of Doomby there, as you can see, stolen away a destiny of his own. So would have been the 2 mid laners who were able to join in. And at the moment, hey look, FPX, even if they don't get that Rift Herald, are still putting some pressure into the enemy jungle, which is what we wanted to see, using the fact that COD is able to shove in the spot lane. He still has that cannon barrage to act as an extra half man in any of these engages. So I want to see if Tian can at least keep this up and keep this pressure onto Kanavi.
Kanavi moving into the mid lane, but I think he realizes this ain't going to happen anytime soon. Doomby just going to clear the wave. So Dagda, while we've got a minute here, let's talk about the late game a little bit. Let's talk about what on earth these compositions want. Nah, we don't have time to talk about the late game. Doomby's going in onto Zoom in the bottom side. He still has his flash available, but he doesn't have a whole lot of health to work with. Tian's here as well. That tower's not going to help you. That's the wrong side of the map, my friend.
Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, and you will get Zoom dropping, but this is what we were talking about for FPX, because going to your late game point, well, FPX are relying on Khan to be this late game damage and also split pusher for them, but honestly, I prefer JDG's comp when we get to the late game. They've the ability to wave clear super well against Khan through Yagao. Then you've got this massive engage coming through from Zoom. A late game of Felios with all these extra Ornn items as well is going to look great. And think about the way FPX's comp wants to operate. He said Doomby going for a dive, Tien going for a dive. Even Crisp wants to get close and personal. Well, that's where Felios wants you. He wants everyone in on top of him so we can just dish out all that damage.
You definitely have to sometimes just favor the Aphelios when it comes to the late game. That second place, finally taken as Herald dropped on the top side by JDG. It's going to be Loken and Kanavi able to finish this one off. Doomby was able to answer with a couple of plates in the bottom side, but certainly can't trade the tower. So that is now going to be a gold swing in favor of JDG.
And this is how JDG want to play this. They got Yagao ahead. Great. He's now a side lane threat. Who's our next threat we need to get rolling on? It's low.
He has some damage in the bottom lane. Call of the Forge God comes out from him, gets the knock up onto Zoom. Tian's here as well. This tower doesn't get to exist with Volibear in the mix. They don't even need to ult the tower because they're just going to finish this kill. Now suddenly Yagao, he's bitten off way more than he could chew. Chased down by the entire squad. That death sentence pulls the support away. But Yagao somehow surviving everything here. I don't know how he's doing it, but finally jumped on down. And FPX now back away, back towards the tower because their entire squad is here.
And that tower is going to be able to go down on this next wave if they want to, but they can leave Khan here to just keep that pressure up. The rest of them can get control of this dragon if they want, but looks like they got their eyes on the tower instead.
And look at LWX, he's just shoved that wave out in the mid lane as well. He can now rotate towards the dragon. This is going to be the tower falling with one more auto. And FPX moving in towards the dragon pit. Yagao still not alive, so this is going to be gifted to FPX.
This is the FPX we wanted to see coming into today, though. Khan having priority in lane. Doomby able to shove out and have control of his lane as well. And FPX in these situations flourish. Now they've gotten 2 dragons for themselves. A nice gold lead, but maybe more coming.
Kanavi goes in for this one with the showstopper. Doomby pulled him by the hook. He's going to find himself a box onto Lumao. As the rest of the squad from JDG getting collapsed on by FPX. They are outnumbered and outgunned. A kill goes the way of LWX, which is the perfect target for FPX. As Loken, he wants to make a play for himself. Khan has to flash away. And I love to see that from Loken. I love an aggressive Aphelios.
But they went too aggressive. JDG didn't have the manpower. Yagao was lagging in the back line trying to make his way up river. And with that, they're able to turn this around. But Doomby, this was so much damage. You've only got armor on Zoom, I get it. But holy God, Zoom just got deleted.
And I mean, this is exactly what we said, right? This guy plays a lot of Silas, and he is an absolute menace to anyone who has to face him. He knows exactly how much he does. He knows exactly how much he can survive with the Kingslayer as well, and able to find these fights. And even Yagao survived for so long, but just can't get away from all the CC.
I love how FPX are setting these plays up, though, because you do have the Volley Bear who disables towers. You got Doomby who has access to the Destiny, a teleport of his own as well. So just matching and outmanning JDG in a lot of these scenarios means that they're able to pick up all these advantages. And look, we've now got a 1,500 gold lead going over in favor of FPX, and this next Rift Herald is about to spawn. Yagao is in this top lane, but you have teleports at least coming through for Zoom that could try and swing a fight over in favor of FPX.
And
or JDG.
This is exactly what I wanted from this series, Dagda. Back and forth as you like. Already 3 different times we've talked about how the gold is swinging backwards and forwards. It's FPX with a kill lead. It's FPX with a dragon lead. And they've got 1,000 gold in their pockets as well. And now with Herald spawning again shortly, you can see everybody moving to the top half of the map. Zoom has his teleport available.
So the thing is, FPX, as they start this up, do have to be careful. JDGs, we talked about having that teleport available. A lot of these first items have already come through for JDG as well. You look at the Infinity Edge, the Rod of Ages, very much stacking up for Yagao, but it looks like JDG, they're like, look, even though we may be able to force a numbers advantage, we're not comfortable fully committing to these plays where LWX is still pretty strong on this Ashe. You've still got Doomby, who looks monstrous on this Silas as well. We're going to take this nice and slow and just try and avoid losses until we get to the 3-item point with our Felios, Infinity Edge, the Phantom Dancer, like everything buckled straight up onto him. You'll have the Twisted Fate, who will have the Lich Bane, who's completed, even working up towards like Azanya's Hourglass if he wants to go full side lane split push and full damage can go towards the Rabadons, but that's definitely where JDG are strong.
Just look at the gold graph on the left right now. LWX 3rd from the bottom. Whereas where you look at Loken, he's over 1,000 gold ahead of his counterpart on FPX. So already a huge advantage in that bottom side of the map. And as you rightly mentioned, JDG, they don't need an advantage early in the bottom lane. They're going to outscale. They've got Aphelios. We've all seen what Aphelios does in the late game. They're more than happy with the way this game is going.
The thing here, though, as we start to move on later into the game, though, is that Yagao, if he doesn't have his Destiny up, is going to not have that as much of a side lane pressure. Because we usually see that Twisted Fate going for the teleport and for the Destiny, so he's always a threat in the side lane. But if Doomby is able to match Yagao in a side lane, steal the Destiny away, there's actually a brief window where Doomby has more pressure in his side lane because he will have the fallback of the teleport alongside stealing away that Destiny with the high jump.
LWX going to be able to just meet in the mid lane and clear this minion wave out, but look at the CS deficit in that bottom lane. We mentioned how Loken is very much the highlight player for JDG right now alongside Kanavi. LWX struggling to match up at least in the early game, but there's still plenty of time for him to pop off in this series. Him and his team have a 1,300 gold lead, and that next Drake will be spawning in 45 seconds. They already got 2 for themselves, and you can see the positioning on the map. They're looking for more.
And this is great for FPX because look how strong they are right now. Blade of the Rune King completed for LWX. So he's super strong, and obviously that Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to set themselves up beautifully in a fight. You look towards the Zanya's Hourglass complete onto Doomby as well. He can go crazy deep on some of these plays and cause havoc in JDG's backline. TP coming in from Doomby now as they really want to set up for this Mountain Dragon.
Doomby arrived a little bit too late to get the blue buff. That is going to reset, unfortunately for them. Not going to make too much difference to anything. But Dragon now spawning in 5 seconds. Kanavi trying to get eyes onto anyone. Trying to get some vision before this fight starts.
And the beauty here for Doomby is he can not only steal away the Destiny we talked about, but he's got access to a Call of the Forge God as well. So he's a threat on a side lane and in team fights as well.
There you go, the Call of the Forge God grabbed by Doomby. And it's going to do a lot more damage than Zoom's does. Dragon started off, Destiny going to be channeled here. Yagao gets over to the backline alongside Zoom. So they're looking to make a flank play. Rams charging everywhere across the map. Doomby getting straight onto Zoom, though, as the fight really kicks off, and LWX trying to follow up with the damage. In goes Kanavi. The haymaker on onto LWX finishes the kill. FPX are faltering in the fight as Kanavi chased down, but FPX, they can't keep going on this one because they're getting surrounded. Kanavi somehow surviving. The ignite is just about enough from Chris, but Khan falls. So does everybody. Tian, the only one remaining.
And JDG find the fight that they needed. Able to position in multiple different corridors means that they can't get all knocked up by the Call of the Forge God from Doomby. The flanks onto LWX, a crazy engage from Kanavi, and JDG come out on top.
And suddenly we see this scaling composition winning fights in the mid game, which is not the best scenario for FPX.
Well, the thing here is, look, this crossplay where X marks the spot as to where a fight's about to happen actually favors JDG because Loken has now got nobody to touch onto him. He's also gets this massive Moonlight Vigil with the Infernum to take down 3 members of FPX to super low, and Kanavi as well. We talk about him being the playmaking jungler for JDG. You saw it there. LWX didn't have a chance in hell of getting out of there.
Yeah, Kanavi played that to perfection on this set, managing to make things happen with the showstopper, bringing people in with the facebreaker as well. And as you rightly say, Loken on the backside of that fight had no pressure on him the entire time. Moonlight Vigil across everyone, just throwing out autos, taking some kills for himself. Dream scenario for an Aphelios.
And look how accelerated Loken is. Okay, cool, got a kill.
Oh, hang on. Yagao flashes away, keeps himself safe here. It's going to be a long old cooldown on the flash. Baron is up on the map now.
I want to look back at Loken, though, because, look, he did get a kill, but he's already got that Infinity Edge. He's got that Rune's Hurricane. Cole is popped for him. He is so strong right now, and he's got a 50 CS lead over LWX. He is so strong relative to FPX's AD carry, and that's why we've been so disappointed with LWX and Crisp as of late, because they keep losing these fights where, honestly, they should be the ones with the advantage right now.
It's not even about fights either. It's just like, he just has a straight-up CS lead. Doomby now, once again, has found a fight onto Zoom. This time, Zoom is a whole lot harder to kill, though. He's got himself that Abyssal Mask. He's upgraded it, and he can protect his jungle. Now it's his turn to turn this one around. Chris flashes over the wall, though. That means that FPX have to disengage. Bit of a weird cannon barrage there.
Yeah, just trying to stop the follow-up from JDG, because if they'd managed to get over onto the wall, would have been able to stay crisp, and now FPX will at least be in a position to try and defend this turret, but not sure if they'll be able to.
I don't know about that one, because JDG are looking real strong. They'll finish this one off. Arrow goes in, but it's on to Zoom. He's happy to tank this one, finds a knock-up as well. And in goes Kanavi, Facebreaker. There's a Moonlight Vigil and a kill for Kanavi onto LWX, now doing B. Desperate to escape, but a death sentence and a beautifully named ability for what it does right there. JDG find 2, and they're running a Baron.
They can take this. They actually have so much damage right now between Loken and Yagao, but you've got Zoom with the TP. He'll be able to come back in towards this pit. And what a play again. You get the knock-up from Zoom, which is already disastrous for FPX, but Kanavi just pops in. It's like, oh, hi guys, welcome to the Facebreaker.
Well, Khan, it's time to show what you're made of right here. Gets a bit of damage onto Kanavi. I don't see a way for Tian to get into this pit here. Baron will be taken. Tian knocked up, and he might just be taken down as well. Yagao easily has the damage. In fact, it's Zoom to grab that kill for himself. 9-7 on the scoreboard, and a 22-minute Baron for JDG.
It would have been a miracle for Tian to get into that pit. No flash, no ultimate either. He's not able to get over the wall, but here we go. Kanavi, Hex Flash, straight over the wall, and LWX. Like, every time Kanavi manages to find them, and it is not going well for the Ashe.
And I just love that the kill is taken by the showstopper as well. Fully dunks LWX in the fight. And that play right there and the play earlier at Dragon coming out from Kanavi are what have set JDG ahead in this game with a tremendous lead. There is a full item and a half advantage for Loken over LWX.
And that's not even taken into account that it's a Molten Edge. He's got the upgrade now as well. Like, Loken's running away with this. He's happy as Larry. He's got all the items he needs to take over these team fights. And if you even get close enough to breathe on him, you were going to die for FPX, because Tien is not tanky enough. You can see he's gone for the Knight's Vow. He's trying to go towards something like a Bramble Vest to try and reduce Loken's impact, but it's going to be too little too late. Loken's massive.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to reduce the impact of this kind of level of Aphelios right now. He's only 2-0-2 on the scoreboard, but he's 50 CS up. And he has got a whole bunch of turret plates, he's got a whole bunch of bonus gold, and he's got a whole bunch of items. Zoom starting to siege in the bottom side of the map here. And just as we're talking about it, you can see it visualized right there. The ridiculous advantage. 3,500 gold in the AD carry alone.
It is absolutely insane. And what you try and do is FPX here. I mean, JDG have Baron. They're sieging up. They're only...
Tell me, you're the analyst.
I know. Well, that's the problem is they are trying to have Doomby play off into a side lane, but he's not strong enough to deal with Yagao after all the pressure that went mid in the early stages of the game. And FPX are about to lose their bottom inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, this is rough right now for FPX as they've got to try and find some miracle fight, some way to start something. But this inhibitor... I don't think they can defend it. I don't think even if they go for a fight that this is winnable right now. Lumao looking for a hook, but doesn't quite connect. And the siege can continue all day long. Still 40 seconds on this Baron. Loken just going to be able to throw these turrets out to keep doing the damage. He's got the Calibrum for range onto this inhibitor as well. And in the meantime, Yagao just sets it up in the mid lane.
And you've got no real hope here. FPX trying to look for the engage on Yagao.
The hope is a play onto Yagao, but Dredge line is going to go wide, and that means now JDG, they make the counter play. Into the base they go. Tian jumps into the middle of the fray, but he's not going to be able to finish anybody off. Zoom just tanking the tower in the meantime. Khan just getting 1v1 by the AD carry here as Loken annihilates every minion in sight, and now he moves his eyes over towards FPX's health bars. LWX went down during the scrap, but this is going to be a second inhibitor. And I don't think JDG are going to try and force the issue on the game just yet, but I mean, the game is just about done.
And we said JDG were back on form. They're showing it massively in this game. 7-win streak for our Spring Split champions. Looking to make it 8 here today. And with performances across the board, I'm not surprised that they're making this a swift game 1 against FPX. Look at how Kanavi set up this early game. Getting Yagao several of these kills, working the second that Destiny became available for the Twisted Fate to get him 2 kills, to get this quick Rod of Ages. And from that point on, they were picking off several members of FPX. And Loken now, absolutely huge as a result of these fights. There's just so little left standing for FPX in their own base.
And just look at Loken throughout this fight as well. He's just a kid in a candy store just dancing around the base, autoing whoever he wants, whoever he fancies, basically no pressure. I mean, what do you even do if you're FPX here?
I mean, that's my thought process here as well. Because you've tried to get onto Loken, he's got Severum, he's hitting everyone with the Runins, with the Phantom Dancer. And then as well, you're moving in towards a position where, well, Tien isn't strong enough to kill him. You just killed Doomby. LWX is gone. Khan's running to try and get on towards Yagao. So Loken's under no real threat that entire fight.
So now we need some kind of miracle play to come through for FPX if they want to get themselves back into this game. And let's bear in mind, they do have this Ashe for LWX. So there's a lot of pick potential on the side of FPX. But JD is smarter than that, right? This is a team that is going to stay grouped for the rest of this entire game.
The issue with that, though, is Yagao does need to be able to deal with Doomby, but, I mean, they don't, like, this isn't an issue because, well, Doomby has managed to just about push out the super creeps in the bottom lane, and Yagao's like, oh, I'm just going to group as 5 with the rest of you, and, like, I mean, you're not even to steal away my Destiny or anything, you got to TP in as Kanavi goes for the play.
Yeah, Kanavi jumps over the wall here, Call of the Forge God going to be used. Doomby misses the second half of it, though. LWX. That's not the way we wanted to see that arrow. I said miracle play, not disastrous play. Now in towards the top side they go. And we just reset and begin again for JDG.
It may not be the miracle play, but it definitely felt like a Hail Mary for FPX. And it's a swing and a miss as now JDG can push in through this top side. It's the last inhibitor standing for FPX.
All FPX can do at this point is pray to PP God himself. Khan going to be able to survive with an orange there, but that's a third inhibitor going down from the side of JDG. They've cleared the entire base. And guess what? Baron's up in 15 seconds, just as a cherry on top.
Yeah, and what do you try and do here? If you're FPX, you've got 3 inhibitors down. You've got a Baron up waves pushing into your base. This is impossible to stop.
What you do right now is you go back to the drawing board and look towards what can happen for the next game of this series, because unless Tian can just jump over the wall and make some kind of insane steal.
If Tian dies, though,
look,
the whole game goes down.
They're committed to this one, but the gold lead is still 8,000, and that is going to be the end of LWX already. Loken finishes the kill as Crisp jumps into the fray as well, but he's just not tanky enough. 2 kills for the Aphelios, and the only thing I'm looking at is how many kills can Loken get in this fight. There's the triple. Now on towards doing B as well. A crit would do the job, but Yagao steals it. That's just rude.
Come on. But either way, JDG will close out this game in a commanding fashion, and FPX are just left scratching their heads.
Well, you know what? When we came into this one saying this is the modern grudge match of the LPL, JDG say it's not much of a grudge, it's more a pest control right now. 1-0 for JDG as they crush FPX in 30 minutes.
And it just looked like JDG had full control of this game from the get-go. There was some moments where FPX looked like they were getting back to the FPX of old, but JDG, once Yagao had picked up those 2 kills, was making plays around the map, once they started to get Loken rolling as well, they just didn't let go.
Yeah, they really didn't. Loken got so far ahead on the bot side of the map. Obviously, Aphelios for 3 items is the perfect moment for you to win a game, and he got 3 items way earlier than you actually meant to. LWX on the other side had a really, really rough series here. And most importantly, JDG were doing such a good job during these early fights to be able to find advantages. The fight around Dragon Pit, where it felt like FPX should have the advantages, all just went so catastrophically wrong.
Yeah, and you say this wasn't a grudge match. I'm pretty sure Kanavi has got something against LWX.
Yeah, maybe.
Every single fight, he was diving straight onto LWX. We saw it at the Dragon fight. We saw it that mid lane turf fight as well, where every time Kanavi was straight in with the facebreaker onto LWX, even the flash haymaker in that bottom lane to set up the play too. So, look, off of Kanavi's early setup, off of Yagao's early setup, JDG were able to run away, and then Loken's just like prancing through all these fights happy as Larry because there's nobody who's able to do anything against him.
And the thing about Kanavi that I'm learning here is it's not so much a champion thing. We talk about his Lee Sin, we talk about his Nidalee, we talk about his Kindred, we talk about his Graves.
Going to get the
now
list,
we have to start talking about
somewhere.
his set as well. Like, is there anything that this guy can't carry on at this point? Because, yeah, it's a more supportive pick, but it didn't look supportive to me.
It was beautiful. It was the fantastic follow-up engage for a lot of the times where Zoom would get the Call of the Forge God, Kanavi finding flanks that FPX weren't ready for. Like, this is what I love about Kanavi, is that no matter the pick he's on, he understands where the perfect positioning for that pick is. Whether it's the Lee Sin, whether it's the set in this game as well, Hex Flash consistently over the wall onto the main carries for FPX. Look at LWX's damage.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to LWX, he didn't have much opportunity to do any
No,
damage
that's what I
with
mean.
the way
Yeah.
that JDG were playing this game. He was getting absolutely destroyed every single fight. Tian had a really hard time having impact as well. And let's just bear in mind, this started off with FPX getting first blood. This started off with Tian and Khan diving Zoom. Everything started great for FPX. They just couldn't keep the ball rolling.
And I felt like the plan was, okay, we're going to get Khan rolling. Check that off the list, looking good. Then we'll rotate that into bottom lane dives. We've got the level 6 for the Ashe. We can work with the Volley Bear level 6 as well. Disable the turret, go for plays on towards this Aphelios, who's just a sitting duck at that stage.
Yeah.
But the problem was that JDG did such a good job of controlling the mid lane and then having Yagao having full access to that bottom lane that it became nigh on impossible for them to try and make these plays. So JDG just reading FPX's game plan and just shutting it down so early.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here from JDG, and it's exactly what we compliment about JDG all the time. They are the smartest team in the LPL, and they've got that title for a reason, right? The way that they read the game, the way that they read exactly what their opponent wants to do, what the win conditions are, where are they on the map, what can we do next? Like, it feels like all they do is think, and the play just happens. It just like magically occurs off the back of their immense brain power.
It's the telekinesis where it's just you move all the pieces into the right spots. But I do agree, JDG, this is what makes them such a potent pick, is that, or at least a potent team to play against, is that not only are they able to play multiple different styles, but they're able to figure out what you are as a team. what makes you guys tick, and we're just going to smash whatever clock that is. We're not going to give you the opportunity to play your style of game, and this is what we saw right here.
The thing is, they don't even smash the clock. They gently dismantle it piece by piece, and you just watch as the game falls apart in front of you. JDG started off strong, though. 1-0 in this series. We're going to go to a quick break. Do not go anywhere, because I'm expecting FPX to come back swinging in game number 2. They're going to swap around in the draft, and we'll see what they come up with in a few minutes' time.
看一下小明这一波，直接把来了，飞回来，
行了，我会管一下的。
果然又是踢着马，但欧这个羊撞的很好，不过自己成为了众矢之的。这波想单杀沙皇，闪现一下拍死了，沙皇倒了，而且侧面在追击当中，塞纳刚才也被解决了。
我不知道你是干嘛的，我也不在乎。命运掌握在我们手中。
先 Q 一下龙，看一下血量，而且
很谨慎拉出来，
是一定要拉龙，但火龙坑是一个破碎的一个，
稍微挡一下这个 Q，
是不让防身有机会接近，摸了一下想过来抢，没有抢到个狼骑机场，直接拍到了2个人进去。
我的士兵们前进！
还有这个沙湾推到了后排3个人。
进场推到了小花生，这时候一脚来的已经有点慢了，只剩下西叶在跟他作战。回头小花生 Q2 拿到这个人头以后，并是选择香闪电想杀小花生，拿到人头，而且西叶是被自己给卡住，已经交过闪现了。这样的话打出一波团灭，
未来将由分身者撰写。
上路挂 DD 这波想留，但是第一时间巴德开隧道以后，感觉有点留不住了呀。2个人上来，跑捧不错，但是巴德大招给的同样也不错。奥文大招灌了上来，强手6人直接拉过去以后，瞄准的是对面的野和 AD， 但是正面的话可以看到泰坦、色骑、巨魔都纷纷倒下。
战斗之心，至死方休。
打到了伤害，
皇子来了呀！这个皇子过来，不能上了，感觉要卖了。
对，波士堡死掉，
德玛西亚
又是跳出一个大招，一口抢起来，所有人发大招，
终于赶到了战场，
皇子跟发条经典配合，
德玛西亚永世长存。片甲不留。
LG 不想放，起套睡到了，睡到是个大鳄鱼 ，poke 一套，这边 Q 的血量有点残。
跪拜我吧！
熊玄决定开大招，正向哥直接进场，必须现在要考虑撤退的事情了，有办法吗？
雷声滚动，
再拿一个暗影燎原支援一下，乐言继续想要输出，但这个位置已经被2个人逼迫上来，巨魔卡一个柱子。梅否在后面残血量，疯狂的想要找机会再丢对面气泡。
我狂奔，我践踏。
乐言一直闪，但是都没有机会上来输出，最后终于找到一个机会进场，但自己随即也被圣枪哥给换掉。哇，这波是直接打出一波团灭。
感受来自蛮荒的力量吧。
I look back when we just met, when we were young and restless, always looking both of us for something pure and breathless. It seems so long ago, as I sit here just looking back. We moved on from something strong to where we are, it's just another day. You're so far away, you're so far away. Guess I'm here to stay. In the blink of an eye, it feels like goodbye. You're the only one I'm feeling, the only one I believe in. But you're so far away, so I pray one day these worlds there's revelation. We are two, not really one. We live our lives in isolation of the friendship that has become. There's a wall that comes between us, 1,000 miles to overcome. A shadow falls in the evening, in the moon and in the sun. You're so far away, you're so far away. Guess I'm here to stay. In the blink of an eye, it feels like goodbye, it feels like goodbye. You're the only one I'm feeling, the only one I believe in. But you're so far away, so I pray one day. You're so far away, you're so far away, you're so far away. You're so far away, you're so far away. Guess I'm here to stay.
我们最近队伍的话，就首先赢得多嘛，赢得多的话，我们的氛围肯定就是好的。然后调整的话，其实我也不知道，就感觉我们每次赛季初的时候就会打得比较一般吧，然后输几个强队，然后后面我们就慢慢找回自己的感觉，然后就会赢下去。我们一直都这样。
Oh, you heard it there from the horse's mouth. It's really easy to win when you're winning, I guess.
Yeah.
How much balls? This is Dagda. We're going into game number 2 here, and you know what? They've been winning. They're on a 7-win streak, and they're looking to keep things going because they've just won game 1 against FPX very convincingly.
Yeah, it didn't even look like FPX. FPX looked like they had a chance for about 3 minutes. From that point
That's a little unfair.
It just went the
That's a little unfair. FPX gave them a good go for a good 15 minutes or so, but then JDG just completely took control. And do you know who started it all off? It was Yagao in the mid lane. We talked about it early on in the game, how he got himself 2 kills early. And that snowball kept on rolling from that point.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of that was Kanavi and also Lumeo playing towards this mid lane. Going for this much more aggressive pick, as you said, aggressive style of Twisted Fate with the Arcane Comet and also going for that Ignite. And having the team play towards it is a very different style of JDG than what we've seen before, but it worked out beautifully here, and maybe we'll see something similar again coming out in this game number 2.
We'll have to see what FPX have up their sleeves as well in game number 2 here. Is FPX moving over to the blue side of the Rift now? So they'll have first pick for themselves.
I feel like I want to mosh out a little bit to this. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, go nuts, mate. Nobody's looking. We're not on camera.
True,
go crazy. Yeah. You do you, mate. You do you.
Everyone at home with their quarantine hair just going all over the place.
I think people are getting haircuts now. It's finally
shaving
time.
It off. Yeah.
And we've been out of quarantine for weeks here in China, so it's all gravy, baby. Anyway, let's talk about the draft here because FunPlus now moving over to the blue side. They've got to change things up a little bit, and I'd love to see at least similar style from FPX where it is about early aggression and trying to build a snowball for themselves, because it did feel like those early skirmishes were definitely the best part of FPX that we've seen in, honestly, a couple of weeks.
And it felt like we were starting to see FPX, at least of old, and getting themselves set up. But as we talked about, they just weren't quite able to shut down Kanavi and Yagao from setting up, at least when we got to the 8-9 minute mark, these plays on the bottom side of the map, getting Loken ahead. And you can see already FPX, they're debating, it's about this Twisted Fate, if they're going to ban it or not. Honestly, I think they should. Yagao has played this now the last 3 games in a row, and he's looked super good on it each time.
DoomB has only played the Twisted Fate 1 time this entire split, which is honestly a little bit surprising.
But he has his Galio left open this time. This has been a ban that's gone towards DoomB all the time. I think it's 60% plus now that he's had that banned away in their game. So potential here for DoomB to go towards that pick, and it has been something that FPX have found success on a lot of the time.
Well, with the Aphelios banned away by JDG, they can look towards this Ashe for Loken. Once again, it's something he's played a ton across the course of this split. And it's something that he was able to bully from the side of LWX last game. We didn't see that many great arrows out of LWX, and Loken looking to show him how it's done.
And now we'll be looking at him imagining, I was actually going to say towards a jungler for Kanavi. His Lee Sin has been left open, but there's a super high priority on JDG's side to get this Twisted Fate pick. I would love to see Doomby pick up the Galio. We saw how good Zika did against Yagao's Twisted Fate in game number 1 of the Vici and JDG matchup. Potential here for Doomby to do the same, and you double down on this heavy dive, but they're not going to go for it.
This is a bit of a weird one in my eyes, because there was the Graves available, as well as the Galio you're talking about here, or something like the Rumble that was banned in game number 1. Some serious comfort picks for Tian and for Doomby, sorry. And they opt to go for the bottom lane picks instead. So I think maybe just saying, look, the bottom lane is where we've been having issues recently, so let's make sure that they've got some comfort.
And Lumao will get his comfort. He just picked up the Bard for himself. This is the guy who put Bard on the map in Season 10, and we're going to get to see it once more. And against the style of composition that FPX are going for here, Lumao's ability to make picks with the Tempered Fate, even disrupt this engage where you're looking for this heavy dive from FPX with the Volley Bear following in with a Kaisa. It is so good at just shutting down that coordinated play that FPX are going to need.
I'm curious how much respect is given to Doomby's Silas here, because we saw it in game number 1. Doomby actually looked individually pretty good in game number 1, especially finding the kills onto Zoom, and ultimately the Silas is taken off the board here, so no Destiny shenanigans coming out from FPX in this game. We'll see where he goes. Things like the Rumble still available for him.
And that Galio, that is still left up and available. I would love to see them go for it. I mean, look at your team comp right now. You got delivery system in your Volley Bear, in your Kaisa, and even if they want to go for something like Wukong or something in this top lane, double down in this super aggressive dive heavy style, they can have that Galio as that follow-up engage. That triple knockup that comes from that combo will be so potent against what is a pretty squishy composition of JDG.
So now over to the side of JDG as they peruse which junglers are available. Graves has been one of the highest priority junglers of the entire split so far, so unsurprising to see Kanavi lock that in and have a little bit more carry potential in terms of the damage.
I'm going to be real upset if I don't see Galio here. Like, real upset, because it works so well. They can push against the Twisted Fate from Yagao, join in on side lane pressure from Yagao, and you've got an answer to the side lane pressure from Yagao. Plus, it fits your comp, but not going to see it. He's going to go with that Rumble.
Rumble is a little bit more of a signature pick for him, and ultimately, I never really want to try and pin down what Doomby's going to play, because he's played 13 individual picks this split. Like, the guy plays all kinds of craziness, so it is going to be the Rumble, but still, a lot of team fight prowess, a lot of ability to shove out that mid-wave and get elsewhere on the map. The Wukong that you talked about before is going to be locked in for Khan on the top side.
Yeah, and I mean, look, this is very much a let's have this strong mid-game team fight where Rumble's able to spike off of the Liandry's Torment, where we've got Kaisu's going to be able to follow up on the engage coming through from Tian, coming through from Khan. It's going to be dive central for FPX. And on JDG's side, they want something that can try and dissuade this. The Kennen works beautifully here. You do well in that top lane matchup. You got AP with range, which is what Wukong really struggles against. Plus now, hey, you've got this massive disengage tool in that ultimate that everyone on FPX is going to be running directly into.
Yeah, everyone jumps in and Zoom just explodes in a storm of lightning and just stuns everybody up. We'll see if he's going to be able to find himself in the good positions, though, because that's always the big factor with Kennen is how can you get yourself in the right position? Can you find a flank? Can you find yourself getting into these fights?
Well, that's the thing. Zoom doesn't have to do anything here. Zoom just sits on top of everyone else and just gives thumbs up to FPX as they run in at him, because it's like, cool, you're coming to my territory. Because otherwise, well, now you got Yagao who can play at this Twisted Fate off in the side lane. He can split push for days, come and make these picks, set up these massive Kennen engages if JDG want to go aggressive.
Well, you heard it here from the Irishman on my left. This is Zoom's town, and FPX are the ones invading right now. We'll see what they've got as they come into game number 2. And I like that we've got a little bit of aggression coming from both sides here, because this time around it's JDG with a really, really solid pick composition with this Ashe coming on through, as well as the Bard, as well as the Twisted Fate. They have a lot of ways to be proactive in the early game and make things happen beyond level 6.
So do FPX though. And oftentimes when we see this Rumble pick locked in, it's all about Doomby shoving in that wave, hitting level 3 and going straight towards that bottom side. And when you got TN on this volley bear who can set up for these dives, Nautilus who's great in these dives as well, I wouldn't be surprised to see some early aggression towards this bottom lane.
I'm hoping for an absolute brawl in the early games. Time to jump in and find out. It's time to get into game number 2 of this series, and hopefully game 2 of 3, if we can be so lucky. But FPX struggled in game number 1. It was all about JDG controlling the pace of the game, reading FPX's win conditions, and outsmarting them in the later stages. This time around, as you rightly say, FPX with some proactive tools. The question is, can they be the ones dictating the pace? Can they find themselves early advantages?
So,
the Colonel reckons they can.
Yeah. Well, we have seen from FPX before. And if FPX are able to get rolling pre-level 6, they're going to be in a really good spot. And that's what I'm looking for from Doomby to try and shove in this wave and start moving around the map. Now, Yagao this time around has opted for the teleport. So at least on these early plays, can use the teleport to join in on these, well, side lane adventures. But the big thing is, as JDG start to move into this mid game, you can have Yagao played to a side lane, you can have Zoom with his teleport as well, played off in these side lanes, pushing against Khan, chipping away at these structures, and then look at the pick potential that JDG have. You've got Yagao who can come in with the gold card, you've got Tempered Fate from Lumao, which he is so dangerous with, and then you got Loken with this Enchanted Crystal Arrow as well. The ability for JDG to find favorable engagements is really difficult for FPX to try and deal with if FPX don't have a lead.
Bit of a 2v2 down in the bottom side. LWX taking a few love taps here from Loken. Just going to hammer home, and let's bear in mind, Ashe with the Frost Drop passive, so damn good at level 1 trades.
It makes it very hard to get away from, especially with the range discrepancy you've seen between LWX and Chris. But Khan, at least in this top side, doing a good job of punishing Zoom to a certain extent. Because as we talked about, look, this is a fight where Khan can use that Nimbus Strike to jump onto Zoom quite a bit. But well, we're okay in the bottom lane. But what you have to bear in mind is the ability power.
Are we okay in the bottom lane? Because Kanavi's moving in for a gank here, slows onto LWX. He does flash out, but Crisp, I don't think there's any way for him to get out of this play. Dredgeline comes through, but ultimately, it's a kill for Kanavi once more.
And this was not the start we wanted to see from FPX. We said LWX and Crisp have been struggling. Well, we get to see it once more against Loken and Lumao, who essentially just set up themselves for a double kill, where Kanavi said, I'll come in and take that. He didn't even have to use the Ignite, which we do see Kanavi running here. He wants to be aggressive in the early stages, and we're seeing it so far.
Kanavi just going to help shove out in this mid lane as well, but look at where Tian is. He's just stolen away the red buff. Kanavi's about to find out, but he's too late to the play. Oh no, the red buff never went down. It was just hiding in the bush. Now Chris moves in. Ooh, that was close on the dredge line. Tian taking massive damage from Kanavi, who's just looking for the 1v1 here. Doesn't have the flash. He's gone Smite Ignite for this one. But the rest of the squad is here, so he doesn't need the flash. They're going to burn him down. Yagao grabs that kill, and already this is rolling out of control from FPX here. Flash forward from Yagao as they get onto Crisp once more. Still had his flash from the play earlier, though. It's going to be 2 now for JDG.
Oh, God, FPX, what is going on? Kanavi is on a tear so far, killing the bot lane, wanders on up to find TN, knocking on his door in the red buff. He manages to take the kill there too, and now Kanavi's going to have free roam in this game. He is so far ahead compared to TN, and especially as we talked about, he wants to get aggressive. He wants to duel when you've got this Smite Ignite combo. Well, he can go into the jungle whenever the hell he wants and pick off TN.
And he's not even had to use the Ignite yet.
Yeah.
He's not even used that summoner, the aggressive summoner. So he's still got plenty in the tank for this one. He's going to be able to clear this Grom, get back to base, get some items, and then get back into these lanes and do some damage. Or just go into Tian's jungle and look for a 1v1, because God knows the rest of his lanes are feeling good.
And hey, look, we talked about FPX. We wanted to see them making some early aggressive plays pre-level 6. They can't do that. Doomby has been caught in his lane so often that he hasn't been able to roam. Yagao has now managed to back. He's also been able to use a bunch of his minion dematerializers. So right now this Twisted Fate is 2 Qs and a red card away from clearing that wave. And Doomby's lost his opportunity to make these roams, as in just over a minute, Yagao will have access to that ultimate.
The really crazy thing is that we are at 5 minutes on the clock right now, and already it's almost a 1,500 gold lead in favor of JDG. That is just absurd. Let's bear in mind, there's still a Cull in the pocket of Loken. He's going to be grabbing a ton of gold over the next few minutes. You've got Yagao that already grabbed himself Merc Treads, so he's going to be able to zip around the map, and that CC, the magic damage that's going to come out from Doomby and from Tian, it's just not going to stick.
So let's look at how FPX can make these plays to get back into it, because it is a 1,000 gold lead. It's quite a lot for JDG at this portion of the game, but they still have really strong team fights, and especially if we look towards that top lane, where Con has been doing a relatively good job to deal with Zoom. If TN can play towards this top side, try and set up Con, burn a teleport or a flash on towards Zoom, and then have FPX with Con in tow making plays towards this bottom side, they can make stuff work alongside Doomby. So FPX can still have opportunities. It's just that we need a lot of it to come off the back of TN, who is struggling against Kanavi with how much pressure Kanavi has in this matchup right now.
There are not many junglers in the world that don't struggle against Kanavi, because the man is an absolute monster. But I do just want to revisit quickly before the next bout of action kicks off, because I'm sure Kanavi wants to make some moves here. I want to revisit what this game actually means, because this is more than just the standings, right? JDG, first off, they're fighting for first place right now. If they can win this series, this would be their 9th win, which means they would tie themselves up with Top Esports and IG in that first place position. But also, this has very much become the modern grudge match of the LPL, as we said right at the very start. This matchup between JDG and FPX has become very important for both of these teams, and most recently at MSC, it was FPX that came out on top. They repeated their championship performance at Worlds. They managed to get themselves another international tournament under their belts until Top Esports were in that for them. But ultimately, JDG are on the back foot when it comes to this rivalry. But based on this series so far, it's not looking like that'll remain for long.
And this is where we look at JDG and say, look, this is our Spring Split champions. This is the team that, although we had our doubts, and even we saw Lu Mao talk about it in our little video before this game, they take time to ramp up. It was the same in Spring, where they were sitting in 4th place. No one expected much until Lu Mao struck.
Lu Mao gets a double bind here. Tian, he's already going to be locked up by Yagao. There's a good bit of damage back, but ultimately he can't get over the wall. Didn't have his flash available, so Loken grabs that kill for himself on the Ashe. And once again, another great play from JDG, but ultimately it was FPX that were in the wrong position. It was FPX trying to start the play.
And that's why it's so difficult for FPX to make these plays, because Yagao has got the teleport, Yagao's got the destiny. He can join in at a moment's notice, and unfortunately Khan wasn't able to try and shove in that top wave to maybe make some teleport plays. It just means that, again, FPX are falling further behind.
Let's just quickly mention as well that Loken is now level 6, so there is potential for shenanigans in this bottom side of the map. If LWX steps a little bit too far out of position, that can be punished, but Doomby moving up towards the top side. He wants to get onto Zoom. Flash still available, but in goes Khan to get a knock-up slicing Maelstrom. Doomby going to be stunned underneath the tower, but he has a whole bunch of damage. Flashes for the kill. That's a nice pickup here for FPX.
And it's fantastic for FPX to get something back in the tank.
Kanavi wants to 1v1 the enemy mid laner. Collateral damage. The burn. Oh my days, he's done it. 2v1.
And manages to get a kill back over. This is how strong Graves is right now. But TN wants to answer back. But the bear is not a threat, as Zoom is going to TP back in.
Now the bear is under threat. The teleport comes through from Zoom. Can they get the stun though? I don't think it's happening.
Sorry, no, but they have forced TN back. Khan as well doesn't have that ultimate available for something like this Rift Herald play, as Yagao is already starting to move.
Yeah, Yagao also has grabbed himself 2 turret plates in the mid lane already, while Doomby was trying to make things happen on the top side that didn't even end up going his way in the end. This is a huge swing in favor of JDG. Now they get a Herald off the back of everything else. They're already 2,500 gold up. This is rapidly getting out of control.
And look at bot lane. Loken and Lu Mao didn't even have to move. They're able to get a turret play for themselves as well, and it was all off of this play from Kanavi. if Kanavi hadn't got this kill, well, then it's all even Steven, and we can actually look at FPX trying to fight for this Rift Herald, because Zoom, as we talked about, had to be in, but Doomby...
Plenty more fighting to come as well, because Doomby forced out of his jungle there. But I love that on the Pro View replay there. You see Kanavi throws out the collateral damage and just walks away. Cool guys don't look at explosions.
Kanavi's looking pretty damn slick right now. 2-0-2, that Rift Herald is back pocket as well. There's only 3 turret plates on this bottom lane, where if I'm Kanavi, I want to just get that bot lane turret cracked open, because then I can set Yagao down there, shove in these waves nice and deep, and then move over with the Destiny to make plays in mid, make plays around these objectives, and make it so difficult for FPX to try and respond.
And everything seems difficult for FPX to respond to right now as 3,000 gold at 10 minutes into the game. LWX and Crisp going to finally get an opportunity to shove a wave underneath the tower here. They do have themselves a small CS lead because Loken just head back to base. But bear in mind, Loken has got himself a stopwatch as well as a cutlass, so he's ready to fight.
And I imagine that we are going to see some plays down towards this bottom side. Yagao has just backed, so he wanted to get some mana, wanted to make sure that he'd be able to shove in these waves against Doomby. Kanavi as well, going to clear out his jungle and make sure he's keeping this massive level advantage he has over TN. Level 9 to level 6, by the way.
3 levels at 11 minutes. Kanavi is 3 levels up on TN. That is not okay, Dagda.
It's really not. And Kanavi's just going to keep running away with this. It has been non-stop aggression from Kanavi. I mean, it all started to fall apart when TN tried to go for that early invade towards red, but FPX, they are not going to stop making plays.
Zoom is definitely not their best friend right now as they're trying to make these plays. Khan gives him a thumbs up as he goes down under the tower, but Yagao trying to answer for this one. Damage onto Tian, but can't really finish that one off. Arrow's just a tiny little bit late from Loken.
It was a solid effort, but not quite able to amount to very much. But look, FPX, they're going to gift over the Drake for this, so it is about trying to get some gold into Khan. But unfortunately, JDG are answering everywhere.
Yeah, this gold-wise has not gone the way of FPX, unfortunately for them. That is going to be a huge amount of gold onto Kanavi. And we talk about how Kanavi's been on a more supportive style this split. Not when he's on the Graves. He is looking to carry this game.
And this is Kanavi's, well...
Oh, hang on. Lumao's just used his magical journey, and suddenly he's found himself... Oh, no. Crisp hit the wall with his anchor. Tempered Fate keeps Lumao alive, flashes over the wall. It's going to be followed by LWX, though, and Loken has to get himself out of dodge here. Luckily, he's got Yagao there to keep him safe with the teleport.
So again, nice pick from FPX. They are trying to battle back against JDG, but this Dragon will still go the way over towards Kanavi, I would imagine. Tien has a 3-level disadvantage here for trying to steal it, and he manages
he's going
it.
to go for it anyway. Kanavi now going to be stunned up as Tien goes in for this one. Killer Instinct on cooldown, though. They are just going to grab themselves a Dragon. You know what? If you're FPX, you take that.
I mean, that's a massive W in their books. You are 3 levels down and managed to outsmite Kanavi. I'd be damn happy with that. And as well, look, you just made a play top. You made a play on bot. You haven't been punished for it. Like, you did lose your mid lane turret, but the mid lane turret isn't actually as big of a factor for JDG. JDG want to get down these side lane structures to enable Yagao far more. So the fact that the mid lane turret was the one that went down to that Rift Herald is actually, in a weird way, better for FPX than if that bottom lane turret had gone down.
I mean, still sucks a little bit.
It still sucks,
but,
I will say.
But
it still sucks.
It's not as bad as it could be. And you know what?
Silver lining.
When you're 5,000 go down at 13 minutes, you take every single one of those wins that you can. That's an absolute massive dub that we're going to be battling with here, boss man. But
I would say maybe the littlest of dubs, but it's a dub nonetheless.
A dub is a dub is a dub is a dub.
It's like you've accidentally set the font way too low on your word. And it's not looking too good. You can barely read it, but at least it's something.
Hey, look, we take those, I think is the scientific phrase for this situation. Kanavi, once again, going to be moving into FPX's jungle. As well, I mean, it's basically his jungle at this point in the game. And just, like, let me just contextualize the ridiculous lead that Kanavi has. He's 2-0-2, great. He's also 50 CS up, great. He's also 2 levels up. Like, he has himself a Ghost Blade, whereas Tian has only just finished his full jungle item.
I was going to say he's also got a bunch of turret plates, and he's also the same CS as Zoom and Loken. That is how farmed this Graves is. So when we get towards team fights, just watch to see how much damn damage Kanavi is churning out against FPX.
I love how we came into this series and we're like, we're looking towards the top lane. It's Zoom versus Khan. It's going to be exciting. We're looking towards Loken to carry. It's going to be really exciting at the bottom side. It's just Kanavi. Kanavi is just taking FPX on by himself. Loken is going to be taken on by himself as well, as he's dived by absolutely everyone. Tempered Fate, though, and it means Loken gets away with this one. Yagao has to flash out for his own life, but Kanavi is finally here, and that's where the damage really is. Wildcards across Team Zoom, gets the stun, only onto 2 and B though. As the rest of FPX trying to escape. Lu Mao, can he get the binding onto anyone? Not going to quite find the stun here. But JDG, they can just keep going in the bot lane right now.
Yeah, they're going to get this tower. Khan will answer on this top side of the map, but JDG, they turn around the play, they get what they come for, and now they get a nice back timing as well to go towards this next Rift Tower that's about to spawn. And more gold into their pockets means more damage for a fight that FPX probably don't want to take at this stage.
Khan will be able to answer at least with a tower in that top side, but it's still going to be 2 towers to 1 in total. It's still going to be even more gold in the pockets of JDG as they find these picks. And more importantly, so much used here from FPX to try and shut down Loken, to try and get onto this AD carry. And they still can't actually make it happen.
It's heartbreaking to watch as, like, for any FPX fan, because when you look at this, it's FPX trying to make the plays that are getting shut down consistently by JDG, and even the plays that do manage to stick aren't quite able to get FPX over the hump that they're in. Now though, Tien and the rest of FPX do show up in this top lane, so they can at least thwart the play towards this Rift Tower for a minute.
So LWX is nowhere near right now, but I don't know if JDG have that information. Ward going to be cleared by Zoom on the top side. He doesn't have his ult available though. And without Kennen ult, I think JDG basically deciding, we don't really want a 5v5 right now. They weren't sure what FPX had up their sleeve, so they're going to allow this Herald over. So FPX with a very nice pickup here, and good for them to read the situation and understand without Zoom's ult, JDG can't fight.
Yeah, without Zoom's ult, and also when you're looking at Khan, who's just completed that Triforce, he's going to be looking pretty scary. You look towards the build on LWX, which is the newer Kai'Sa build that we're starting to see come through, where you forego the Manamune, you go in towards this Essence Reaver, and then you move in towards a Zeal item, and then over towards finally something like a Duskblade or a Yomu's Ghostblade that Serrated Dirk is for. It just gives you a little bit more trading power in these early laning phases. But we'll have to see how FPX are going to contend with Kanavi.
Crisp, he's got himself a stopwatch to keep himself safe for now, but that's a gold card and a kill for Yagao. Now teleport comes through from Khan as they look to capitalize. Great equalizer. Khan, though, is denied by Lu Mao, and the disengage is just beautiful.
So well done by JDG.
Kanavi's just farming in the meantime, by the way.
Well, he might get caught out here. Khan has Cyclone available.
Are they catching him out, or is he catching them out? It turns out they're getting caught out by him. Yeah, God. That is not... You don't get to kill this guy anymore. He has too much damage. Yagao's staying way too long, though. Gold card going to have to come out here. Does he have the damage to actually finish anyone off? Khan trying to finish the kill onto him. Zoom coming in over from the side.
Oh, he's alive!
Oh my goodness, he somehow survived this one. Zoom doesn't even have to ult for this kill. He can just auto Khan down in the end. Loken grabs the killing blow. In the meantime, Kanavi continues to just farm.
He manages to farm himself a dragon, and JDG, I mean, you've already got so much in this game, and they are just taking so much more. And you can even, we're talking about some of the newer builds or stranger builds that are coming through on FPX's side. Look at Kanavi's build. He's gone for this lethality. This is why he's so strong right now. Not going for the Black Cleaver second, going for the Yomu's Ghostblade. He's fast. He churns out damage like there's nothing else, and he's able to turn around this play by FPX.
And I thought this was doomed for Yagao, but the stun onto LWX, Zoom coming in from the side. Somehow that doesn't quite kill him. Lu Mao got a heal off at the last second as well there. And then obviously the rest was just easy pickings for JDG, but my goodness, we're getting to a very similar point in the game to where we got in game number 1 here, Dacta, where JDG, we're getting towards the 20-minute mark, and they once again have a tremendous lead, and they are not looking to slow down. Doombeat dodges the Tempered Fate, but it doesn't matter all too much. He's caught himself in an alcove, lays out the red carpet, and does a good bit of damage. Nice flash out of him as well. Doombeat gets away with his life for now, at least. Tien forced away. Collateral damage can't quite finish the kill, and now Crisp coming in. Gold card, but he pulls in Kanavi. This would be a huge shutdown. If they can get it, it's doing beat to finish that kill off, but he's traded with his own life here. Crisp will fall as well, as Loken trying to clear it up. 2 for 2, and you know what? FPX are happy with that. Cyclone onto Loken as they try to close the gap. The Acathian Rain finishes the kill, and Zoom is way too late to the party. Khan trying to finish that one off as they back away, but FPX get themselves a fight.
Finally, FPX are able to turn around a play, and JDG going too deep. No Zoom, no Loken as that fight kicks off, and FPX are able to turn it around. Amazing from Doomby and also Tien to buy enough time for the rest of FPX to collapse.
When I saw Doomby in the alcove, I'd already given up hope that he could survive that one, but he played it so beautifully.
And look how much damage he gets out of this equalizer, because JDG are all set up straight across it, so when he flashes into this bush, it's completely away from JDG. Yagao has so little left here when it comes to mana, he can't really get much done in these fights. And the big damage dealers are Kanavi and Loken. Kanavi gets burst out straight away with a great hook from Crisp to catch him out in the bush. And then Loken, yes, gets one back, but gets caught out straight away by Khan. So again, nothing left in the tank.
And importantly, LWX got a whole bunch of gold there. He got all 3 of the kills. LWX now getting onto Yagao as another fight is just exploding on our screens. The Kaiser barely got away, but Doomby won't be so lucky. Kanavi ain't done just yet. Collateral damage is on cooldown. He won't quite find himself any more kills, but hey, Baron's open. And once again, we're looking at 22 minutes and the Baron for JDG.
And the picks on JDG just don't stop coming. They are once burnt, but never shy on this squad. Managed to get the play on towards Doomby. Now they go over towards the Baron. FPX are looking to collapse, but Lumao is playing Gatekeeper.
Cyclone is available for Khan here. This could be a play to just find the kills rather than the Baron from FPX. Tian wants to get into the pit here, 2000, and JDG, they're just going to burst this one down. In fact, no, they're going to turn on towards Khan. Cyclone comes out, but he's the first one to go down. Zoom! What is that? Immediately just blows FPX apart.
And that's 3 members now from FPX down in the blink of an eye. JDG will back. They picked up the gold. They picked up the Baron. And they are looking to once again sweep through FPX.
One and done here from JDG. Now 11,000 gold ahead, and it's only getting worse.
Oh, Crisp, that is so sad. But this is what we were discussing in the opening desk, where FPX are their own worst enemies. They tried to make this play, they tried to make the pick under the tower, but it just gets themselves caught out. JDG collapsed, and now look at how this game is, well, it was already blowing up. It's even worse now. You're 11,000 gold up as JDG at 22 minutes. That is insane.
Yeah, this is one of those kind of leads. Perfect timing there from the Colonel. 87.6% in favor of JDG. And I can't say I blame the Colonel on this one. He knows his chicken, and apparently he knows his gold leads here. Now the siege begins, and there's not a whole lot that FPX can do about it. Although Khan wants to prove me wrong, trying to find a way in from the side.
JDG do a good job of stepping back, though. All they want to do is spread out when it comes to these different lanes. They want to make sure that they can actually take it nice and slow. They're the ones that want to use multiple different waves. Hang on.
I'm going to hit Doomby. Not the greatest target because he's a million miles away, but all it needs to do is open up this tower. Stun onto Crisp as well. In goes with the Cyclone, the Equalizer, all of the ults layered on top of each other. Kanavi goes down as well, and Zoom now has to try and get out of dodge. Yagao doesn't have the damage to win a team fight by himself, and JDG Siege is thwarted by FPX.
I was in the middle of saying JDG want to take it slow. They want to go to side lanes. They don't want to group for FPX, because that's where FPX are strongest. We just got it shown, and FPX turn it around. They can go towards this second dragon now and at least push back this Baron buff play from JDG.
And with fights like this, you can see that this series is personal. Such a beautiful execution out of FPX as well. When these ultimates are layered on top of each other, you can keep everyone inside the Equalizer for long enough. FPX can always come out on top.
And it was just everyone get in here. Khan goes in, Doomby with the Equalizer, and Tien is just like, I'm coming in, boys. Jumps in on top of the entirety JDG. But look how they group up just perfectly here for them. And then a beautiful Equalizer. You don't even get a chance to see Loken go down. Kanavi Obviously, having no flash because he's still running that ignite means that if you can close the gap onto him, he's super potent to be able to take him down nice and quick, and FPX make the play happen.
So, let's just reel ourselves in for a second here and take stock of where we're at in the game. Because FPX finding themselves a fight here and stopping the Baron play is absolutely massive. It means they keep their inhibitor, but they are still 10,000 gold down, Dagda. And the items very, very heavily in JDG's favor, especially in that mid lane where Yagao has himself a Medjai's and he's got himself 10 stacks as well. This is going to be an extra tower taken here by JDG. They don't need a Baron for that one. They know that they're just stronger. The question for me is, what's next for JDG? How do they continue to push this advantage without the same thing happening?
It's spreading out the lanes. You've got Yagao, who's got the Destiny available. Have him play off towards a side lane. Then you can start to have Zoom as well play off towards the bottom side of the map, and you don't give FPX the opportunity to shove out waves and try and make these plays.
Kanavi could be in trouble here. Look at the damage out of this Graves. I thought Graves would run out of his cigar, but he's smoking FPX right now. Zoom goes golden to keep himself safe as the rest of the team was kept busy. Beautiful stun from Lumao. And that's an extra kill going their way as well. Zoom, he don't care about killing Crisp because he's running down the mid lane.
Lumao's going to keep Doomby at bay as well, stop him from backing, and as long as Doomby can't get into the base, JDG can look to end.
They are going to close this one out. What a ridiculous performance out of JDG. Although they have run out of minions, it doesn't seem to be stopping them. Taking the first Nexus tower down here. Luma arrives on the Bard, and actually it is going to be enough to stop him. JDG back away.
Yeah, running out of minions there is not what JDG really wants to happen. They will get one Nexus turret, which means that at least FPX, if they start to lose some of these side lane inhibitors, will have to be much more cautious about keeping their base in check. But with the mid lane one, the only one down, it's a bit easier to defend. But JDG do not look like they're ready to let FPX come back into this game.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't feel like there's much wiggle room here for FPX, because, I mean, that was Kanavi getting caught out. And he just spins around and blows up whoever's closest. The amount of burst damage he has with the lethality, with the warriors, with a black cleaver on top of everything else. He is one scary Graves. And that's not even to mention the fact that Zoom just kept the entire rest of FPX busy the whole time.
And now JDG are starting to go back towards, okay, let's actually play this towards the strengths of our composition. Yagao in a side lane. We have Zoom have his teleport. He can either push in a bottom lane or we can just have a 1-4 situation. But honestly, I wouldn't actually be surprised to see JDG opt into like a 0-3-2 where they can have both Yagao and Zoom join up together, because you've got the teleport, you've got the Destiny, and you can look to really put pressure on towards Khan underneath these towers.
We'll see where they go with this strategy here. Looks like they're just going to be grouping up at least for now, because Baron is about to rear its ugly head onto the map once more, but it's Yagao that's caught out by Crisp here. Does have his flash available still, has his Zhonya's and a Tempered Fate on top of everything. Flashes out to the rest of his team as Khan tries to go in. Equalizer, not ideal. It's only Zoom that's anywhere close. That's a lot used just now by FPX.
But look at the minions in the base. All JDG are doing is buying time for the super creeps.
And they get themselves a blue buff.
Oh my god!
On top of everything else. But now they can just go straight back on towards this Baron here. The super minions, as you say, in the base. They even get the Nexus Tower and the Baron on top of it. Everything coming up JDG.
And look, they've even got time now if they want to back, then get out onto the map for this Cloud Dragon. It really does feel like FPX are just, they don't know how to try and play against JDG.
One of the crazy things as well is, like, Rumble should be the perfect pick in that kind of fight, but because Lumao is on Bard, he lays down the Equalizer. It's like, all right, Magical Journey, we're out of here. Yeah. See you later.
And it's why it's such a beautiful pick from Lumao, his ability to play this Bard. But even look at the way he used the Tempered Fate in that fight as well was, okay, Yagao has gone golden with the Zhonyas. I can ult in on top of the Twisted Fate again to stop Khan having the engage, buy time for Yagao to reset, and then you've already used so much as FPX that you just don't have anything left in the tank to try and fight against us.
Nothing left in the tank is exactly how I would describe what's happening right here, Dagda.
What if, just entertain me a little bit, FPX leave their base for a moment, you've got Yagao use the Destiny in, ward down, and Zoom just comes in to join in.
I'm on board.
Well, I mean, JDG might just end.
Or just run it down the mid lane. That's also an option, because Kanavi just blew TN apart. In comes Khan with the equalizer as well, but Zoom has way more ult damage than you do. This is going to be the end of FPX in this series. Double comes through for Loken, and that is going to be that. A clean 2-0 from JDG. And it ain't much of a grudge anymore, I fear.
It really isn't, and I mean, JDG, you can see the smile on Yagel's face there. He knows that they just dismantled FPX. And JDG look back at that spring split champion strength once again.
It felt like it was a slow start to the split for them. It was rough beginnings when we first saw them playing, and we saw them lose to Top Esports, we saw them lose to RNG, but since that loss, they have just been getting win after win after win. This is their 8th in a row right now, and to take out another strong team like FPX in such commanding fashion, you know that this is going to be at very least a top 4 team.
And that's the thing, they're now very much solidified in that position. As you said, look, we've got Top Esports who are sitting at 9-1 in the standings. Then it's JDG in second at 9-2, with IG sitting at 9-3. So either way, like, JDG now are looking so strong coming into our playoff positions. But also when we think about it, like, these guys won the spring split, they are looking very likely to start pushing up into that playoffs position and secure themselves a place at Worlds.
Honestly, JDG are one of the favorites to go to Worlds at this point. And when we look at that top 3, Top Esports, IG, and JDG, with V5 right on the cusp behind them on 8 wins as well, like, there is some powerhouse teams at the top of the table right now. And with wins like that, with the confidence plays coming out from JDG, I think that's the key thing for me, is like, this is the smartest team in the LPL, but there were some plays in that game where it's like, this is not the optimal play, this is just, I know how far ahead of you I am, and I'm going to make the play anyway, especially from Kanavi.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we love seeing Kanavi on these carry-orientated champions. Like, look, the Lee Sin looks cool, and he has montage performances a lot, but he feels just so much more at home on the likes of the Graves, the Kindreds, where he can have these magnificent performances and massive carry games like this.
Yeah, just the damage. I can't wait to see the damage shot, because I guarantee Kanavi is sitting pretty on the top, but honestly, fantastic stuff. And also the pace that we got to see out of Kanavi was the most impressive thing to me. Because when you think of Graves typically as a pick, you think of like farming it up. You think of maybe counter jungling a bit and the potential to go for ganks if your laners can set you up. The early game from Kanavi here was just lane to lane to lane to lane. Just like clearing the jungle on the way, getting gank after gank, and finding advantages for everyone on the map.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that place kick it off in the bottom lane where he sets himself up beautifully, gets that one kill, he then moves into mid, adds a second one, then we see him shooing Tien out of his own jungle as well. It just never felt like there's ever a
3-level lead.
Yeah, it was insane, but I mean, this is Tien as well. This is the world's final MVP. This isn't like it's a nobody that he just put in that performance again.
And look at that damage out of Kanavi. Just unbelievable. And, you know, Zoom as well on this Kennen had a phenomenal performance. Obviously, when you're playing Kennen and the entire enemy team is trying to group up and jump into the fight, your damage is always going to look pretty good. But Zoom obviously being fantastic to be in the correct position. But Tian topping the table right there. Oh, sorry, Kanavi top of the table right there against Tian. And I'm just kind of blown away, because I was expecting this to be, like, FPX haven't looked that good recently, it has to be said, but I still expected them to step up here today. I expected them to kind of see that they were up against JDG and somehow reach deep within and find some clutch factor and turn this into something magical. And we saw a couple of moments of that, but we didn't get to see it enough for them to grab a game or to take us to game 3.
And this is the thing, like, FPX now are very much... They're sitting at 5 and 6 right now. They were 9th before this game started off, and it really doesn't look like they're able to get out of this rut that they're in at the moment. So, lost to Vici, lost to Top Esports, lost to Rogue Warriors, now JDG as well. Like, they haven't been able to pick up a win for a while, and even when they do have these early game spats where they look good, it never actually turns into anything, and it really is starting to pose a lot of questions for FPX about what is going on.
And let's just bear in mind, at the start of this series, they were dead even on the standings. They were 5-5, and in games, they were 13 for 13. They are now negative in the standings at 5 and 6. They're negative in game difference as well. This is not the performance we were expecting coming into summer, especially considering they were top 4 in spring. Like, this was one of the best teams in the world back in spring, and now it seems to all be somewhat falling apart.
And the thing is that even when we see what should be fitting to FPX's style, like Khan on this Wukong, Doomby on this Rumble, where they are going to try and make these early aggressive plays. We see them moving towards it, but it's red a mile away. And especially when you're up against something like a Twisted Fate, where you're like, okay, well, Yagao is just going to have his teleport to come join us. We get past 6. He's got the Destiny to come in as well. I mean, you keep going to make these plays. They're just red. They end up being turned around. And it feels like, okay, we're just going to keep throwing that old playbook and seeing what happens. And not maybe like against some of the bottom teams, you'll be able to catch them unaware. But against someone like JDG, you just can't do that.
And let's just talk about the next few games for FPX here, because they're getting to the point now where it's like a matter of playoff contention to get some wins on the board here. They've got OMG next, EDG, LGD, DMO, and Suning. So it's very possible for them to get the 3 wins that they need to pretty much guarantee themselves a spot in playoffs. But the fact that I have to say they're going to scramble for 3 wins to be able to make it to playoffs at all, like, let's bear in mind, in spring they were fighting for first place going into playoffs. So this is a whole different beast to what we saw last time around. But I want to celebrate JDG now because, I mean, they're well and truly making playoffs. They've already got themselves 9 wins. Like, they're tied for first place in the league right now. JDG, everything is sunshine and rainbows.
Yeah, it's smooth sailing from here from them, and especially with performances like that. And what I love is that we can see several different styles. Again, like, if you look back at spring, super passive, they can play this slow pace, but now that we're coming into summer and they want to go for this more mid-game focused style, and Kanavi needs to make these plays. Well, Kanavi is damn sure able to make these plays, and they're setting up consistently with Yagao looking good on this Twisted Fate. Loken and Lumao in the bottom lane able to set up these picks on the Ashe and this Bard. Like, this team looks super strong right now.
And I'm just excited that it is a matter of these players being great and being able to be diverse. And it's not just like, hey, the meta suited back in spring. This is a top team, and there's no arguing it anymore. Let's take a look at some highlights, though, from Kanavi, because you know what? He looked pretty damn fantastic across this series.
Yeah, and to be honest, this was a great setup from Luna and Loken, able to punish LWX and Crisp. But once Kanavi got 1 kill, he turned it to 2, to 3, to a whole damn heap of them in this game. And he just looked unstoppable in this series as a whole.
Just, I mean, I think there's a couple of clips in this reel probably where Kanavi gets so close to going down, but just kills the opponent so damn fast that there's nothing they can do about it.
No, and I mean, going towards this lethality option was great call from Kanavi, because you can see having that massive amount of burst damage is insane. Then the Black Cleaver comes through after to give him that little bit more health, that little bit of the phage speed up as well in these fights. It's just so good. So overall, JDG are looking strong, and it's a lot of it off the back of this man.
I mean, is anyone surprised about this MVP? That was an unreal Graves performance, and that's the kind of aggressive Graves that I like to watch. That's the reason that it's such a high priority.
Look at the gold difference at the end. 7,500 gold over TES.
That's what you usually see a team ahead
That is
by.
so disgusting, Kanavi.
Also, he's got 8 MVPs so far this split, and kind of unsurprisingly, because we came into this series talking about how great Kanavi is, how he can play all these different styles, how he can play the carry junglers, he can play the supportive junglers. We've seen both styles in this series, and he looks amazing on both of them. Kanavi, I don't know what else to say. He's amazing.
I can't wait to see him at Worlds. I cannot wait to see this guy on the international stage, because we saw some of it at MSC, but definitely when JDG were in their slump, didn't really feel like we got to see Kanavi in his prime. But now that, look, Trundle's gone. I don't want to see Trundle ever again for Kanavi. I want these Lee Sins, I want the Graves, the Kindreds, I want these carry performances. And that is exactly what we're getting now towards the end of our summer split.
It certainly is, and I'm hoping we continue to see it as well. But that's going to round things out for us today. We've only had 4 games, but we had a couple of long uns as well. So let's take a look at our results here as Top Esports won out over Vici Gaming 2-0. But the second game in that series, almost an hour long, and it was a heartbreaking defeat in the end for Vici Gaming. And then obviously just finished out here between JDG and FPX. JDG looking indomitable.
Yeah, JDG looking absolutely unstoppable in this series. And Top Esports, though, still, I mean, they did just lose to V5, but at least bouncing back successfully to put themselves in that first place once again on 9-1.
Yeah, dominant victories here for our first and second place teams, and you can see them there on the standings. And look how neat that is. 9 wins for 3 teams, and then 1, 2, 3 losses across the board. So Top Esports still keeping first place because they have played one less series for JDG and have one less loss.
But look at where we're seeing the likes of FPX here. 5 and 6 now, sitting down in that 10th place spot. They've still got a bit of a battle to get themselves up into that 8th place playoff contention. So I think FPX have got a lot to look at on that drawing board.
Yeah, there are a lot of teams here in playoff contention. Looking at FPX, RNG, you've got Vici there, and then LGD as well, who have been kind of hit or miss recently. It's hard to know who's going to be fighting for those 7 and 8 spots, but the teams above that, teams in 6 and above, feeling pretty good right now. We're going to be starting with one of those teams here, WE, as they go up against LGD. We were just talking about the standings. This matchup could be so crucial when it comes to head-to-heads.
And so was the second game of the day. It's going to be V5 versus IG, 3rd versus 4th, but realistically it's only because V5 have played less series, so V5 will be looking to see if they can add one more win to their book after taking down Top Esports.
And you know what? V5 matches are always amazing games to watch, always action-packed, always brawls. IG matches are always amazing to watch, always action-packed, always brawls. If that series is not just fight after fight after fight, I will eat my hat. And I don't even have a hat because, honestly, I just get me there now, honestly.
Yeah.
Just get me to that series.
Yeah, it is going to be absolutely amazing. And again, it's getting to see this brand new V5 squad being tested against some of the best the LPL had to offer. We talked about the different trials. This is the trial of strength for them. How can they go up against the likes of Shy and Rookie? Well,
yeah,
we're going to find that out tomorrow.
Mole against Rookie. That's the matchup I've got my eyes on for tomorrow. But we'll get there later on in the year, and one day later on in the year to be specific. I'm going to close out the show. Thank you so much for joining us and watching. It's been some insane games here today, and the action don't stop. Make sure you're tuning in tomorrow at the same time. We'll see you there.